legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
We can realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirits free. Let the lifeless clear the way. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. arm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our red, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and still the flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go.
closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。 厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营，驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome everybody to Beijing, where we begin our day here in the LPL. It's week 6, it's day 5. As we head towards our first 3-series day. If you are in the audience right now, thank you so much for joining us 2 hours early as we kick off and squeeze in an extra day of game, an extra game of days. That sentence just doesn't work.
We started okay here.
Yeah, so it got away from me a little bit there. How much was I'm joined by Nymera, and we've got some baggers on the play, Nymera.
Absolutely. I feel like the great thing about this format, I've had my questions here and there. What we have seen is close matchups everywhere because of the Ascend and Nirvana group system, where we have all of the teams which finished in similar standings from the top and bottom of each group. And from yesterday, even though it was 2-0s, I did feel like we saw some great gameplay all the same. Ultra Prime managed to shake the monkey off the back a little bit and take a win off of Rare Atom, who had looked good previously. And then anyone's legend. We have to keep talking about this team. They're on an absolute roll right now.
They certainly are. And sending NIP packing yesterday 2-0. I don't think many people expected NIP to go down without a win. Today, though, LGD versus JDG, EDG versus OMG, and then Top Esports versus BLG. We've got some very even matches in those second two. Or I say that, maybe not. We'll have to see. The third one, definitely, though. I mean, I think that's maybe the best series of this entire group stage.
That is the matchup which everyone has been waiting for, because I think currently Top Esports look like the better team than BLG, but except we haven't seen them play since those finals where BLG handily dealt with Top Esports. But you'll have to wait. We have 2 series to get there, and these 2 series, as you said, have got a lot to offer all the same. Particularly, I think this first one with JDG looking a little bit off form. I think LGD might have themselves some room to strike here, hopefully.
We'll have to see. Let's take a look at our groups and where we are in the tournament right now. As we're starting to get some games on BLG and Top Esports, the only 2 teams who have yet to play a single game, and that will be the series later on today. Because I think the thing that stands out to me the most is both FPX and NIP 0-2 in the Ascend group. I don't think that's a place that many people expected them to be.
Turns out, playing against hard opponents means you're going to take some L's. The fact that FPX and NIP have done that, I don't think it has doomed them for this part of the competition or anything, but it definitely does show that, you looked pretty good in group stage, you have to be a step beyond that. And I do love that. It does mean that all of our teams are put through our paces, and it means you get kind of almost like a pre-playoffs before playoffs, where you get all of these top teams really sparring with each other. You get a lot of matchups when they've had a couple of best of 3s already under their win from the group stages.
I mean, I feel like the initial placements is like big fish, small pond, and then you get into Ascend group and suddenly you're in a big pond, and then you get to playoffs, you're in the ocean. It's the 3 different sizes of bodies of water here. NIP and FPX need to turn it around, I will say.
Does that make the Nirvana group like the whirlpool or something then? You're just going to keep clawing to the surface?
They're down in the Nirvana's trench, trying to survive with no sunlight. LGD versus JDG is going to be our first matchup today, and I feel like JDG showing a little weakness versus FPX. JDG definitely not quite in the form that I think a lot of people expected, coming 6-0 out of their placement group. I kind of expected them to be on fire at this point, but so far still leaving a little to be desired.
So it's Sheer starting today, so not Flandre. We have seen JDG kind of flip between the two very regularly. They were doing about one series on, one series off for both of them. We were just talking off air as well that, you know, even though JDG have had some issues, particularly with their early game of Kanavi's not popping off, one of the big plus points for this team is that Sheer has been really, really quite good.
He certainly has. He's been outplaying tower dives. He's been looking great in team fights. He's also been doing well on carry picks like the Renekton, where he can take over a game. Obviously, his Cassante is good. We already knew that. Quietly impressed by Sheer up in that top side. Missing, on the other hand, I feel, has been having a couple of dodgy games. Like, not all the time, but maybe needs to up that consistency again, because I feel like Missing is one of those players that we don't necessarily anticipate inconsistency from. I feel like throughout his career on JDG, he's been one of the more steady players, not necessarily the highest highs, but also definitely not the lowest lows. This split, I do feel he's had a couple of games that have looked a little bit rough, so perhaps just needs to get re-coordinated with his team. But right now, it feels like a mid-jungle story for JDG.
It does. I think you guys are on excellent form. I think he's at the point where he's probably a top 4 mid in LPL right now. I think genuinely we are getting to the point where I would take Yugao overnight on current form, which is absolutely insane. I think that mid lane matchup is going to be so important, you know.
We do have to move on in a second. I just want to say, Yagao overnight is not that insane if you've been watching for a few years. Like back in 2020, those guys were going toe to toe every single fight.
That's 4 years ago, Joe.
It's a while ago, but look, okay, put some respect on the Yago, okay? LGT's roster coming into today as well. This is a team that I quietly have high hopes for, but we don't necessarily get to see the big pop-offs that we saw sometimes during the placement games. I still think Haichao and Meteor have had some insane games. Jin Zhao's had some insane games, but there are definitely there are consistently some issues for this squad.
Yeah, I think basically LGD have had some early game issues where they fail to get through that laning phase and get to the point where Meteor and Haichao can be really, really clutch. I think Meteor was one of the best junglers within the group stage. I think Haichao's got his specialty picks like the LeBlanc, which is, I think he's currently 3-0 on or something like that. Those two are the engine room of this team. And if we talk about a mid-jungle kind of story coming out from JDG, I think that means it matches up super well into LGD. And that does hopefully mean we get some mid-game where both of these two sets of pretty good carries for their teams can start to shine. I think LGD, they were the dark horse out of groups. It felt like of the teams we expected to see, that was the one which probably twigged up on the radar and be like, okay, how did that happen? Because they, they managed to do pretty well in that group stage. I do think so. What we've seen out of their early game and into their kind of early laning phase, particularly against AL, where they were just blown off the map. It was an absolute demolition. That cannot be allowed to happen today. Luckily, I do think JDG's early game is one of their weaknesses of their game, unless Kanavi is popping off. That does mean that the matchup is probably a bit more even when it comes to what we assume to be more of a mid-table team to one of our top-table teams.
Yeah, we'll have to say, I think when you look at the head-to-head matchups, the concern I have for LGD is just pound-for-pound talent on these two rosters, right? JDG is obviously like, you can easily imagine that this team just turns it on and then goes to Worlds, right? Like, that's the kind of roster we're talking about. I think especially down in that bottom lane, it's an interesting conversation because Ruler, widely regarded as one of the best AD carries in the world. However, not necessarily on like peak Ruler form right now. Xiaoya has had a couple of oopsies. He's had a couple of big moments across this split as well. He's still a very fresh player. I'm sort of excited to see how that dynamic works out in the bot lane because we've just mentioned both Missing and Ruler not necessarily performing to their peak right now. Maybe LGD can find some kind of windows because Jin Zhao has looked decent in a few games as well.
Yeah, I think Jin Zhao's had a really good split, especially by his standards. I think he's had a good blow up, and I think that any self-respecting team in the LPL does need to have good jungle support synergy, and I feel like that's something which has been more competitive in this split than I thought would happen. I think with Croc and Kael finding form, which they kind of struggled to do in spring, that's made things very interesting over in AL. I think now we've got Meteor and Jin Zhao finding I wouldn't quite call form of their career because Meteor did have a really good debut back in the day. He was BLG debutant, I believe. You had like this jungle support now coming in from LGD and doing pretty good against each other. The fact that they could potentially compete with Kanavi Missing, the godlike jungle support of the LPL for so many years from JDG, that should hopefully make this a fun matchup in a lot of ways. And if that does come through from that bot lane at the start of it, to unlock that jungle support, you need to have that good bot lane presence, and it does bring back in that bot lane conversation. Yeah, I do want to see how that whole picture forms.
I'll have to see. Clear excitement on the faces of our LGD players there on the camera as they get ready for the games today. JDG, no time for waving. They are, you know, they've got League of Legends to think about, not cameras. Very serious. Kanavi giving a death stare for a second. Yeah, we'll see how this one's going to go down. I will say, like you mentioned, VTR, kind of an old school player. He's been in the league for a long time at this point. And way back in the day, I remember he was kind of known for his quirky picks. I especially remember in 2020, he brought out Maokai Jungle, which was before the rework, if I remember right.
Wow, so insane. Yeah.
And it was a bit quirky at the time. It didn't work, if I remember right as well. It was a bit of a disaster. But then this year, he was one of the first adopters of the Zyra jungle as well. So maybe he's just got an affinity to plant junglers that aren't currently meta. So maybe Ivan comes out today.
Maybe.
It's kind of better,
God, we'll see.
I guess.
So I also have a soft spot for Meteor as well, because he was in the first LPL series that I ever cast, which is actually not that long ago. It's just that there are so many LPL games it feels long ago. It was something, yeah, he played Skarner in that series too, so that was out of meta too. So this guy's just had a history of just doing whatever he really feels like. And for LGD, that has been really, really useful. I think that his Kindred has been bannable. I think that that's a champion which is genuinely one of the games. When, you know, LGD came off a group stage beating BLG in a best of 3. This team has had that high-tier kind of scalp-taking potential, particularly if you do get someone like Meteor or Haichao on his LeBlanc or something like that into a good position in mid and late game. They have clutched out against some of the very best players in the LPL.
They certainly have. I think like that series with LGD, that is the crux of that conversation we've been having about top esports versus BLG later and top esports maybe being the favorite. Like that, the LGD series is a good chunk of the start of that kind of narrative beginning, right? Of LGD managing to find that upset, BLG being challenged. They certainly have the potential to bring down big names. Let's see if they can do it again today against a team that, by all accounts, is not at their peak.
Yeah, JDG, such a different team compared to a lot of other top teams. I think the quote-unquote top teams. It's quite hard to tell right now because we're only just getting into these centuries, but are assumed top of the table, which I think are BLG top esports, JDG from Spring, and then I think you can maybe throw about names like Anyone's Legend, and we'll see what happens beyond that point. Of those 4 teams, I think JDG are maybe the most exploitable because you can lock them out of an early game in a way I don't really think you can with the other big names we're seeing through in the Ascension group. Right now, or at least get through to that mid and late game. I don't think LGD are a crush you early game kind of team. Weirdly, for a team which are, you know, not necessarily one of those like superstar laden rosters, they're very, very good at clutch plays in mid and late game. I don't think you would level that at a team that typically comes through in their position. Typically, the mid to late game clutching teams are the ones with the real superstars, even if they have been, you know, a year or two past their prime or something like that. And typically, JDG have been a clutch mid and late game team. We could see a bit of battling of like-for-like strengths in that regards, and that's going to be, hopefully, paving the way for some really exciting League of Legends.
Fingers crossed it will. I really do hope that we get a little bit of like early action, a little bit of battling. Especially since we've seen Xiaoya playing things like the Draven. He even played a game of Twitch.
True.
I do feel like LGD are a team that can bring out some of that creativity, not just in the jungle role, but elsewhere as well. But only time will tell. I want to talk about the mid lane matchup as well, because Haichao, I feel, has had some pretty big pop-off games. He's had some pretty big moments this year. I've been really excited to watch Haichao every time LGD play. Yagao on the other side, we were just talking about it earlier, you know, it feels like a while since people thought of Yagao as a big carry player. People think of him as a facilitator. They think of the Everfrost Ari. They think of the Talia games, you know. This kind of stuff, the Galio even, has kind of become what he's synonymous with. But actually, if you think further back, Yagao very much was a carry player. Like, he was widely regarded as one of the best LeBlancs in the world, definitely the best Zoe in the world at the time, if we go back to like 2020. He's shown that he can be a massive carry player. We've seen big games from him this year as well on things like the Corki and the Tristana, and I feel like the meta leans into having a big carry in the mid lane And I think maybe that will coax Yagao out of his shell again and maybe push him towards being a big carry presence once more.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Yagao's spring was not awesome, but it was fine to good. And again, he kind of took a bit more of a back step to kind of being a bit more utility, a bit more of that team player. I think the one thing across his whole career that you can level at Yagao is saying, look, if his team goes in, he will absolutely be by their side on the right kind of timing. That doesn't necessarily mean he's the one carrying. Sometimes it means he's engaging. But I think really the carry era of Yagao coming about again, I think it started weirdly in like probably about spring playoffs from BLG last year, but then when it came through into even summer regular split, I think he also started shaking off that old moniker of, oh, he's only playoffs Yagao, he's only going to be clutch there, but in regular season you can get him. I do think that right now Yagao has been showing a level of consistent carry potential, even through this stage of the tournament. We haven't got to that kind of postseason yet when we get into those playoffs, and that's what's really been exciting me, because we've been seeing him on the Tristana, we've been seeing him again on these really good AD mid lane picks. He's showing us the carries at this point. I hope we even get a step up again in playoffs, because if that happens, Yagao could reach even new highs at that point. That really excites me.
Maybe. The playoffs glow up still comes on through and Yagao just ascends into a new form of mid laner.
It's like normally, you know, he's just a regular Saiyan and then he goes to Super Saiyan, but then playoffs to Super Saiyan 2. Does he hair turn blue at that? Does he turn into Yukal's hair with blue hair?
It's like someone he's got to bring down Chovy and Faker. Yagao, you are the chosen one. We'll see. We'll see if he can find his final
Episode 23 happened, I'm just saying.
It did. It certainly did. And he was having a good time. He was definitely having a good time. One quick little bonus shout-out I'll give for Yagao before I'll stop gushing at this point, but I just want to say, one of the best Jaces in the league. I feel like it's always forgotten because it's a really mechanical champion, and way back in the day, people used to say, oh, only Koreans can play Jace. And then back in there, it was just Koreans that could play Jace. But then Chinese mid laners came in, started playing Jace as well. Yagao, top at pile.
Yeah, that is one of the picks I'd put towards him as a specialty as well. Funnily enough, I was just about to mention that. I'm glad that you've gone towards that too. But yeah, I mean, it's just nice to see that he's got himself a comfort set of champions that he can carry on. On the other side, look, we said we talk about the mid lane matchup. We talked a lot about Yagao. Look, Haichao's really good too on the other side, and that's why I'm happy to see this matchup coming through. I think this should be something which could determine the entire game. I think that Haichao, the LeBlancs looked really good. That's the big dump one that we turned out. He is the one of the two who is actually playing Jace right now, though. We have seen that Yagao's not really played that in summer. He's been going more towards, the AD carry mids. I'm quite interested to see whether Haichao will pick up something which is, of course, rising to prominence in the LPL too. We've seen a lot of the Lucian mid, because Haichao's already been playing a lot of the very mobile, kind of skirmishy carries as well, like the Yone, we talked about that Jace, the LeBlanc. I think if he pulls out the Lucian too, if he's targeted in the bans, that could also be a powerful pick for them. And imagine, given that camera angle, we'll be getting towards that draft right about now.
I love how you can tell, can't you? They suddenly use the same camera moves that they always seem to for draft. Here we go. Game number 1 of our first 3-series day of the split. It's LGD versus JDG, with LGD on that blue side, banning away the Ashe, Nidalee, and Twisted Fate. Rumble, Renekton, these priority top laners being taken away from Birdol.
And Birdol, we didn't really talk about him leading up to this game. He's had an on and off split. The fact is that he has kind of been moving away from carry duty in spring. He was that Aatrox guy into a bit more utility duty and just playing tanks towards that top side. Removing some blind pick strong laners can stop him having some of that value through laning phase. It's been harder for him to find in summer. Leona first pick makes absolute sense. Corki's still on the table, Yone's still on the table, LeBlanc's still on the table, though lots of mid lane picks available for the two of these.
So Corki could open up a Yone for Haichao, which we have seen him play. It's his tied most played of the split because he's got 3 games on Yone, Jace, Corki, and LeBlanc. So he's been a very varied player in that mid lane. But Kanavi goes for Zyra. I feel like Zyra and Brand have been traded throughout this split of, depending on the team, which jungler is the highest priority.
Yeah, I think that somehow Karthus has just kind of fallen off in regards to that, because I think that Karthus kind of struggles to bring extra utility to the team in the way that Zyra and Brand do. I think there's an argument about whether they are more valuable or not. This will be Meteor's 3rd Brand games that will now tie in with the Zyra. He has this really indexing in towards all farming. junglers of every kind. Haichao was hovering over that Lucian, which we talked about a little earlier. We have seen that decently played into the Corki. If you can dash out of the Foss bomb, it can end up being a very powerful trade. So that's definitely an option for them, hovering over between different things there. And it will be that Lucian, so we're glad we brought that up earlier.
So Lucian does come through. Powerful pick in that mid lane. I feel like it's an interesting conversation, isn't it? Because it's definitely a tier below the Tristana and Corki. However, whether it goes above the Yone, I mean, you could see LGD sort of debating that as they hovered between the Lucian and the Yone. It does seem that that's still up for debate, so we'll see how Haichao does on this pick, and definitely a pick that leaves open a lot of skill expression.
Absolutely. You know, I've been getting quite bored of Corki's Tristana matchups. You hit the wave, you get absorb life, you get your fleet footwork, you push a wave, and you go again. Sometimes you throw some skill shots to the enemy champion, but that's kind of it. At least with the Lucian Corki, you can kind of Valkyrie out of the Piercing Light, you can dash out of that Foss bomb. That's been a lot more fun of a matchup, and when we have both mid laners on form, that's a lot more enjoyable. To me, haven't really gotten around to our AD carry champion pool yet, which to me, I mean, we've had that Ashe kind of banned away. I'm surprised that we're not seeing any AD carry bans going around into the second round of it, given that Xiaoya and Ruler, I feel like they've struggled to have wide champion pools, particularly Xiaoya. He's had, you know, that Draven still up and available for him. He could potentially go towards that.
Yeah.
No AD carry bans in the second round. That's interesting to me.
Lots of top lane bans, though. Birdall has had 4 different champions taken away, and also the Twisted Fate was banned by LGD in the first round of bans. So the only pick that Birdall has played this split that's available is the Skarner and the Mordekaiser, which neither of them particularly picks that we've seen. Like, Skarner seems to have just fallen off a cliff entirely. Mordekaiser typically has been an answer to that Skarner, so who knows what Birdall will take now.
Yeah, and it's really hard to blind pick at this point too. Do you want to pick yourself something that could potentially get countered? You lock in that Camille, but what happens now if Sheer goes for his Jax? What happens if he goes for something like a Kennen as well? There are plenty of options. Shia a lot more standard with that Zeri, but getting counterpicked as a Camille can be very dangerous. Oh, no, wait, no, oh my god. Oh, it's the first game of the day. It's 2 hours earlier. Look, no, that's an absolute stinker. Right, yeah, okay, 2 hours earlier than normal, and you can tell already. Fine, you get some really good matchup into the Cassette, actually. It's that last pick for missing, who will probably go for a bigger engage option if it's all possible.
That right there is what we call a 6 AM call time special. That is just
don't start.
Look, we got it out of the way early. Hopefully, that'll be the only one. Hopefully. Composition's locked in as Missing goes for the Rel once more. So, let's talk styles here, because in terms of LGD, they're going to be able to get priority top lane. Lucian versus Corki, I don't necessarily know. I'd assume Corki gets prio in the first couple of levels, but then Lucian often can threaten these kind of other carries.
Yeah, I think Lucian Corki, that can go back and forth. I feel like Lucian has better early damage, but it's really hard to tell if you hit a good Foss bomb. Things can go really, really badly. I think his overall team compositions, a lot of this team comp is Solar Flare, Hextech Ultimatum, Dead, Zyra, Ezreal, or Corki. One of those 3. I feel like LGD, they just have to choose their target well. If they pick off one of these carries out of position where this Cassandra can't drag someone away from their carries, I feel like LGD could walk away with a quick kill onto one of these backliners and maybe take the rest of the fight. So big emphasis onto that top and support from LGD, that Leona and that Camille. Other side, make sure that this front line can get between these big engage carries, or the engaged tanks from the Leona and then also the Camille on the top side, and get between them and their own carries.
The early game is going to be in question as well. It's something we've criticized for JDG, and it's something that perhaps LGD could exploit. I was talking about the bot lane, but with the Zeri there, I'm not sure we're going to see that much early game action down in the bottom side, but with a Camille, with a Lucian, and with a Brand, maybe on the top side, shenanigans could occur. We're going to jump into game number 1. It's JDG versus LGD, both desperately needing wins here in the Ascend group.
英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
I want to meet that guy. I want to shake his hand. That is a powerful Gyro leader right there. He is He is shouting from the chest. That is fantastic.
I would let him like lead me into battle. That's the kind of voice you follow into the fray.
I think that's the idea here for the JDG fans. They really are following him into battle. And we may be following into a battle in this early game. But then again, plenty of scaling across the board here. Ezreal and Zeri both quite happy to go later on into the game. As Ruler looks for an early Q, won't find anything there. I'm looking towards Birdall, though, because I feel like he has a real chance to have a big impact in this game.
Absolutely. No, it's a good lane matchup versus that Cassante. He got the counter pick. So we kind of missed out. Well, I missed out on a draft, but still, I think that Birdall hasn't really had much of a chance to play carries in this summer, and largely hasn't opted towards them too. Again, he was getting a lot of Skarner picks and the Cassante picks. He's kind of been playing just tank duty for his team. In spring, LGD were winning through Birdall on his flanks in team fights. Typically, it was on the flanking lethality, the propane hydra, profane hydra Aatrox.
Propane hydra
yeah,
accessories.
now we're cooking on hydrocarbons. I joked about it too much, and now it's just changed in my mind. But yeah, Birdall was just a huge flanking threat for LGD in spring. The fact that he's found his way onto this Camille in a good matchup, in a game where there are so many targets to pick, hopefully he's not out of practice on that, because he has had a difficult summer. I think that he's stabilized towards the back end of groups. I think absolutely this guy can have a huge impact, and he has the really good draft to do so.
Yeah, and I feel like he's a player that there was a conversation of, okay, Aatrox isn't meta anymore. What are you going to do about it with Birdall? Where he was kind of this Aatrox and Cassante 2 trick, and I feel like this split, he's trying to break out of that identity. This is a fantastic game for him to prove that that is not the case any longer. And we'll see if LGD can make it happen. But Kanavi moving down to this bottom side. The turbo speed clear as he's in Tribrush almost at 3 minutes. Ward going to be cleared away. He's not even hiding. He's not even pretending that he's not going to threaten here. But it looks like there won't be any kind of diving in the end. He's going to look for perhaps some deep vision.
And that's the big thing with stuff like these farming AP jungles. They clear so quickly, particularly the Zyra clears so quickly that it's like, God, I mentioned this at some point before. About Season 6, Season 7 Olaf jungle, you would clear about 30 seconds faster than some of the other junglers on that kind of patch. So you'd have 30 seconds to just do something, even if it's standing in river and respond to whatever happens on the map. Zyra allows you to do that. Brand didn't get a chance to go into the enemy jungle. Takes the enemy scuttle now, and that's the topside scuttle now. But Kanavi also takes the scuttle, but also had the chance to potentially go bot line, potentially go into the enemy jungle, and ended up looking at both of those things. This is the power of a fast clearing jungler. It is a skill set which hasn't been tested that much for a little while, because we've had a lot of the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao, stuff like that. It really has been since about 2021 since that changed. Missing on the roam, looking towards Haichao.
He certainly is. Yagao being set up in the mid lane. Haichao gets the flash away from the crash down at the last second. That's going to be his flash down, but still, lovely roam from Missing. Jin Zhao wants to answer it as he goes for his opposite man, and Meteor is here to follow up. That's Missing's flash going.
Okay, so mid lane matchup definitely impacted by the Rel roaming towards it, but now Missing no summoners, uses that Ignite and the flash on mid lane, maybe opens up Xayah and Jin Zhao to either work within that 2v2 or for them to just push back Ruler and Missing a little bit more and use those Missing summoners to then get Jin Zhao on more roams like we just saw that himself. And this maybe continues that conversation we've been having about Missing, saying, okay, we know Missing has been one of the greatest supports in LPL, especially recent history. We're probably at all time at this point. This guy's got a hell of a tenure. He's not been on the best form recently. He's been caught out in some phase checks, and in plays like this too, just kind of walks into Fog of War and gives up something for free. We need to really see whether he can address those issues as this Ascension group keeps going on.
I mean, look no further than the JDG FPX series. Quite a few awkward moments from Missing in that one. So we will keep our eyes on that bottom lane. And again, potentially a chance for Jin Zhao to show his quality. As Missing and Ruler trying to contest here. Kanavi had started the Drake, but Meteor warded over the wall, and it means Kanavi backs away. LGD grouping as a 3, clearing all of those wards away. But JDG don't want to let it go without a fight either. We've got a bit of a 3v3 on our hands here, as Missing has to be the engaged tool. Yagao's moving over. Jin Zhao goes in. Kanavi looking for the 50-50 on the smites as Missing gets onto Jin Zhao, but the flash comes through. The smite goes the way of LGD, but Jin Zhao will fall. Maybe more for JDG as they hunt for a little bit more. Xiaoya forced to flash, and Ruler is going to arcade shift over the wall to try and chase for more. He's got his own flash.
No!
Oh, but he flubs it. Face planted to the wall from Ruler.
Oh, he's going to have to recalibrate the ruler. He misjudges the distance over the wall and face plants right the way into it. Splat goes the Ezreal, and sadly doesn't walk away with the kill. Still going to be JDG getting one out of that play, and it goes over to Kanavi on the Zyra. Giving any gold to an AP farming jungler is a problem. LGD get away with the Dragon. I do think getting away with the Dragon and not losing that second kill makes it much more palatable. The fact that Yagao's first hit in this play changes everything. Missing used his roam earlier to win that phase of lane for Yagao. He's therefore set first in the play very soon after that point. And even though Jin Zhao has the flash over Missing on that Leona, he can't use it to make a big play. So JDG, with the last support plays through into mid lane, kind of went out through this next play, and we won't talk about that one.
Oof. Slightly awkward at the end there, but still a winning play in terms of kills for JDG, a winning play in terms of the Drakes for LGD, and luckily getting away with just one death. It has led, though, to a 1,000 gold lead already for JDG, but 3 groups were answered from LGD, and Kanavi wants to punish that fact as he starts this red buff off. But guess what? We've got another scrap on our hands as the supports have arrived. There will be no clean objective take this game as Kanavi wants to try and smite it, gets the red buff. Yagao moving over, Strangled Thorns come on down. The CC chain is there. Jin Zhao might be in trouble, but here comes Xiaoya to clean up these kills. Health bars ticking down. Ruler arrives to protect his jungler, and now he's stepping forward as Yagao is still behind enemy lines. Xiaoya will fall, Jin Zhao will fall, but it's traded as Kanavi went down as well. Oh, the rocket max range finishes off a bonus.
I think JDG heard us talking smack about them in their early games. Oh, it's only Kanavi if he starts popping off. Yagao is now 2-0-2 in the early game, consistently roaming to all of these plays. And both now the Ezreal and the Corki get a boatload of gold between them after some great early skirmishes come through from JDG. I don't think there's going to be anything happening within this mid lane at least, but I mean, yeah, JDG on the board early.
Look at Kanavi's items. He's already got Blackfire Torch. This Zyra is terrifying.
Yeah, I hadn't even noticed that. I was like, oh, word, yeah, we'll talk about, the consequences after. Yeah, that's a really important first item completion. I will say, not a big fan of Blackfire on the Zyra, but the fact that he has one item at all is the problem here. I thought that this was going to go a lot worse for JDG after that Pyroclasm got such good value. Yagao is first in the play, but that Pyroclasm basically did 2 people's worth of damage at the same time. Problem is, after that point, Yagao chases one person out of the play, and you just see he has to battle Corki his way into the midst of it. One snipe on one side, one snipe on the other. JDG walk away with a host of kills.
I just love that that was blind from Yagao. He thought Meteor had left the play, and then Meteor throws out the Pillar of Flame. Yagao turns around and goes, hang on a second, somebody's at Crux, and blasts a big one over there. Who needs to face check when you've got tactical nukes on your R button? Fantastic stuff from Yagao. 2-0-2. This is a phenomenal early game from JDG. That was what we said was their weakness.
Exactly, and we did say, though, that Yagao is probably JDG's strength right now, alongside Kanavi. The fact that he's getting involved so early on a pick that scales all the same is really important. Once again, moving into the bot side jungle, getting active with things. Jin Zhao, he can walk forward all he wants. There's a lot of damage here on the Corki. Misses out. Look at the damage back.
Nice bit of movement there from Kanavi as shit. All out the top side onto Bird. All health bar low. Birdall will get underneath that tower. Q3 wasn't available. Sheer not going to go for any flash plays or anything crazy like that. Just getting some damage down and crashing the wave. Or is he? Maybe looking for a little bit more. Shield comes out from Birdall, but suddenly it's gone and Sheer can start to trade again. This feels a little dicey for Birdall. I thought Camille wins this matchup.
Early game, things could get wild just because the base savages of Cassante. I was wondering that because Birdall had that cookie, which does get more powerful the lower HP you are. Whether Birdall would look for a turnaround, especially since Sheer was running out of that all-out. Doesn't look for it, though, just knows that there's another wave coming in. At the end of the day, Camille's job is not to solo kill you at level 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. It's to get to 2 items and take over the game from beyond that point. Haichao, this is the problem now. Lucian is competitive versus Corki. Not when your team has fed him 4 kill participation. That's That's a little sad there for Haichao. I don't really think he was betting on Yagao being, almost 1,000 gold up individually from outside of his lane.
He's even in items if you remove the steel caps entirely. Like, that's the kind of lead that Yagao
Oh no,
has
that's
in the
small
mid-lane.
difference.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Haichao to find an angle to go for the 1v1 at this point, but it's leads across the board, 1,000 gold up individually for Kanavi. There's a bit of damage onto Jinjiao. Drake is back onto the map, and JDG, they have not been willing to concede any objective on that bottom side so far, but Kanavi's gone up for the grubs. And it looks like LGD want to try and move up towards that top side to contest. They're going to be way too late, though. They haven't started the Drake, so this might just be grubs for nothing.
LGD basically can't move on to either side of the map as it stands right now, though, which is a pain for them. The fact that Yagao is so controlling in the stage just before this, Ruler then goes to take over the wave clear here too. It's really hard for LGD to move into River because they're dealing with carries who are way stronger than they should do, and they're also quite good at poking at this point, even though they haven't got to their big 2-item breakpoints beyond this. So LGD, they're in a bit of a pickle here. They're probably going to lose both of these sides of the map.
I have a question. Kanavi did 2 grubs, wasn't contested, left the 3rd grub, and went to do his red buff. Why? Why not take the 3rd grub?
The only thing I can think of is that it gives the global sound when you kill the last grub, but most of the time teams just press tab and they'll see the grub count go up, so you can tell even without the global announcement. So the answer to that, Joe, is it is beyond me. Sadly, I do not have the power to tell you that answer. Kanavi, look, he's already built Blackfire on Zyra, which is probably not the item you should build anyway. Leandris is so freaking powerful this champion anyway. He's left the grub for the last bit there, but he's still, he's still the one that's 1,000 gold ahead. Who am I to question him?
Well, true. I mean, Kanavi has his methods. Maybe they'll ask him in the post-game interview. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
They just gave the might buff over to LG. This is really confusing.
I don't know. I just don't know. Please, jungle experts out there, DM me if I'm missing something. I'm sure I am, but I do not understand why you would not take the 3rd grub there. In the meantime, though, Drake will be taken by JDG. So 1 Drake apiece. Coming out of the early game then, as we head towards that 14-minute mark, that all-important end of the platings. It's 13 minutes on the clock. It's a 3 and a bit thousand gold lead for JDG. Getting closer to 4 as plates go down in this bottom side as well. And it feels like a lot of that gold is in Yagao and Kanavi's pockets once again.
You know what the scary thing is? There's more gold to be put there too, because JDG got this gold through early skirmishes and kills. Now, typically the way that LPL have played to get gold onto their mid laners, and this applies to pretty much every team now, I feel like last year this was a style that was pioneered by Scout and LNG. I think this has just become the norm across all LPL teams. You send your mid laner with grubs into a side lane to just hit those outer turrets. You play towards them strong side, and you try and get as much isolated tower gold to your mid laner if you can.
Ooh.
That's all possible. Right here, you can teleport your mid laner to a play with your other solo laner and get them to get that gold as well. Again, this is another thing we've been seeing a lot more of the LPL recently. You get all of that tower gold into Yagao. We said, hey, all of that gold right there, there's more to be given. He just got an extra 400 into his pockets from 1 quick teleport.
Really nice stuff coming out. Great punish from JDG to find an opportunity not only to finish tower, but also, like you say, to funnel Yagao, who definitely is the main character of this game right now, with the Trinity Force already finished off and half stacked on his tier as well. Ruler in a similar position on this Ezreal as now LGD group up to try and contest against this Herald, but that's a lot of poke damage that's coming out from JDG, and LGD suddenly decide this maybe isn't a fight that they want to take anymore.
Yeah, really easy to forget that Corki and Ezreal can be poke champions as long as you hit your skill shots, and largely they just did. So LGD, we were saying, hey, of the top teams, maybe this is the matchup where you can get the best early game against them, because JDG are a bit more inconsistent in that. They have rolled badly in regards to that in game number 1. They have been well and truly removed from this early game. They are 4,000 gold down at 15 minutes. That is not a timestamp you want to be seeing that kind of lead in. The percentage gold lead right now is incredibly high.
I will say, one thing that saddens me, that's really not particularly relevant aside from Yagao being on Corki, is that we never saw Yagao winning the World Championship with JDG on Corki, because My goodness. Can you imagine the skin line for Jin Dong Corki that has package? They reworked Corki, so he no longer gets the package. But Jin Dong Express Delivery with Corki, it's the perfect combination.
Would you, okay, but would you say that if Yagao were to get a world skin, it would be Corki? Which skin would, well, you know what, we don't
Depends
get
on the
okay,
tournament,
maybe we
right?
do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so yeah, but for you, as the Yagao history, look, you've talked about so much Yagao's history.
Zoe.
Which champion would you pick
Zoe.
for him? Zoe? 100%?
100% Zoe.
Right.
Maybe the LeBlanc, but Zoe for me is definitely his the one that I've seen the craziest stuff. That I don't feel there are many Zoes in the world that can do some of the things that Yagao has been able to do in professional games, in finals. Go back and rewatch the 2020 finals if you want to see some incredible stuff from Yagao, and from Knight for that matter, as
Yeah.
Siege in the mid lane. Sheer gonna tank a bit of damage from Xiaoya, but that's almost that tower going down. I feel like JDG just walked towards these towers with impunity.
They do, and you know, they still got themselves some of those grubs to use, and Sheer uses that demolish on the last wave. They get the great poke out on Shy. He uses the ult for wave clear, and they're using another ult for wave clear right now, and neither of them have worked. What were you saying about it at JDG? And about mid laners funneling gold into their carries? Well, they just got Yagao to take top lane turret, then bot lane turret, then participate in the mid lane turret take as well, which was shared across the entire team, and that 4,000 gold lead we were talking about earlier has now become a 5,000 gold lead, and Yagao is very, very close to his second item.
Yeah.
And it's only 17 minutes into the. God, if it was 7 minutes, I would disconnect
This
from the
would be
server at that
impressive.
point.
This would be impressive
that
for
would
7
that'd be a
minutes.
little too much. Yeah.
I will say, Sheer somehow is actually the same amount up in his own lane as Yagao is in the mid lane. The biggest lead is in that jungle where Kanavi is soaring ahead of Meteor. Overall, it's a 5,000 gold lead, and typically in that kind of situation, most of the team is ahead. And as you can see, that is the case, that everybody has their own individual lead for JDG. So now it becomes a question for LGD of how the hell do you get back into this game? You got a bit of scaling in that Camille and in that Zeri, but that feels like a long way away.
Yes, I think you have to pray for 2-item Camille to do something incredible. 2-item Camille is just such a different beast, and with Kanavi's build, Yagao and Ruler, it's not like they've got themselves, they're not like mages with Seeker's Arm Guards at this point. Kanavi's going towards the Leandry second, going for the double burn. Yagao and Ruler are also not going to be particularly tanky, so if you get a good enough flank angle on a 2-item Camille with an extra bit of damage, maybe the Solar Flare coming over it, maybe that can happen. Right now, Bertel doesn't have this 2 items, but he might catch missing. Don't quite get himself that solicited opposition. Dragon started by LGD, and they are the ones which have the better terrain right now, but they don't have the better stats.
Sheer engaged upon. Jin Zhao trying to be that frontliner. Xiaoya moves around to rejoin his team. JDG definitely won this fight. Hai Chao chunked already to half HP. 4K on the Dragon. I think it might just be a 50-50 again, but Meteor, I don't know if he can walk forwards for this one. He can get flicked forwards by Sheer instead as the Drake goes down to JDG. Pyroclasm gets some damage, but Stranglethorns denies the follow-up. Birdall into the back line, but he cannot do enough. 2 for 1, and now LGD in full retreat, but I don't think JDG are gonna let them go. Ruler finds another, and Xiaoya slides his way to safety.
I mean, LGD just don't have the stats. They have been absolutely smacked in the face with wallets, and JDG walk away with more kills, and they walk away with the Dragon. This is before their strongest point of the game as well. They don't have that 2 items on the Corki and the Ezreal just yet. I would imagine with the kills they just picked up, that is going to be happening on this base of the one just after that point. JDG, if they weren't strong now, they just reached kind of like their absolute turbocharged mode. LGD, they go into the objective first. That does help them in regards to not being stuck around waiting for the poke to land from JDG. They have to try and wait for JDG to, you know, engage into them at some points, maybe they feel, because they're the ones on the Dragon, but they get pushed off by so much poke anyway that they can't force that to happen. They're the ones which have to engage beyond that point, and they just don't have the stats for it. They've eaten like 1,000,000 skill shots before the fight even comes through, and they just end up getting shredded.
JDG heard the not good at early game allegations, and they took them seriously. My lord, this is a bit of a massacre against LGD, and LGD again, a team that have individually managed to look pretty fantastic. They managed to take down BLG in a best-of series in the placement stage. It's starting to feel like maybe that was a bit of a flash in the pan. Either that or JDG are better than BLG, dare I say it. I guess we'll find out where BLG really stand later on today. Third series today will be Top Esports versus BLG, for anyone that doesn't know. That's not a series you want to miss.
Well, if anyone out there is an enjoyer of Nightmare power rankings, I did say that JDG currently, I would say they're slightly better than BLG. The problem is it's really hard to tell when you haven't seen them playing against each other. When you see games like this, though, you have to at least entertain the question. They're grouping up. Kanavi doesn't need to be afraid to walk too close towards that fog of war. Dangerous still. Brand still does Brand things. Birdall caught out.
Yeah, Birdall trying to get the flank himself, but Sheer flanks the flank, and suddenly Birdall has to leave. And, I mean, JDG, we're at full-on 5-man siege scenario. We're only 20 minutes into the game. It's not often you see this kind of... Oh, my lord!
What?
Rocket and a true shot barrage. Xiaoya is sent packing. There goes the tier 2.
That tower take looked so easy. I mean, this is 21 minutes in and they don't have the Baron. Like, at this kind of point when you've got the Lucian, you have a Shiv on Zeri, even the Brand is good wave clear. You do not expect to be taking turrets basically for free at this kind of timestamp. JDG, no, they have made this a formulaic tower taking game. LGD, I mean, if it wasn't bad enough, they've lost even more territory, even more gold. They have double Muramanas to worry about from Yagao and Ruler. Yeah, this is not getting any easier. If it wasn't bad before, now the power spikes have truly been hit. 2 items in Kanavi, 2 items in Yagao, 2 items on Ruler. Yeah, good luck.
This is gonna be a toughie. No two ways about it. But my goodness, JDG are here to play, and I just can't believe it's an Ezreal and a Corki at 20 minutes, and they're basically one-shotting Xiaoya with 2 ultimates. Also, Xiaoya massively behind in CS, and a huge portion of that is the fact that he's just permanently being chunked. Anytime he steps anywhere near JDG, anytime he tries to contest the wave, he just gets absolutely obliterated.
Maybe there's a world in which the Zeri could carry a team fight, but, you know, just being able to force the flash out there, JDG landing 1 skill shot takes him down to, you know, 2/3 HP. I just don't see a world in which he ever gets the ideal team fight. JDG, they're, you know, trying to control mid lane again. They do have the Zyra. They can very much burst out that Baron. Meteor showed us exactly how to do that back in the group stage. First person to do that 20-minute Baron rush over here in the LPL. JDG, they can be afforded a bit of a slowdown if they want. They don't have to at all, though. They have the Zyra plants. They have Yagao over here. LGD have to respond.
It's like Meteor, he knows that Zyra can do this, but there's not a lot he can do about the fact that Zyra can do this. Baron's going to be gone as the TPs come on through 2K on the objective. Jinzhao gets in, and unfortunately, that's all he'll be able to do. He drops after the Baron falls. Birdall trying to threaten a little bit, dives towards the backline, but Yagao flashes away from him. And suddenly, Birdall is stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a double for Sheer as JDG continue to roll this game.
Yeah, Birdall thinks he sees an angle onto one of the carries on the backline. He is that 2-item Camille now, but he just can't quite land it. It is so hard to break through this JDG barrage at the start of these team fights. And sadly, Birdall now, without that flash, without that teleport, without his life, if it was, yes, it just kind of keeps getting worse. JDG now have the Baron, that siege, which we said, oh, it looked really easy to take turrets. Without that, at 21 minutes, well, now it's only 3 minutes later. These turrets are going to be falling even quicker.
I was a little bit nervous that today we start in Beijing and the other 2 series will be in Shanghai. I thought, oh, we may fall behind schedule. That would be rough. I don't think with JDG in this form we're falling behind schedule today. My goodness. 10,000 gold up at 24 minutes. Jinzhao has to be the one to face check, but he regrets it immediately as Ruler just continues to completely whip everything into the enemy team. Ruler, what are you doing?
Huh? Dude! What? Why would you do that? It just feels like the Ezreal curse has come back to the LPL in style. Gala does it. Ruler does it. So many of these players have just lost their heads. I mean, why would you do that? This is during your Baron push.
I don't
huh?
know. I just don't understand. Strangle Thorns comes out from Kanavi. Not sure if that was to cancel recalls. Yeah, just Ezreal things. Just I love how it was like completely whiffed the WQ, completely whiffed the ult, and then it E into the enemy team. It was like maximum failure on the Ezreal.
Okay, look, we're going back. Look, I don't want to talk about this. Look, the Baron goes down. Sure, cool, whatever. I guess we're going to see Birdall miss his combo. You know, when you're behind in a game, you really don't have that much margin for error. He tries to get himself out of Fog of War. He charges up his Q2. Doesn't quite manage to get himself within that, like, the flash E range, and Yagao ends up living beyond that point. Really good reactions to there, folks. What the heck happened here? So he throws the W out, and he wants to get to the ult after that point. Why?
I guess he just didn't realize Birdall was there.
It's like, you know that scene at like the end of some of those movies when you look off into the sunset and there's someone there like the thumbs up in the horizon. That's just Ruler as he just like goes into a fiery confrontation.
Yeah, that was slightly over-ambitious, I'm going to say, as he gives away a shutdown and a little bit of gold into LGD's pockets. I don't think it's going to matter too much. They're still 3 Drakes up. They're still absurdly ahead in this game, but it's just a little bit of like a... Come on, man. Object permanence. You know Camille exists, right?
So, you know the reason this will matter. At the end of the day, we will move beyond this series and we will forget largely about the results besides extra things from that. People will remember him missing that play. They won't necessarily remember these destruction team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor's gone again. Pyroclasm came out, didn't do too much. As JDG, not to be deterred, will just continue this slow eradication of LGD. Every time, I gotta say, I kind of respect the gumption from LGD to continue and try and contest their own jungle. They will not accept that this is JDG's jungle just yet. They keep on fighting for it. Keep on dying, but they keep fighting.
It's the worst thing about watching a game like this as, you know, a fan of LGD or someone judging their potential or whatever is that when you are this far behind in the game, there realistically is no good play. You have to make difficult plays. Shearers has gone into the enemy team. Huh?
JDG? This one's a freebie, lads. All you have to do is not in 1v1. But alas, that is where we're at.
You know what I'm saying? When you're behind in the game, there is no good play. When you're ahead in the game, that doesn't mean there is no bad play.
There are
always bad plays to be made if you try hard enough. Sheer tried to get that ult through the wall. Chooses just about the worst angle. We'll need to take him back to... Well, we'll need to send him to Professor Vel'Koz for trigonometry classes, because that was the wrong angle. That was the wrong angle, Joe.
Yeah, that was... there was an attempt, is I believe the best analysis is, but Mr. Cannon, nightmare. Can't afford to miss 90 gold in this kind of game, my friends. Maybe going a little too deep on that one, but all now trying to threaten a tier 1 in the bot side. It was answered by Yaga. I wasn't sure if Missing was going to hunt for more, but it will just be quite a slow one from JDG, honestly, off of Ruler way overstepping and then Sheer way overstepping. Things have slowed down a lot, and there is a Zeri and a Camille on the enemy team. Like, Ezreal doesn't survive long against the Camille.
I was about to say, you know, this wasn't a slow game. This was going really fast. JDG exploded the early game, great early Baron take, destroying all of the towers outside of the base. Yeah, well, throwing yourself into the beat grinder, that does slow it down a little bit. And now, I'm just kind of wondering, who's the next person who's going to jump into the jaws of LGD is going to be? Is it going to be Yagao? He's got a Valkyrie and a Flash. He can do it. Bit harder for the Zyra, but I'm sure Missing could manage it too if he just presses the flash key and his W at the same time and messes things. Like, there's a chance. The fact that LGD managed to clean up, you know, a couple of kills, get some shutdowns, potentially get some objective bounties like this, they should not have been anywhere close to these objectives at this point.
Ganavi forced to flash away. A big one just annihilates Xiaoya's health bar. As Baron is spawning on the map. Drake's up in a minute as well. And I've realised where this all went wrong for JDG, actually. As Sheer is going to try and find a solo kill onto Birdle. And find it he will. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Sheer. Off in that side lane. He's had an impressive year for himself. Remember, this guy's pretty new still. This Missing goes inch and Jout should fall. Sheer tanking up that culling for his team. As Ruler now gets his opportunity to E forwards towards the enemy. This time it's good though. And Xiaoya sent packing. Haichao trying to survive alongside him as Ruler looks to 2v1 the enemy AD carries. Good E forwards once again. He's going to hold his patience though. Doesn't go forwards, and LGD have stopped the Baron going down.
Yeah, the fact that only Birdle dies in the side lane there to Sheer is a really good sign for LGD. They survive somehow. The Dragon is spawning as it happens. JDG, they might go towards the Baron and take that, but the fact that LGD can deny the soul can... Look, We didn't talk about the Sol because we didn't think there would be a Sol. We thought the game would be over by now. It should have been over about 5 minutes ago. LGD get an objective about it. They stopped the Sol. Yes, they'll lose the Baron, but they're getting access to large amounts of the map that they had absolutely no right dreaming of before this.
I don't want to get too excited because they are still 9,000 gold down, or I guess actually 8,000 gold down, plus this tower going down, maybe 7,000 gold down. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
maths.
being a little facetious here. I do realize the moment that this game went wrong is the second I said we weren't going to have a delay today. We're definitely having a delay today. But stepping perhaps a little too far forwards.
I mean,
It's not a lot more to say.
no, there isn't. I mean, Sheer has the red buff, which ends up being really annoying because it means that Bertel can't disengage. He face checks into a Fog of War bush, and sadly, when you're losing the 1v1 as a Camille versus the Cassante, even when you have multiple items, that's really not what you picked this champion for. If you're losing that into the late game, that is a detriment to your team, sadly. Sheer, once again, showing that on an individual level, mechanically, he has really been on point for JDG. He's a player which was playing bits and pieces in spring. He's been the majority top laner for JDG. Of course, in spring was mainly Flandre, but I think he's more than securing his place on this roster, regardless of how new he is to the scene. He has been playing out a lot of these individual plays really, really solidly.
Bottom inhib opened up, Baron push going strong for JDG, and after all of that, Bertel is still pushing in the top side. He's TPing to rejoin his team, but a Nexus Tower has already gone down. Jin Zhao is chunked. Bertel on a flank. Can he find the miracle play? He sort of needs to at this point as JDG open up an inhib, but decide that is enough for them. The flank from Bertel is enough of a threat for them to back away, but no. With the minion wave arriving and Bertel backing off to the mid lane, they suddenly see another angle. Bertel has to return to the play as a Hex Flash towards them from missing, but doesn't commit to anything. Ruler just chunking the Nexus Tower. In goes Bertel. The whole team turns straight onto him, but Ruler might go down first. Bertel falls and Ruler survives. True shot onto Haichao is missing, soaking up damage from the team, but the Pyroclasm is huge and the carry's still going strong. JDG sent away and LGD keep themselves alive. Blast Cone, the only reason Ruler survives.
JDG, they have maybe had a little bit too much fun in this game, and they are starting to rue maybe some of their decisions that have led to this point. Turned away from the Nexus. They take away an inhib and one of those Nexus turrets. They've opened up another inhib, but the game hasn't ended. There is still a Brand. There is still a Zeri. There is still a Camille. There are big problems here, which are going to become even more so if they are given more time to survive in this game. Ruler E'd just before this point, so he was prime target for Bertel. And he does go a little bit far, but the team fight does end up splitting because JDG go back to face onto that Camille. Pyroclasm, huge value. Haichao stays alive too. Because JDG split so heavily, it makes this fight much more playable for LGD.
And one of the funny things as well is the fact that the Camille and the Zeri are the two sort of scaling picks we've talked about. The Camille also really opens up for the Zeri. Like Bertel pulling all that threat to the backline means Xiaoya just had a Sheer and or a Cassante and a Rel trying to kill him. Like he can survive that, he can dodge that, and he can shred those health bars. And suddenly you've got a Zeri that is stacking up for the entire time that he's killing a Cassante and a Rel, and then can turn towards the carries. Unfortunately, no way for him to dodge a blast cone with that Q, so does blast himself backwards and save Ruler's life. But all things considered, things are getting a little bit dicier than JDG would like here.
Look, how have we gotten to the point where JDG were the team that was struggling in early game, but you know what? Really solid are those mid to late game team fights. What's happened to that? Why are we flipping that now?
The
It feels like that is not what we
switcheroo.
came to expect. Not switcheroo. Look, they have great range advantage. They have great poke. LGD have defender's advantage because they can go back to base and heal up, but still JDG should be able to chip down what's left at this base. It is a lot slower than it should have been. This game should have been over at about 27, 28 minutes. It's lasted longer than that. Look at the poke, though. JDG, that should be 3 inhibs now.
Yagao's rockets this game have been absurd. The amount of damage those big ones have been doing. I am fully expecting Yagao to be topping the damage chart coming out of this one with how some of these rockets have been hitting, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Ruler's been hitting some Qs as well. 3 inhibs down. Even with JDG making a couple of mistakes, I don't think it'll matter with 3 inhibs. Jin Chao goes in, but Birdol is not there fast enough to follow up. Pyroclasm does some damage, and Ruler is low. Birdol goes back in, but he falls in the end, and missing is on the backline with Kanavi. Triple for Kanavi as they look to Meteor as well. And after all of that, Kanavi 5,500 gold up individually. He's looking to an MVP, 18-9, a 35-minute win. It wasn't clean, but it was fun to watch.
JDG take the first Nexus in the series, probably about 10 minutes later than they should have done. Now, the problem with this kind of game is that when you are held on this pedestal like JDG, a lot of your fans, a lot of the people watching this league will be sitting there watching JDG and going, well, I'm not going to remember the result. I'm going to remember the random deaths as people dive forward. They do walk away with a win, but is that really the story here?
I will say, E-ing forwards on Ezreal, Cassante ulting over the wall into 5 people on your own, these are mistakes that are quite easy to fix. This is
Just
you go
don't
backstage,
press the button.
the coach gets his ruler out and slaps you on the wrist, you know, like these are mostly like undisciplined mistakes. This is like happy game moments. We'll see if they can button them up for game number 2. LGD try the damnedest. Nearly came back into it, but JDG were a little bit too much. We're going to jump into a break and find out how this one continues right after.
closer, but with a deeper sweat. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards our second game here between JDG and LGD, which, game number one, I want to say was a really clean, solid win from JDG, but unfortunately, a little bit of happy gaming occurred during the mid and late game, and it went on a little bit longer than perhaps it should have.
JDG probably should have ended that game about 10 minutes before it did, but with some happy gaming, some people it did extend. I still think the early game was way better for what we've seen from JDG as a team than we have seen from them recently. It didn't require Kanavi to just pop off all the time. I think particularly Yagao really joining in those early plays really, really helped. And that kind of just gave them so much gold to play around these double carries with. The Ezreal and then the Corki were just so ridiculously fed that you couldn't walk anywhere. The poke was ridiculous. Ruler walks away with MVP. You know what? I maybe would have given it over to Yagao because of his early plays, and also Ruler with his flight into the sun. But hey, he walks away with an MVP. He should be happy with that.
I mean, I guess. I feel like Kanavi was really the big driver on this one. Like, he was 6k gold up individually by the end of the game. And he was a huge part of that early game. But I suppose Ruler did a lot of damage during those early fights, getting in and chasing people down on the Ezreal. I mean, the flash flub against the wall, also the E over into the enemy team. I am amazed at the LPL production gang.
You should be happy with this. You know what? I'm not going to say anything more. Ruler should be happy with that one.
Yeah.
That's to borderline is to say the least on that one. So LGD on the other side, they didn't really get to play the game on their own terms. I think that one of the big moments happened very early on where Missing got a really good chunk out of Height Chow in the mid lane and stops him from really getting the ability to roam towards bot side. Now he's going to have to play against a Tristana from Yagao if he wants to start roaming about early and stop JDG from getting active onto both sides of the river. That's going to be really, really hard. The Tristana can very much push in the Corki at early stages of the game, and Yagao has been so good on this pick.
Certainly has. I feel like recently, I've actually really liked Yagao's Corki. I feel like he's had a few really good Corki games. We just saw in game number one, but in the previous series against FPX as well, I feel like Corki was the name of the game. As Yagao, if I remember, I actually got solo killed on the Tristana by Care's Corki, if I'm remembering that correctly. Not sure if it was definitely a solo kill, but I think it was. Either way, though, Brand going to come through from Meteor as I continue to digress, and Kanavi going to instantly reply with a Nidalee.
Okay, folks, there are about 2 people in the LPL that have the Nidalee pass right now, which is, hey, this champion, probably not that great unless you're above a certain bar of mechanical proficiency and early game dominance. Kanavi is one of those 2 players. The other one's Tien, who's also on a really good team. We'll see him later today, and we'll see if he gets to pick this one out. So JDG, dominant early game in the last time of asking. They have themselves that early aggressive jungler, and Meteor has some really good teamfight damage on the Brand in the last game. Let's see if he can survive to that point in this one, because Kanavi is going to be gunning for him on that Nidalee versus Brand matchup.
I just want to... I don't care about the rest of this draft anymore. I want to stand up for my boy Shun. He's a Nidalee aficionado. He surely gets the Nidalee pass.
Have you seen his recent Nidalee games? I have. He's currently got it on probation. Like, I've seen him do some great things with that champion. I've seen him completely not justify that pick too. We will see later, Joe. We will see later when he deserves to get it back from me. I'm eyeing him with squinted eyes right now.
Well, I give him the official munchable Nidalee pass, which is worth absolutely nothing.
Different
but
pass
you can frame
associations.
it and put it on your wall, and people that don't know anything about anything will think it looks good. Ezreal going to be banned away by LGD here. As a Poppy, we didn't really talk about it, but Birdal, I'm assuming, taking that to the top side to answer this Cassante. It was banned in the previous game to set up Sheer. This time around, Birdal gets his matchup.
And Birdal has a couple of different comfort picks. When he goes towards tanks, really this Poppy is the one which he is specialized in. Now, what this can hopefully help you do is kind of match the Cassante in regards to the laning phase. You can definitely have some back and forths up there, and then hopefully have some ability to get rid of a little bit of this team comp from JDG if they jump forwards. If suddenly then you can punt out one of the dangerous parts, if you punt out the backline, weirdly, in this case, instead of the front line, so you can get rid of one of those carries while the Brand and the Corki gun down the front line, that can be very, very impactful. Need to see now in the second round, particularly for JDG, how they're going to get some engage coming through. They will likely get themselves something like a Nautilus and Alistair or the Rel coming through from Missing. You're not going to get that Rakan. Leona's already banned as well too. They do need themselves some extra setup and teamfight engage.
Chrom going to be taken off the board away from Jin Zhao. So what? AD carry ends up coming on through. I mean, things like the Ziggs would be available, but with a Poppy in the top lane, you don't have a lot of AD damage. Obviously, you've got that Corki, but you would expect more of a standard AD carry to come on through. And in fact, Xiaoya gonna go aggressive down in the bottom lane and locks in a Kalista.
Even with the Renata band, which is one of the better pairings for the Kalista. Now, we have seen some of the Misfortune. This has been hobbled a lot. It's been played a lot too in other series. It's really lane dominant. So if you see that Kalista coming in and you think, well, we don't want to deal with that, you could potentially lock in something like the Misfortune Nautilus. The Misfortune is already in. Very good versus the Kalista. You can put down that E, slow down the Kalista very early on. Locking that Nautilus gives you the setup for the Nidalee as well. Good laning phase, good combo with Kanavi's Nidalee. Hopefully you can control this bot side now and go into the enemy jungle alongside your own jungler. LGD, they need to find a way to get through a support counter pick, a good matchup in the spot lane to stop that from happening.
Jin Zhao hovering the pike. It's not a pick that you necessarily associate with Jin Zhao, and it won't be locked in. It'll be the Rel in the end, so a little bit more standard coming out, but a very good combo nonetheless. You know, Magnet Storm with the face call, you can just be thrown into 5 people and find that combo for yourself, and also set up for a Pyroclasm from Meteor, so you can definitely see the value of a Rel in this comp.
You needed some extra team fighter gauge anyway. You needed something there, but the problem now is what's going to happen at levels 1, 2, and 3. I think level 1 tends to go over to the Kalista Rel compared to the Misfortune Nautilus. It can depend on your wave positioning, but once you get up to like level 3 particularly, I feel like Misfortune is such an obnoxious laning phase champion against a lot of the current pro meta AD carries. I was hearing from a couple of Misfortune mains that in solo queue that's not necessarily the case because a lot of people play more aggressive lanes in solo queue. In pro, I feel like Misfortune has just been the top tier laning carry unless you're against something like that Ashe or of course something like the Varus as well. Kalista is lane dominant. Will it be lane dominant enough to stop Ruler and Missing getting a stranglehold on that bot lane, opening up a win condition for Kanavi on that Nidalee, which he has been so good on. If that Nidalee gets off the ground, I think the rest of the game gets very difficult for LGD.
Keeping our eyes on Kanavi. It's not the first time and it won't be the last here for JDG. In game number 1, it was all about Kanavi and Yagao taking the game by the hand and leading it towards a victory in that early game. And we'll see if they could do a similar thing here in game number 2. LGD don't want to go out without a fight, and they fought hard towards the end of that first game. They stayed in a lot longer than people expected. But JDG still a favorite coming into game 2.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
I feel like that
Look,
guy
there's
he could be an Elden Ring. You know, it's like a character.
Curse you!
It's literally
fail!
like, you can imagine like a character in the distance yelling at you as like a start of a quest line kind of thing. It's like,
You have no idea how many random voice lines I've seen from Igor just on all of my social media and scrolling through just the random guy shouting, he's climbing a mountain to try and get his own back against this dragon. That one NPC, you know what, dude? That guy made the DLC for me. Fantastic character. Yeah, you know what? Let's get some of our crowd chatters in there. Hell, why not?
We'll see if we can put him in touch, be part of the next DLC. We'll have to wait and see. Probably not, because I have no contacts in the game industry. But if anyone happens to be a developer on Elden Ring, hit me up, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I also
we're
don't
really
know the
trying
guy
here.
in this crowd, so I'm really not the middleman for the job. But god damn it, I'm stepping up.
I appreciate the willing. It's more than anyone else has offered so far, so you're currently ahead of the race. I do want to talk quickly about one thing, though, which is in regards to this mid lane matchup, because I feel like Corki Tristana has been really quite boring in a lot of ways. We have seen some solo kills, but largely we see so much this matchup. It's more interactive than the Corki Azir, but it still does feel like, particularly when both of these mid laners take the fleet footwork, it is really just about pushing lanes and then just absorbing life through that rune and then getting the fleet footwork and healing back up. It's not that interactive in a lot of ways. I do like it though when Yagao is playing this matchup because he typically takes the press the attack. It means that you can, instead of looking for more wave control based ability to take over, you can see that already High Chair's down at about half HP. The press the attack just allows you to do extra damage to the enemy champion and see if you can control lane that way. It's quite risky. If you see, like in the first game, one of the supports roam mid lane and get something onto the Tristana when they're trying to take a hard trade, it can flip that matchup quite badly. But until that happens, the Tristana really starts putting some extra pressure onto Corki in terms of kill trades.
I've been keeping my eye on this bot lane as well, which has been easy because the observers have been watching that bot lane. But Misfortune and Callista, a very volatile lane, right? The second one person gets ahead in that lane, they can take over the game. It can be really, really difficult to ever get back into the lane matchup. So we'll see how that one continues. As we saw an invade coming on through, or in fact not an invade, Kanavi finishing off his blue buff on that top side. Actually skipped his wolves to get onto that blue. So I assume he'll go back down towards the wolves.
Yeah, and the thing about this clear is that you can see that Xiaoya and Jinzhao, they have been winning that early lane, taking the barrier onto Xiaoya as well, just to really have that ability to win the early trades. I think that has helped Meteor protect his first clear. Birdle actually going into the enemy jungle there too, just to get some eyes to see when that blue buff is taken, just to get some camp times down, despite the fact that he didn't have a ward to place that. Kanavi needs to see if you can get into Meteor's jungle at some point. It's not enough to just be a niddle. You need to be aggressive. You need to get kill participation. Meteor has been uncontested in his first clear. He's had this winning bot lane actually, and he might be able to leverage off of it.
Flash all in the bottom side, and that's a kill onto Missing. Beautifully done as the burn will finish the job. Meteor grabs himself first blood. In the meantime, Kanavi slipped into Tribrush. A ward just came down from Birdle. He didn't actually spot Kanavi. But with no Krugs up, Kanavi will just commit to his recall.
So, LGD, that's a really good start for them. You don't get immediately pounced on by the Nidalee as the brand in their own jungle. This bot lane of Xiaoya and Jinzhao managed to get the early push. They managed to give that safe haven to Meteor and give him something to work towards too. At least Kanavi gets himself a camp steal. You need to be doing this in Nidalee, like we said. It's not enough to just be a Nidalee. You need to do something with this early pressure. And Meteor is going to immediately find that one of his camps is down. Kanavi getting something at least.
He does grab that one camp. Meteor surely will be able to deny this recall. He's going to walk towards the brush, and Kanavi, in fact with first strike, gets an extra 10 gold for himself on the way out as Meteor realizes that the camp has been stolen, in fact, and will go over towards his chickens instead. So Kanavi finds himself 2 CS up. I'm guessing Meteor grabbed a couple of lane CS off of the back of that previous play.
Maybe.
But Meteor ultimately getting first blood. You'll be very happy with that, even losing Krugs.
Absolutely. I mean, like, Brand getting early gold so he gets quicker towards his Faded Ashes, towards his Leandri's completion. I think in this game, you know, once you get towards, you know, Leandri's plus that Ryalize, it makes the entire team's job so much easier. That permanent slow when you tag someone with the burn is very, very powerful. Willa trying to trade back against the Callista, but you can see right there, the Callista feels pretty happy with the tier 2 boots built up already, despite the fact that Misfortune is a pretty strong laning champion. We did say, okay, Callista pretty good at that whole thing. That's one of their specialties, and doing very well at this is Xiaoya against one of the real greats of the role.
Oh, hook in. Kanavi comes into the bottom side, but Jinzhao crashed down out of the play. Xiaoya chunked, but Drake almost done already as Kanavi tries to move in. Maybe can find a long-range spear, but didn't have any vision. They will be smited by Meteor. LGD get out of dodge, and they already got the Drake.
And LGD, they managed to get themselves a lot more out of this early game than you would have expected from them. You can even see that, you know, Kanavi's not able to go towards those bot side camp respawns. I think maybe that's a missed opportunity from JDG. I think they could have just immediately walked into the enemy jungle and put down an extra ward. Just, again, use the fact that LGD don't have the HP bars after that dragon take, but they don't quite manage to do so. They're going to stick around, I believe, for a bot side scuttle, and indeed they do. And Kanavi will be looking again for another opportunity to use this early game powerhouse.
He does have his top camps up, so you can anticipate he'll start to path towards those and continue to get clearing. That's the most important thing on these AP junglers, is you've got to keep clearing, you've got to keep cycling those camps. And Kanavi will continue to do so. Missing has moved up as well, but Jinzhao's here already. Grubs are up. I think Meteor can just start this one off, as JDG are going to try and face check.
So, one thing that could happen, Ruler on the Misfortune does have a lot of move speed. He's going to be hit first.
I mean, Yagao has so much damage and denying the crash down with the Buster shot as well. Nicely done, Yagao. And a nice kill for JDG. That turns it 1 for 1. And it will be the grubs for Kanavi, although Kanavi not interested in grubs. He's interested in an invade. There was a ward, so Kanavi spotted by Meteor. But he's a level up at this point. Meteor has to respect the Italy.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Kanavi could do. He could potentially get himself a whole quadrant clear at this point if he's safe enough about it. Bertel was moving over to secure what could have been a 3v2 in their own jungle. I can see that Yagao just trading well under tower as well against Haichao, just pushing him under that tower. Kanavi takes that red buff, goes back towards these grubs. They're a bit delayed, but it's completely fine. Now Sheer a little bit left alone on top side.
LGD looking for a play elsewhere, missing, looking for the slow, but won't actually find it. Looks like JDG have to back away. Kanavi no smite, and that means Meteor can finish these two grubs off. So LGD do still come slightly ahead in terms of those grubs specifically, but again, still Kanavi stealing another camp in that top side. He's just slowly building an individual lead, but it's not significant because of that first blood that we saw earlier on in bot lane.
And first grub gives you the double XP as well for taking it, so it makes it much more valuable for junglers to take. You know, so last game we were wondering why Kanavi had left one of those last grubs remaining. So we did get a message, well, Munch got a message from a jungler which he used to know in the past saying basically the difference between 2 and 3 grubs is basically nothing. You just want to go get XP elsewhere if there are camps available. So appreciate the insight on that one. Still think it's nicer than 4 grubs to the other team, but still, it's at least it's one of those things where you can understand the logic for it.
Shout out to Nutri for chucking me a message. A long time no speak, but giving me a little jungle rundown, as I'm certainly not the resident expert on jungle pathing here in the LPL, but I'm always happy to learn a little bit more, and especially when it comes to how Kanavi plays the game, because I feel like this guy has been so good for so long. It's always good to get a little bit of insight into how a player like him plays the game. Continuing to cycle those camps though on the Nidalee, he's moved towards this bottom side. But Meteor is here as well. We could have a chance for maybe a 3v3, but Kanavi's resetting, and I think Meteor might just do the same as Sheer. Dive to the top side.
Oh, no matter!
He's taking the tower, and he can't quite finish it.
So close, Sheer just gets himself that footwork shield from the E. Bertel very, very close to showing exactly why this is one of his preferred champions. Meteor getting missing on court again.
Yeah. Cancelled the recall, and that'll be a Rend, that'll be Xiaoya grabbing himself a kill. Nicely done here in the bot side by LGD. Twice now they find themselves advantages in the bot lane.
Normally missing gets caught out, and in the later parts of the game the 2v2 hasn't been as much of a worry for JDG, but feels like because JDG haven't been able to interrupt Meteor that much in the jungle, they haven't been able to get that much information onto him, and that means that it's really hard to play out some of your lanes because he just walks in through the brush and combos up so easily. Kanavi's trying to get something now back onto Bertel. Meteor, Jinjiao, they're going to be in here in time though to prevent any sort of dive.
Oh, Meteor does manage to grab away that big grub and deny the invade from Kanavi. So Kanavi is a bit ahead, and across the board, JDG are a little bit ahead. Doesn't feel that significant right now, though. Now LGD have that Drake. 30 seconds until the next one comes up.
Meteor used his ult for that, by the way. He tried to get the ult bounce off of the Krugs. Yeah, because it's on cooldown. It just, he tried to get the ult bounce off of the Krugs onto Kanavi and make a big play. Couldn't quite manage to do that. Kanavi jumped away in time, but Meteor, wow, he was really feeling that for a second. I was thinking, is it really worth casting an ult to secure Krugs? I mean, yeah, I guess it is. He's trying to stop the Krug trade. That's it. It's so important to him.
I guess so. I guess so. As Ruler will have prio in that bot side, but Meteor making a beeline towards that Drake. I don't think that this is something that JDG are going to fight too hard for. But that said, Kanavi's moving over to the bot side as well. His bot side chickens are up, as opposed to his top side chickens. I don't know. I guess Nidalee sees both chickens as hers. Jinjiao trying to contest vision here. LGD have started this Drake off. JDG toying with the idea of a contest, but it doesn't feel like the positioning's great. Bertel's here too. Yagao immediately going to be denied the escape by Bertel, and that's 2 for LGD on top of the Drake.
Bertel roams down, and Bertel makes a difference. He struggled in that first game on the Camille. The Poppy has been something he's found a lot more success on in summer. Immediately makes an impact. LGD walk away with the Dragon. They walk away with kills. And given that, JDG, they're the team with the Nidalee, they're meant to be running this early game. The fact that they're now falling behind in both objectives and in terms of gold is not really what you want to see from this composition. Bertel massively outplaying this team fight by hugging that fog of walking immediately into the play, and despite the fact that he couldn't win that individual 1v1 topside, his first impact in a team sense in the game works out well.
certainly did. Meteor is really building up some items right now. The Leandri's finished off, obviously still ever so slightly behind because of, you know, just the pace of an Italy, but these fights are working out for LGD. This Kalista ahead as well for Xiaoya. Is LGD now grouping up in the mid lane? Are we just gonna have a fight in the mid lane for these second grubs here? Hai Chao gonna be caught by the depth charge. Yagao sent backwards, as is Ruler, but Jin Chao can't finish anything off here. Bullet time still available, and everybody's grouped up for it. Everybody backs away though. LGD surviving the early damage.
I felt like more than one person was going to die there, but Xiaoya gets pounced on by Kanavi. Kanavi trying to save the backside of that fight. Thing is, LGD still survive with enough people to stand in top river. Meteor can just throw his entire basic combos at the grubs which have spawned to hopefully get a whole host of them. JDG trying to stop that from happening. They're trying to get control of mid lane. Yagao not that high HP though, quite hard for them to fight.
I mean, Missing is still not a part of this play. He's just about to arrive as Sheer actually gets one of the grubs. Jin Chao X flashes backwards to start the fight, but JDG just take him down. That's going to be Ruler grabbing a grub as well. Anyone but the junglers as Meteor forced away by Sheer. Birdo will be flicked back in and surely goes down at this point. Ruler has the damage, or does he? Yagao flashes forward for another. The bomb on Hai said, okay, he noticed. Doesn't kill his own teammate there, but Birdo still low. Kanavi looking to flank at this point as Meteor goes wild on the Pillar of Flame. JDG still chasing for more. The spear, dodged the hook, dodged, Missing, can't find his mark, and Meteor walks away.
How the heck did JDG manage to do that, huh? They walk away with 4 grubs at the end of that. They walk away with a set of kills. After LGD were the ones who were surviving the early game, thriving in the early game, honestly. JDG somehow don't manage to fall back into that narrative. Kanavi gets himself back into the play. You can see that, sadly, LG just overstay in bad terrain for them. They line up against that wall and things go from bad to worse. Things were going so well for them, Joe. They were going so well, and they walk into this play with a bit of an overstay. I thought that they were going to be safe. There was no bullet time, but they overcommit with a little less follow-up than they assume. Give a reset over to Yagao, and I feel like the damage was just not positioned well as soon as that rel engage went through.
It felt like things started okay until, like you say, the kind of Hex Flash ultimate coming out in the bottom lane there, or not in the bottom lane, from the bottom lane of LGD. Jin Chao trying to go in. Unfortunately, was a little bit too much, and somehow JDG ended up with 4 grubs. I'm not entirely sure how Ruler and Sheer were the ones grabbing the grubs during all of that action, but, you know, these things happen. This is League of Legends at the end of the day. It's a bit of a chaotic game, and especially when everyone shows up for the grub fight, it's always going to get a bit messy.
So now JDG, they have 4 grubs. They're going to get themselves the Herald as well. They have a Tristana, and this is where they can make a really big power play. Yagao has typically been donated a lot of gold from side lane turrets. The top one's already gone down. You can see that Yagao is currently 1.3k up on Hai Chao. If you can rotate down towards bot side, get the Herald into either that or a good option to put it into mid lane as well. I think we're going to see a very similar thing to what happened last game, whereas Yagao is just going to get funneled so much gold, destroy turrets very, very quickly, and LGD are then going to have to deal with a Tristana that is very far ahead of the curve. That's a problem, because if this Tristana gets a lot of gold, they are a very good tank killer, and despite the fact that Birdo and Jin Chao are going to be tanky, they won't really be that much against the Tristana.
Misfortune once Armor Pen comes in as well. Not too shabby. I wonder if this is a Black Cleaver angle with a Tristana in the mid lane as well, so your ultimate just absolutely shreds the enemy team. Sets up for both of your AD carries to do big damage.
You know what? In the past, you could stack Black Cleaver and Lord Dominic's Regards, and that was an underutilized build. The thing is, right now, because it's quite a low crit rate build, because Bloodthirster is... there are reasons for building Bloodthirster first, even though it's not a crit item anymore. It keeps your W passive available, but it means that you don't get as much crit. You really want that Lord Doms, and you can't double stack anymore. So it's kind of like well, it's just the best item you can get. If you could still double stack them, yeah, that'd be so, so powerful.
Unfortunately, Ruler not going to believe in Yagao enough to sacrifice his own doms. Missing goes in. Jin Chao happy to tank that hook, though, as Sheer's TP'd. Every single objective will be a 5v5 this game. It's just the way it's going to be. JDG don't want to let the third Drake go, and it might just be a 50-50 here as Jin Chao starts the fight. Drake's still going. Kanavi trying to get in for the smite. Jin Chao goes down, and Sheer flashes out the other side. Bullet time comes in. Drake goes to JDG. They find a kill, and they find the objective.
anti-synergy from LGD. As soon as Jinzhao goes in, Bernal's punting them away, so the engage really doesn't work out. And what did we just say? JDG, they have that Herald, they have the 4 grubs. They can destroy these towers so easily. LGD, they're going to lose a chunk on their mid lane inner turret as well. JDG getting a lot out of this fight. And of course, they're going to stop the dragon stacking, really going over to the side of LGD. No soul point for them. If they got themselves onto Mountain Soul Point, that would have been very powerful for them. JDG, important fight, all things said and done.
Yeah, that conversation we had a minute ago of like, even with items, Tristan is still going to shred the tanks, not with a Mountain Soul. So quite important to get rid of this Drake. As you say, the engage only ending up onto one player from Jinzhao because of Birdal's ult.
And then sadly, Meteor sat there having to retreat, doesn't really want to stick around for the Dragon Steel, misses the smite on that one as well. So JDG getting themselves into a very powerful point. We now have the point where Kanavi is 1,500 gold up on Meteor. Took a little bit longer to get that snowball rolling, but he's really far ahead. We've seen so many graphics pop up of him on the bottom side of that screen as well. He is very far ahead. JDG, we led into today saying that, yeah, they're pretty much a mid-jungle centric team now. It has felt like Yugao has stepped up very well into this meta and becoming that carry, which we know he has been in the past and has become again. And LGD, who are normally the mid-jungle team themselves, have been left in the dust, honestly, of Kanavi and Yugao.
I think it's really nice to watch as well. Are we actually going to have a fight with no Drake up? I think we
There's
might.
nothing in a
Missing
fight over.
hooks himself away. LGD just hunting with numbers advantage here, but I don't think they'll find anything. Spirit comes out from Kanavi. Are we really going to fight over these control wards? Is that actually what's happening here? Ruler, in the meantime, is like, okay, you guys fight over the control ward spot. We'll just take a tier 2 in the mid lane.
I think what they're doing is saying, look, if we hold them here, we can push elsewhere. They are looking for the fight.
They actually get a kill. They find the 3v3. JDG just send LGD packing at the bottom side. Ruler's behind them, and he's got bullet time. Oh god, this is a disaster for LGD. Okay, TP comes through from Bernal to deny the potential dive. Oh my goodness, that felt scary for a moment.
Okay, I'm trying to rationalize this. I believe what JDG were doing was holding the 3v3 in bot side to open up this mid lane angle. Bernal's not going to get the cancel there. So to give JDG an option to go push out that mid lane and get a turret. Then because Misfortune, when you get that W max, which is close to doing your max at second, you get so much passive move speed, you can move to around the map really quickly, and then they realize, hang on, we can just get a free play and potentially get bot lane turret after that point. They get the teleport out of Bernal, it's nice, it removes something from there, but JDG, for a second, it looked like they were fighting for nothing. I think it was a larger macro plan, and it works out quite well for them. And now they have to, now they get to play out the next stage of the map without Bernal having that teleport, with even more gold in pocket. And LGD going to struggle to really defend all aspects of the map.
We'll see if they can. It's going to be a challenge as 2 items across this JDG roster as well. I want to go back to something you were mentioning before of, you know, Yagao stepping up into this carry role and it being the kind of Yagao Kanavi show in a lot of these games. It's really interesting because I feel like old school JDG way back in the day when like Loken was the AD carry.
Yeah.
It was kind of the Yagao and Kanavi show. It was just Kanavi was the big carry. And I feel like the roles have changed somewhat. Not that Kanavi never goes for these carries, but that Yagao has stepped up to do a little bit more of the carrying, a little bit less of the facilitating than what we're perhaps used to back in the day. LGD though stepping forwards. Drake up in a minute's time, and the battle for vision begins.
Yeah, and we do again have a very powerful Nidalee at this point. 2 items, not going towards the Lichbane build, but going towards the Horizon focused Liandry's, which gives you a bit of HP, gives you a bit of cooldown reduction as well. It's much more about kind of like playing a little bit further from range, less about that execute damage coming through. Still very powerful. Nidalee, it feels like as long as she's building AP right now and getting a lot of gold ahead of their opponent, she's fine in terms of build. I'm not really sure what to make of the Liandry's. We see it even on the other builds. It's completely fine, though. And because of that power, it means that Kanavi can sit in river, keep looking for those spears alongside the threat of a bullet time and a hook as well. And I think LGD need to be really scared of that. Because of this, you can see, much like that last game, they're afraid of the poke. They don't really want to stick around in river for too long. They might approach closer towards that dragon, but also they could just give it up. It's not like it's a soul point on the side of JDG. I think as it stands, LGD want to be staying away from that poke.
TP into the mid lane as Haichao joins the squad. LGD with control of the river and an important Drake soul point for them in a series where they have been able to contest JDG to some extent, but still have fallen behind. Birdall gets his ult denied by Sheer, but they just go straight onto Drake Kanavi over the wall, and he finds it, of course! He finds it, it's Kanavi, flashes out of the play as well as Jin Zhao dies on the other side. Kanavi goes back in, perhaps too deep on that one, and falls. Bullet time forces them into a corner here. Ruler has to carry those. The rest of JDG has fallen down. Sheer onto the backline, looking for Birdall at this point, as Ruler looks for a little bit more. Double already, turns it into the triple. 2v2 left on the map, but JDG got the Drake.
It is a mess of a fight. LGD, they try and approach as quickly as possible to the Dragon to avoid the poke, and it means that JDG have to just straight up 5v5 brawl. Every single objective has been a 5v5 brawl. At least LGD gets some kills this time, but they're starting to fall behind quite significantly now in that objective game compared to where they were just before that point, and that will worry them. Going back into this replay, you'll notice that basically LGD haven't been able to play around. Well, JDG haven't gotten that big poke down. You're now suddenly seeing that the Poppy ultimate doesn't get big value. JDG feel like they have a good entrance into that fight. There is a bit of an issue, though, in the fact that Kanavi doesn't really get his own best entrance in here either. He has to jump in, flash out. It's a little bit of a difficult fight for him. And the fight gets so split that the bullet time can't really determine things either. It makes it much closer than it could have been, given JDG's position in this game.
It's been a bit of a challenge for LGD. They're doing their utmost to fight, but the thing is, they're fighting from 5,000 gold down before that play. And it turns out it's still 5,000 gold difference after the play as well, but it's a tough fight to try and find. Xiaoya 5-2-2. Meteor as well, still unkilled in this one. Getting so much damage done in these grouped up 5v5s on the brand. But it just feels so hard, and now JDG with complete vision control of this top side. Start the Baron off. Missing and Sheer look to play bouncers here. Deny entry for Meteor, for Birdall, for Jin Zhao. Sheer gonna do exactly that as Baron is down to 3k. It will be smited away just about in time as Birdall now manages to knock one away, but he might just answer with his own life. That's top laner for top laner. No, Birdall survives. He gets out of there. Meteor now chunked as he looks to follow up onto this fight. Bullet time doesn't really find its mark. Fate's call pulls one to safety. LGD are still going strong in the fight as Ruler gets knocked up and LGD flip it back onto its head. LGD with 2 off the back of the Baron play, but Kanavi gets Meteor. What on earth are these fights, Nymera?
It's so split. Because JDG are the ones taking the Baron and they choose to retreat, it feels like LGD managed to separate things out, but things get really messy beyond that point. You'd think that the Tristana and the Nidalee would be able to win those kind of split fights, but they're not quite being able to outplay LGD at some of these big moments. JDG still walk away with 2 Baron buffs. They'll still be able to use that to some extent to push in, but it's going to be a much harder Baron power play than it should have been realistically, given that the Baron was so easily secured without the threat of Meteor getting into the pit. LGD continually though, finding ways to split up the fight and get some value, particularly out of the Kalista and out of some of these more mobile carries like the Corki as well with the Valkyrie. At the start, once again, just look how easy it is for them to secure this Baron. That's fine. You would have thought they would have been able to get themselves an easy retreat, but it's anything but that. You can see that as JDG kind of like go back and forth, they don't quite decide whether they want to go in or out or not. Yagal's trying to look for one cheeky kill, can't quite manage to get that because of the buckler shield. The bullet time's not getting that much value because it's split. LGD managed to just find their way through the cracks.
That re-engage onto Ruler as well. Ruler was so desperate to get those couple of autos in and finish the kills for the Fate's call. I think the pull-in so much earlier than the actual knock-up came on through. Jin Zhao waited for a long time to look for an opportunity there. Kanavi sees a window, though, off the back of, you know, LGD were all distracted by the replay, so Kanavi gets into the jungle. It's 2 Drakes.
Yeah, the players are watching the replay too.
Exactly. They're like leaning out the front of the stage looking at the screen. 2 Drakes apiece, the next one coming up in 45 seconds. Let's talk team fights, because they've been really chaotic. It feels like hard for Ruler to get a bullet time off.
That's the really big thing. I think LGD want things to be split. JDG want things to be as clumped as they can be for the Misfortune. We're seeing a bit of a kind of a disconnect between 2 parts of the team composition, though. The Nidalee wants things to be split. The Tristana can kind of do both, but the Misfortune really wants things to be clumped. JDG just need to choose one thing and stick to it. I think given that LGD are winning the split fights, they want things to stay clumped, to focus on one area of the team fight, maybe get themselves a reset on the Tristana to play beyond that point. LGD want fast split fights to not get poked out, to make sure they don't clump up into the bullet time.
Keeping our eyes on Ruler, but also Xiaoya is definitely at the point where Kalista can do massive damage in these scraps. Jin Zhao is chunked and Yagao's actually found Xiaoya off on the side. The bomb ticking on his head, but Jin Zhao finds the engage, flashes in, and that's Yagao gone. Xiaoya will be traded by Sheer, who does manage to answer the play. Birdall in the meantime going down, as is Jin Zhao, and suddenly JDG, after their mid laner is picked, find an opportunity. Sheer is a miracle worker in this one, as Meteor left alone and will fall. JDG 4v1 as Hai Zhao is finished off with a snipe from Kanavi. He's entering the Olympics with javelins like that. JDG, break open the base.
And if you want to know why Kanavi gets the Nidalee pass, he just had a 5,000 damage Nidalee teamfight with basically zero setup, hitting javelin after javelin. And LGD, filled full of spears, will see themselves at the back end of a 0-2.
Just like that, JDG, who needs a Drake? They end the game 14-12 in 28 minutes. Not as clean as the first game, although the first game wasn't that clean. Not that clean of a series, to be honest. But a 2-0 nonetheless. When it came down to it, it does feel like pound for pound, JDG showing the talent that they have on this roster. LGD, definitely some positives to take away from this one, but a mountain to climb if they want to make it to playoffs in this group.
Yeah, I think you can see it at LGD that they are definitely one of those teams which are struggling a bit more in the Ascension group just off of the eye test compared to anything else. I think we've seen that their early games can be exploitable. I think you can see that even in those team fights which they clutched out in group stages, even against teams like BLG, they can't consistently do that enough against some of these real powerhouses up here in the Ascension group. You got to imagine this is a great learning experience. It'll be humbling at the same time. JDG were by far the better team today. I think in game one, you know, the only reason it looked as weirdly close as it did towards that late game is because of some of those random late game individual mistakes, which they're not easy to replicate there from JDG, luckily for them. And it does mean that, you know, JDG walking away with another series where we have questions about them, but a win is still a win.
It certainly is at the end of the day, and I've got to say, once again, Sheer comes out looking good. Like that final fight where Yagao is sort of caught, Sheer still managed to turn that into a trade while the rest of his team was winning the bot side of the fight. Sheer trading that while massively outnumbered on the top side and still survives the play as well. Like, some of the team fighting from Sheer has been fantastic. Some of the laning from Sheer has been fantastic. Again, like, remember, this guy is starting over Flandre. That's quite a big deal for this guy to be getting stage time, and he is making it worthwhile for JDG.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they were going to go for like the sword and shield approach that the old IG 2018 roster used to have between Duke and the Shy. It feels like Sheer is just maturing very well, though. The fact that you get to the fact that you get to have you know, they were a thing, by the way. We used to have those little, like, primary shields. Anyway, that's a different thing entirely. The fact that Sheer also gets to learn from Flandre as well, who is one of the most experienced top laners in the world, and is a world championship top player, who's been playing all the way since, you know, 2015 or back in those Snake days. That is an invaluable resource. I think that's something which is overlooked a lot of times in these rosters. JDG, there's a lot of positives to take away from this, even though they have had some big glaring negatives in there too. I liked the way that they did, again, allow Sheer these individual laning phases versus Birdall of different types, and it felt like he was just winning out on them at both times. He played against both sides of Birdall. You know, Birdall, he's had a difficult summer. I still think that he has himself some decent strengths as well. On the Poppy, he had, again, some great teamfight impact, but Sheer, largely the better top laner today. And I think Kanavi as well, with that Nidalee game, largely the better jungler too.
I'd agree with that as well. Though Meteor did look decent today, Kanavi still managing to outstrip him just about.
Oh, that's not a dig at Meteor.
No,
Meteor still played well. Kanavi was on great form.
He certainly was. Fantastic day coming out from Kanavi. Fantastic day coming out from Yagao, although a little quieter in the second game. I feel like his Corki performances really have been the highlights for Yagao more recently. I can't believe Ruler came out of that game 5-1-5. It did not feel like Ruler was the one popping off necessarily, but managing to sweep up those kills, managing to get the damage out in those team fights. And, you know, Miss Fortune, people always think of the bullet time, and rightly so, but that passive, if you just spam out autos and change targets each auto, you get so much damage out of the fights.
And also, another big thing of this too was the W passive as well, that strut. The ability to just kind of walk around the map and get to the place at the right time, position in the right way. You can see that really gets some really good value out of that across this this whole game too. Again, like using that move speed there to move back from the engage as it comes through. That's the kind of smaller things which are kind of hard. Look, they're less eye candy plays, but the fact that you can play around that important. I feel like LGD on the whole were just a lot less precise than JDG in some of these big team fight moments when they got more scrappy. Towards the mid to late game, it did feel like the split fights were favoring LGD, but even then in the late game, the last fight where I was calling, hey, LGD, they want the split fights. JDG won the last split fight of the game because they hit so many skill shots and positioned up so much better.
Sheer doing so much to set up for his team, denying this Poppy being able to go for the ultimate, being able to get in as Kanavi just steals away the Drake as well. Drake didn't even end up being particularly consequential either, just still great to see him managing to have that big moment. JDG just feeling like the synergy is good. LGD doing a good job in these fights to challenge them, but it feels like everywhere you look from JDG, there's another massive threat that could take over the fight.
Triple threat, really. Well, more than that, let's be honest. They got 4 different carries. Yeah, it's a quadra flat. I'm sorry, Missing. You're not really included in this one right now. We'll see whether we get, like, I don't know, Senna Wukong back, and we'll see if you can try your hand at that one. But, hey, largely a really fun team fighting series on the whole. We got to see some of these big dynamic team fights where things weren't as structured as maybe they could be. It meant that we got to see some of those individual mechanics and skirmishing skills coming out to play. I'm glad that LGD did manage to take a couple of these team fights here, punish JDG from looking for those cheeky kills and punish them when they didn't quite get them. It was still largely, though, JDG coming out on top. And this was the big fight where I really saw, again, Kanavi just hitting just a million different skill shots. And I think he had a 5,000 damage team fight back at the end of this. Look at that spear there. The Leandri's bird gets the kill pretty much at the end of that. He lands another one after this point, I'm pretty sure, onto another target. Kanavi didn't have the cleanest early game on the Nidalee, but eventually, you know, he showed that he can still pilot this in the late game, and that's an important thing. Not many people can on the Nidalee. He's one of the few people I genuinely trust with it.
Yeah, hits a spear off with the depth charge there onto High Chow, and then the long-range snipe to finish the job. It always feels good seeing those long-range snipes as well when you've got the horizon focus, so you get the big, like, sort of AoE out of the target as well.
Oh, like the big, yeah, like it feels like it adds more weight to that skill shot. Back in like season 4, season 3, when we had poke Nidalee mid being played, that was the genuine time where a long range spear, you would hear the audience audibly go ooh, and you'd hear the audience like reactive, because it feels like we're back to that sometimes when you get really fed on the Nidalee and you just get those long range skill shots. That's the kind of memories it stirs up in me.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, Nidalee spears slightly better these days than they were back then, because it would be half a screen away and still chunk you for 3/4 of your health, and also was invisible when thrown from brushes half the time. So it was a little more problematic back then. I feel like it's a little bit more of a normal pick these days, as opposed to, you know, League of Legends was a janky game back then. It's still kind of a janky game, but it's a lot less of a janky game than it used to be.
But it's our janky game.
You know what? We may have spaghetti code, but goddamn it, Spagball is delicious. So I'm here for it. Fantastic series coming out from JDG in the end, though. And do you know what this means? This means we're not behind schedule. This means we're going to stick with the live feed for TES BLG. I cannot wait for that. That'll be our 3rd series today. If you're just tuning in, we've got 3 series on the docket today. JDG just 2-0ing LGD to start us off. And we've got 2 more bangers headed your way as well. EDG vs OMG next. But Kanavi going to grab himself an MVP with that Nidalee performance.
He gets the Nidalee pass, folks. This dude can hit spears all by himself. He doesn't need any of those, you know, stunt doubles to do all of his stuff for him. He's the one guy that does his stunts. And I feel like with games like this in the mid and late game on the Nidalee, you can understand exactly why he keeps picking it. It's not just an early game pick for him in the way that it is in so many other places in the world. I definitely do stick to this kind of philosophy that you shouldn't be picking this all the time as your big, as like, you know, these lower to mid to lower table teams. It is just a really hard champion to pick. You are not Kanavi, your teammates are not JDG. We'll borrow that quote from Gumayushi talking about, what was it, the Ash support from Carrier back in the day. Still, making it look really, really good.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and I love the Leandries into Event Horizon Focus build as well. Just looking for max range poke coming out from Konami. Fantastic game coming out from him. We're going to move towards our second series though. EDG versus OMG right after the break.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. The Surrogate, the Surrogate. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. The Surrogate, the Surrogate. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep,
welcome back, everybody. That's right, Shangers is on your screen once more. The LPL coming at you with our second of 3 series today. This is the first of 10 days we'll have this split with 3 series back to back, and I couldn't be happier about it because the third one today will be BLG versus Top Esports. But first, we're going to jump into EDG versus OMG, a very old school matchup here from the LPL. I'm joined by Nymira to bring you the games today, and I feel this could quietly be a banger. Like, I feel like these two teams, on a good day for OMG and a not so good day for EDG, are fairly evenly matched.
And you know, having those even matchups is the benefit of this system. So we're down in the Grunge group, down in Nirvana here. Both these teams have struggled, to say the least, in summer. I think the EDG looked better than they did in spring, but they have taken a bit of a downturn since it's come through to this stage compared to their group stage. I feel like OMG, they have put together some good successes, particularly with Tianzhen now stepping into the roster. He had a great Rengar game for his first outing. Look, it's Tianzhen, of course. He's like one of the only Rengar players out there, especially in major regions. And that leads me to believe that, well, coming out of groups, I thought that EDG was significantly better than OMG. I think with the current trajectories, I think that this could be very close, as you rightfully said. Tianzhen stepping into the roster. We will have seen him on Invictus Gaming before. He is a Rengar one-trick, basically, and he has showed exactly where that should keep being banned against him already.
You say that, but he also played a Sejuani game and won it in the
because
recent
it was
series from
banned.
OMG.
Because the Rengar was banned.
All I'm saying is that means he's a 2-trick now, okay? He got the win on the Sejuani, therefore he's the greatest. Yeah, OMG managing to get some stuff on the board and perhaps a new look for them. Perhaps something could be good for them down in this bottom group. They're 1-0 right now. Cautiously optimistic. I don't want to get too excited because, you know, it was RNG that they beat. I don't think anyone is going crazy about anyone beating RNG right now. But this will certainly be another challenge for them. EDG and RNG were kind of seen as equals in the spring split of these two legendary organizations massively underperforming. Feels like EDG have separated themselves from that moniker though now, with Cryan and Wink coming over from IG. I will say though, like, varied performances coming out from this team, where we've got, you know, Wink has had some really good games, JJ's had some really good games. Solo Kill, very hit or miss, some really big games, some not so much. Cryan has struggled during these laning phases recently. And Leave is this player that can do massive damage per minute and whatnot, but he wants to make a hero play a lot of the time, and a lot of those hero plays turn out to be villain plays.
So, that's a whole lot of players you just talked about, and it's pretty much across the board. The one person I think who has been really consistent has been JJ. I think this guy has been, I mean, he is the last remaining World Championship player from the 2021 roster, and I got a feel for him because it does feel like him and Wink to a lesser extent too have been trying to be that, you know, that standard in the storm, trying to hold on. This team has really struggled to find a good semblance of team fighting. I feel like EDG do a lot of good things outside of team fighting, but that's the cardinal sin. In the LPL, you can do a great many things, but you can't not team fight. I will say I think that's something that OMG have at least managed to do quite well themselves. They've had a whole host of other issues too, but at least they're down for a good scrap. EDG, I think that every time you're looking at their big series, it feels like one of Leave or Cryan is not quite positioning Warrior to get the damage, and it does mean that you need someone else doing damage somewhere else. Solo Kill's largely on utility duty. JJ's playing early game champions most of the time too, to try and give this team their strength in that early game. In the other areas of the game which they have been excelling in, it has been a difficult equation to solve for them though, because the carries aren't doing enough carrying right now, which leaves them wondering where they'll find that.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think in terms of this series as well, like especially when I think of OMG, the question of identity is really, really hard to answer right now. With a lot of LPL teams, you can come in and kind of say, oh, this is the team that plays side lanes, this is the team that team fights, this is early, this is late, you know. With OMG, there's been so many roster changes over the last few months.
Yeah.
It feels like we never really get to see them solidify in anything. Now, you know, Tianzhen stepping in, obviously they've got one series going there, but like, how confident are they in a style? Are we going to see something consistent from that previous series, or is this going to be more like testing, more figuring out what's going to work for the team?
And you know, they did look really confident around the Rengar. The Rengar looked really, really good for them. They used it into the Sejuani Braum that came out against them from RNG, and they said, well, if you have an empowered Rengar W, CC doesn't really matter that much. That was really cool, but that's a specific scenario. An identity is more than the specifics. It is something which you can put between multiple games, changing out some different champions to kind of make things modular, change out one champion for another in a certain role, but you still have similar strengths which you can rely on. We don't know that for OG. You're completely right. We had, Abel leave the roster, so Star is now the starting AD carry. Yes, he played a series or two back in spring, but he wasn't there for the majority of the series. We had Angel briefly switched out for Lonfong as well. He's back. I think Angel has been probably the most consistent carry for their team. I think that, he came away with an All-Pro mid in spring. He was third All-Pro mid. Of course, they had Cube for most of this year. Harry has now stepped into that role. Now we've lost Xiaofeng, who I thought was pretty good considering he was an LDL prospect, and now Tianzhen has now stepped in to see if he can give this team a second win, because OMG were probably one of our bottom 2-3 teams looking on eye test across things. It has been really hard to pin down anything for this team.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see today. To me, the RNG vs OMG series was very much going to be like which one of these is the bottom team, coming out of that previous placement group where both teams really, really struggled. I will say OMG looked like the clearly better team against RNG, so maybe there's a breath of life with Tianzhen coming into the roster. Often just changing one player, it's not just about that player's individual performance, it's also about the vibes that come with that player and how much that can change how the team functions. EDG though going to step out onto the stage, and I think that this is a team where vibes will hopefully be fairly reasonable right now. I think that this is a team that's got a solid chance of making it to the top 4 and making it to playoffs, or making it at least getting the chance of the playoffs.
So for those of you that are wondering about the new format from LPL, because we just had the group stage or the placement stage, you'll see it referred to as different things. The top 2 from each of those groups, top 3 from Group D, make through to the Ascension group. Bottom 2 from them end up in this group, so therefore process elimination. You can tell that EDG and OG, they were bottom teams in their groups. They make through to the Nirvana group. Now we're in this stage, which is the Rumble stage. I believe it's top 4 from Nirvana have a second chance to potentially get towards the playoffs. When you're in the Ascension group, you're likely going through to playoffs, but if you finish bottom 2 in that group, you might face off against one of these teams if they do well enough. It's going to be a bit of a hard road, considering that, you look through at the teams which are currently in this, and you look at, IG and Ultra Prime looking pretty okay, where Adam have had some good showings. We're yet to see what will happen with Team WE with their ability to punch up. TT had a great series the other day. It's not an easy road, even down here in the Nirvana group. It feels like both of these teams have a lot to build on, and particularly teams like OMG, which are bringing in these roster changes. Change for the sake of change can be enough. Maybe it's sometimes just distracting from other issues and just saying, oh, we've got to get used to this new roster. Well, you have a bit of a honeymoon period. Is that going to be enough? Hard question to ask. Does feel like that Nirvana group, though, does have some sharks in the water.
I've got to see every time I look at the Nirvana group on my screen, it's like a whiff in the air. It's like Team Spirit or something, but there's certainly a lot of Team Spirit on both of these squads. Fairly young players. Tianzhen bringing a bit of Team Spirit with him into OMG, perhaps.
I learned the origin of where that song name came from, because Kurt Cobain had that graffitied onto one of his bedroom walls when my friend came over and graffitied onto his wall. He's like, hey, I'm going to use that for a song title. Teen Spirit was apparently a fragrance, which then sold absolutely tons after that point. Apparently it was like a girl's fragrance in the US, which sold really well after that point. And I only learned that. I consider myself a really big Nirvana fan, but I didn't know that, so I learned something. You too, now Genesis fan.
That's mildly gross, but you know what? I've just discovered something incredible. Tianzhen, his birthday is not until September, which means he is currently still 19 years old, so he is bringing that teen spirit to OMG. It all comes full circle. We'll see how much it smells as we get into this game. Oh dear. I've got a feeling this one's going to get a little bit messy, isn't it? I don't have a lot of faith in OMG or EDG to keep a game that clean.
Oh yeah, it is completely on topic. We're getting grungy down here. It's not necessarily going to be clean, but it's going to have hopefully a lot of emotive moments, and hopefully it's going to have that kind of tension in it, because you realize you can't let these series slip away from you, particularly because there are 8 teams, I believe, in this group. Top 4 go through to that. Again, the last chance qualified to get playoff spots. If you start dropping series, you're really going to be at threat of that quite early on. it's going to be definitely a case where you want to get that safe margin so you're not put under pressure needlessly later into that split when it comes down to things. And I think both these teams, looking at the current form of the other teams within this group, are probably going to be looking towards those more tense matches later on. They feel like they have shown a lot more struggles than some of other teams.
It's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting split, isn't it? I mean, it's also just exciting that we've got this new format. We get to see much more competitive games on average with the way that the two groups work, and I feel like that's really positive for the teams in this lower group as well, where you actually get matchups where you can look good, where you can try and separate yourself, where you can start to look a little bit more consistent. And I've stood by this for years at this point, but like vibes are one of the most important things in League of Legends. You so often see teams just lose a couple of series and then fall off of a cliff and stop playing the way that they were playing previously. And I feel like being in one of these lower groups, being one of the top teams from the lower group is going to give you so much more than being a bottom team in the top group when you go into those best of fives that decide who makes it into playoffs. So we'll see if OMG and EDG can be a part of that story in the new format.
Yeah, we were, towards the end of group stage, we were kind of umming and ahhing, going back and forth about, okay, if you're on kind of that borderline between Ascension and then Nirvana, the upper and lower groups, realistically, what is it better to do? Of course, if you can sneak through out of the bottom two of the Ascension group, you just get straight into playoffs. So the top 7 teams in the Ascension group immediately go through to playoffs. The bottom 2 face off in a last chance qualifier against the top 4 teams here, which means that at least 3 teams will get through that. Still likely to get through, but if you're just going to get dunked on time after time, that's going to hit your confidence. If you can be good in the Nirvana group, is it just better to get that momentum, feel better about yourself? We'll find out now. EDG, OMG, they've struggled so far. First game between them could be very telling in terms of those vibes you were talking about.
It's all about the vibes here in the LPL, or the team spirit, as it were.
Yes.
EDG versus OMG as we head into this first draft, and Tianjun gets his Rengar ban. For anyone that doesn't know this player, Rengar is absolutely his best champion, and pretty much everyone respect bans it away. But with the Rengar gone, JJ happy to go for the brand first pick.
Yeah, and JJ on this brand, I think this is a good compromise for EDG. You want JJ to be on a champion that can control the early game, but also they have failed to find that secondary carry outside of Cryon and Leaf, who have dropped some of their damage. JJ can do a bit of both on this brand. Good in the early game, good in the team fights. It's a good lock-in. OMG, what are they answering with on the other side? Ezreal, pretty good vanilla pick right now. Works with pretty much everything you want to do as a team composition. Safe laner, does what you want it to do.
Very comfortable to just blind that. I think most teams at this point are very happy to just go for a blind Ezreal if the option is open to them. Leona been banned away though, so the safest, easiest combo for the Ezreal not going to be on the board, and in fact it's going to be Lucian as a priority here. Only Tristana and LeBlanc banned away from that mid lane, but Lucian comes out from Angel despite the Corki being up.
And we have seen Lucian beat Corki in the first few levels of the game. I will say Lucian is more mechanically intensive than the Corki right now because you are lower range. You don't get to play around rockets and fast bombs being slightly longer range. When you can get that piercing light through the wave, you can very much get some good control over that lane, even though when we first started seeing it, even players like Knight, Chovy were really struggling to make this pick work. We started seeing it pick up steam. There was a quadra kill for UCal recently. There was a quadra kill for Xiaohu as well. Feels like we're starting to warm back up into Lucian mid-meta, and Angel wants to try his hand at it.
And to be fair to Angel, he's played 3 games of Corki and lost them all. He's played 1 game of Lucian, won it with a flawless KDA. So if I'm Angel, anecdotally, I want the Lucian, not the Corki right now as well. Harry gonna grab himself a cannon for that top side to go up against the Croc of solo kill and straight into AD carry bans with the Ezreal already locked in for OMG.
Okay, so because of this, OMG got their magic damage from somewhere. Harry's likely going to have a winning lane with that cannon versus Renekton. Renekton can sometimes snowball that with the help of jungle, but importantly, OMG have themselves that magic damage. It means that Tianjun doesn't have to play an AP carry. We don't know whether he's adapted to that meta just yet. He's only played the Rengar and the Sejuani. Now both of them are banned. Wouldn't surprise me still to see Tianjun going towards something which can be a little bit more bruiser, a little bit more engaged, because that's currently something that OMG lack as a team comp right now.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at Tianjun as a player over the time he's played in LPL, like you've got things like the Vi, obviously very high in terms of play rate, but obviously Vi was just extremely strong in the meta over the last sort of 12 months. But also one thing that stands out alongside is Sejuani. Sejuani 4 games, 75% win rate. Maokai also 4 games, 75% win rate. EDG well aware of that fact and try and remove it from the board. We just talked about the Vi being something that Tianjin has lent on in the past. It's been a successful pick for him. He's got 12 games in his career with a 50% win rate. He locks it in again.
And on the other side, EDG, what are they looking for? Leave, potentially going towards that Kaiser. He's had some good moments on this. He's had some disastrous moments on this too. That last series versus Team WE, the last player of the game was him pulling a bit of a cream and kind of ulting into the sun. Not so great, but it is a champion which can allow now both Cryan and Leave to reposition in team fights. I do think the positioning of Leave and Cryan has been very, very suspect in some of the big team fights. Having these champions gives you that extra ability to just immediately reposition and get damage down. That's potentially quite good for EDG to shore up some of their weaknesses within team fights, get some extra engage through from Wink as well. EDG, good all-round composition, strong lane, strong team fight, and it gives a lot of comfort to paper over the cracks of some of the weaknesses of EDG.
And PP God goes for the Nautilus. I feel like PP God Nautilus just feels right, doesn't it? I feel like when all of the champions are available, PP God is probably going to go for the Nautilus. It's just so comfortable for him. Obviously, Thresh, a bit of an OG pick for him back in the day as well. I mean, he's showed plenty of stuff over the years, but it just feels like Nautilus is his mainstay. Does decently into that Rakan on the bottom side as well. Little surprised to see Wink going for the Rakan over the Nautilus, especially when you've got Kaiser. Kaiser Nautilus just such an insanely strong 2v2.
We have seen Rakan slowly coming back into the fore. I think one of the big problems before was that Rakan wasn't tanky enough compared to the other engaged champions. Leona the tankiest, you have Alistar in there too, and then you have stuff like the Nautilus as well. What Rakan does is give you some good laning priority because your Q gives you that heal, and it means that if the other player is going for a melee support, you tag the Q. You win pretty much every trade right now, so then maybe that's Wink going towards that. Also, it's one of his specialty champions too. Did a lot of good work while he was over on IG. Left that roster to come here to EDG to bring some of his veterancy to bear. Need to see if that will be a wise pick though, because that again, that Kaiser is very, very important combination on the whole. Go away from that one. EDG, they have themselves good mobile carries. They have JJ on someone who can bring some extra damage too. This looks on paper a little bit better for EDG compared to their weaknesses so far. On the other side, OMG, snap, engage. They can play the game fast. That works towards themselves too. The Vi, the Nautilus, pick off someone out of position, immediately pounce with all of their mobility and big team fight engage. I'm hoping it's going to lead to a lot of scraps. It feels like it's on paper, and that's exactly what I want to see between these two teams.
I'm definitely right there with you. Early game scrapping. Vi is something we don't see often anymore, but he's bringing it out. Tianjin on OMG on a classic pick for him. Let's see if he can make it work.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
I feel like we're seeing as well Renekton Brand in the top side. This is sort of the new Renekton Nidalee, right? Where you've got the Renekton to set up and the massive AP damage to follow it up. We don't see as much Nidalee as we previously have. But Brand sort of filling that hole. As JJ might go for a late invade here, but Tianjin going to spot that ward out. Yep. Should be able to solo start his red without being spotted for the time being.
Yeah, so Brand level 1 isn't great. I will say Vi has one of the weakest level 1 and 2s in the entire game. Something I remember that Dom and Gilius were talking about quite a lot when Vi was really meta. It was quite annoying to see that no one was really punishing these picks. It's like, look, this champion is really bad at level 1. Why don't you just walk into their jungle? Sadly, not something that Brand can really do. You kind of need a couple of levels yourself too, so it kind of evens out in this case. Then the question becomes, well, if you're waiting for level 3 to start impacting the game, what do you get out of it? Right now, of course, Brand is one of the best junglers in the entire meta. Does a bit of everything. If you over-engage into him, he can win a team fight by himself with that Pyroclasm later on. But Vi can get very, very powerful ganks earlier into the game than Brand can in the same way. So Tianjin, a little bit of an onus on him to say, get yourself impacting that game and into these lanes.
PP God trying to fight for the level 2 early. Starry will be able to finish that wave. Off hook goes in Wing.
Ooh.
Within a pixel, I think, there of the hook. That could have been disastrous for EDG, but they do walk away. Similar story on the top side as OMG getting prio in all 3 lanes to start this one off. That's definitely nice for Tianjin to start his game off.
That really helps because I remember the last time that Vi was in meta, some of the LPL streamers were kind of talking about, well, okay, what's happening with the Vi pick, and it's just like some people have really good Vi's, but you get to look good at Vi when you have winning lanes, because again, it protects those early levels, and then you can start leveraging off of winning lanes to make the real kill plays, because Vi can hard force so well. Tianjin gets himself free first clear, and with 3 winning lanes, again, it makes it even easier, but also all the more important to say you have been given this platform to do something early. Go do the thing. He needs to really get on the board soon and see if he can get into the face of one of these lanes.
See if he can. As he finishes his clear off, he is going to be slightly behind the Brand, but
Understandable.
not that far behind. I think closer than I necessarily would have expected, because Brand is pretty damn quick. It's pretty damn quick. EDG, though, going to be able to clear vision in the bot side as Tianjin finishes his Gromp off. I think that this is a scuttle crab that Tianjin could realistically contest for. He's got mid prio from Angel, but I don't think Angel's going to move over. With Wink there as well, JJ will secure the crab. Tianjin sent up to the top side to get a crab of his own.
It's a bit of a mistake from Starry and PP God. Well, a little bit of a mistake. The fact that the hook missed in that last trade as the wave was crashing in with a level 2 to level 1 means that Starry and PP God can't keep Leave and Wink at lower HP, can't keep them under Terran. They get to bounce the wave back to the other side of the map as the time the Scuttle Crab spawns, which means that Leave and Wink get to help out JJ. The fact that hook misses might have had a bit more implication than maybe we expected at that time. At least Tianjin gets himself towards that top Scuttle Crab, but still would have been nice to secure themselves a win there.
Angel tried to use the piercing light to stop Cryan's reset, but wasn't quite in range, but I guess Cryan just thought it hit, and he cancelled the reset anyway, so
That's one of my
mind games
favorite
from
things.
Angel in the mid lane.
Was it? There was that, for those of you who want to revisit a little bit of like League community history, I think it was Skara that had that really famous, or it might have been QTPie. One of the big NA streamers back in the day was playing Malphite, had flash ult, and just flashed and stood in place, didn't ult, and everyone flashed away from him. It's like, that is how you assert dominance. The mind games were really strong that day.
Yeah, I want to say it was QTPie, but it might have been Skara. One of the big boys anyway, as EDG make a play onto the top side, and Harry, and he's got flash, he is going to use it, and then sidesteps away from the knockup. He does go down in the end. Not sure flash was necessary.
I don't know, it got a little bit close after that point, but all the same, what's the grand total of things? You've got 2 summoners from the side of solo kill, you've got the flash and the teleport made for that one. Wink uses the exhaust. Harry burns both of his summoners on the other side too. Important win there from EDG to at least get that kill. Sad that it doesn't go over to solo kill. We saw Ala just yesterday run over a Renekton versus Kennen matchup against Shanji in the AL NIP series. You do need a bit of effort to make sure the Renekton can get ahead of the Kennen. The Kennen really does dunk on the Renekton up until you get a couple of ganks and you get significantly far ahead. This could be the start of something bigger. OMG, they respond by going towards this bot side. They're going to start up this dragon. But it's not like EDG don't have members in place here if they want to maybe put their heads into that river. But with the wave crashing in at the same time, they're just going to leave it. Better safe than sorry.
Angel doing a good job of consistently managing to threaten enough onto Cryan to force these waves in the mid lane as well. Does set up. Leave was real close to that W. The timing, immaculate considering it was blind. But Tianjin does get the smite and grabs himself the first Drake. So, solid start here from OMG. EDG made the one play up towards top side. And it looks like JJ does want to go towards these grubs. Hook in the bottom side, but a double knockup from Wink means it's a winning trade for EDG. Unfortunately, Leaf did use his barrier.
I think he just wanted to deny some of the ignite damage. It's not the biggest. I mean, at that point, just, you know, pull it earlier. I think it's always better to use the barrier earlier because otherwise you end up missing a load of that burst trade. So, EDG, they've had fairly topside focus. They've tried to shut down the cannon just a little bit. They get themselves all 3 grubs. Brown, of course, takes them very, very quickly. Getting to a really important part of the game now where we're getting Vi to level 6 and you're getting to the point where OMG, they still have some lane dominance to work around before the first kind of big resets and the big items come into play. In fact, we just get those level 6 taking in right now. So, Tianjin had himself those 3 early winning lanes, has himself that level 6. Time to pay them back at this point. Want to see if Tianjin can get himself involved somewhere.
Tianjin looking towards that bottom side. That's where he wants to get involved, although Angel maybe has an all-in chance against Cryan. Cryan steps upwards, dodges the culling. Now the dive at the bottom side as Tianjin looks to get that lock-up, leave the target here. Ults early. And actually Tianjin just holds on to his cooldowns, but PP God is so low on HP. Walks away with his life. I love the patience from Tianzhen, though, not to blast the ultimate.
It could have really looked a bit awkward if PP God did die in that attempt. And now the problem is he has now shown himself on bot side where his entire top side quadrant is up. He might go towards mid lane, flash ult potential.
JJ's in the area as well. Tianzhen going to go for Raptors instead as Angel clears the wave. JJ was definitely ready for a scrap there. He's moving over towards the red buff. I think this is going to be a full-on quadrant trade between the junglers.
Yeah, and JJ, I wonder if he just kind of stuck, because he did, again, hover back towards mid lane. JJ was, he knew that Tianzhen was on that bot side of mid lane. So it's just going to be, what, Raptors taken by Tianzhen, not going to stick around for the other quadrant. JJ gets red buff and Raptors, and he's also not stopped. PP God, he will know he's in the area because the red buff just died just now. But it does mean that JJ is going to get a camp advantage, and that in itself is a win condition for a Brand. Brand getting farm is completely reasonable to look towards.
It certainly is. PP got about a pixel away from that ward at red buff as well. But the sweeper didn't quite spot it, so he didn't know he was spotted on the top side either. Solo kill with the wave pushing away from him. He'd love to get this crash. Tianzhen is up in the top side of the map right now, so could get a little bit spicy for solo kill if he sticks around for too long. And struggling to find that impact using the ultimate.
Yeah, so that's a big problem because you are going to get towards a point where things are going to get really quite difficult for OMG to pick off certain people on EDG, particularly whenever JJ has agency. I get really worried for his opponents because JJ is still really, really good, despite that EDG have had middling performance. We're going to get to a point where Brand, so he's going to get the Leandri's first item. We'll see, no, Tianzhen's getting out safely there. But I think if he stops off just for a Seeker's Arm Guard beyond that Leandri's, then goes into Rylai's and then just finishes off that Zhonya's afterwards, it's going to be really hard for OMG to lock him down. And if you can't lock down the Brand and he gets his full combo off, I'm pretty sure OMG lose any fight. They're not even that tanky. Even if they were tanky, Brand doesn't really care because he is one of the best tank killing champions in the game. I think if OMG don't accelerate the game before Stopwatch and Zhonya's is available for JJ, I think the game gets really, really difficult.
I think it's easy to forget when Vi was kind of better every game alongside Wukong. When we think like MSI last year, you know, these picks were so insane. Seeker's Arm Guard is kind of a hard counter to ulting into the middle of everyone and then suddenly not getting that pick, and then suddenly Vi is just stuck in. She's kind of like Jarvan, you know. When you're in, you're sort of in. Like, there's not much of a way out again, and you're not that tanky on Vi, so if Seeker's
the only difference is she doesn't shout Demacia, I guess,
Oh, she shouts fires for violence or something? Powder, I guess? I don't know. Hey, wait, is that the Vi from Arcane, actually?
Oh my god, is that Vi from Arcane? Incredible.
New season
can we
coming
get
out
an
soon.
autograph?
I actually cannot wait for that to come on.
You know, so they said that Arcane, that's going to be the end of the Arcane arc. We're going to get the grubs taken by EDG. I don't think we're going to see a contest. Maybe we will. Look, I'd love to talk about Arcane at some point, but let's make sure there's not a fight first. Yeah, Jet does have ult. Are we doing Safari League of Legends? Are we just watching him take it? Going over for the steal of the last one.
Okay, but the spike comes through from JJ anyway. PP God with a hook onto the backline, leaves the target here as Wink tries to get the charms out, and PP God falls. Solo kill, looking for more. Doesn't flash over the wall though. I thought he was going to hunt there, but instead just zones everyone away. EDG make a beeline towards the bot lane potentially. Drake is up right now, and maybe could find double objectives.
Easy as you like for EDG. Get in, get the grubs. Now Tianzhen does have his ult, might be able to get someone, but it's really hard to follow up. They don't have Starry quite in follow-up range. Cryan does have his flash and he has his Valkyrie. OMG just can't quite pull the trigger in the right way. They are going to get themselves towards the spot side Dragon. EDG not going to stick around long enough to contest towards that one. I think that is fine, despite the fact that they won that kill on the top side. They don't, again, want to try their luck with the Nautilus hook, Nautilus ult, and then Vi also following up.
So Drake does go the way of OMG. Enough threat as Tianzhen continues to use that Vi ultimate, holding on to the cooldown, waiting for that perfect moment. And we'll see if the perfect moment ever arrives for him. I feel like it's a much easier cooldown to use when you've got things like an Ahri, things like a Talia within your composition. You don't necessarily have that like obvious follow-up tool. They've obviously got damage, but the easy follow-up CC is what you often look for with a Vi. Unfortunately, the smite not quite landing.
Yeah, and PB Gold, it's a good hook going to a good target. It's just the problem is, Wing just immediately bull rushes forward and says, okay, I can take half my HP, I'm not the one that's hooked. Leave is realistically not in any danger. He takes a bit of damage from the Nautilus, but he has the barrier anyway. OMG just can't quite combo up onto that single target. Sadly, Tianjin was also not in position to follow up beyond that point. This is probably a good time to have a conversation about the way that some of our other LPL teams have been playing and how that applies to our teams here. Because I think OMG, when they look for that kind of play, they need really well-timed follow-up to make it into those big engages. I think some top laners have done really, really well at that. I think YSKM has been showing this again, Xiaoshu, where every time an engage is happening, they're also in position to affect the fight too. In that fight, Harry couldn't quite manage to do that. If that continues to happen, this team composition is going to look really, really poor in the late game. The Cannon needs to be part of this big engage because he's the only AoE CC. And Harry has struggled with that in previous games on the Cannon.
Kind of need to see a big game from him, don't we? Kennon's such a powerful pick in the right hands. And I feel like Harry wants to prove that he is the right hands, you know? He's a player that hasn't necessarily made his mark on the LPL just yet. He's a player that I don't necessarily think many people look towards him as being a big carry for the side of OMG. He's been given the opportunity, he's been given counter pick in that top lane. We'll see if that can lead to something a little bit more in these fights. He's got a 700 gold lead. It's just converting that then into a win for OMG. All things
So
considered,
in regards,
though, it's still fairly even. Only 1,000 gold ahead at the 14-minute mark here for EDG.
it is, but that gold is on the Brand, and that really scares me, because what do we say? As soon as Brand gets a Seekers, this game is really hard to play out for OMG. Now, he might delay it until beyond that Riley's, because there's two problems in this. Brand, Zyra, the burn champions in the jungle are really a lot tankier than people expect. Because you get a decent HP component from Leandris, get a decent HP component from Rylai's as well. You get double HP items as a mage, and then if you go towards a Zhonya's or something like that afterwards, you are much tankier than, say, I don't know, what's another mage champion? Something like a Syndra or an Orianna at some points. I guess Orianna's got the shield, so maybe that's not the best example. But, like, the fact that you get double HP items into something like a Seekers makes it much harder to pick compositions into you. Even at this point with the Leandris, it's quite hard to get that to work. Angel's going to walk up, Tianjin's on the top side, but they can't really force the fight in the 2v3.
At this point, JJ wishing he could build Will of the Ancients, and then be a true tank coming out from the jungle. And then you run things like the Kennen top lane, and they get the aura, and they get to pop off as well. You run a bit of Vladimir mid.
You know,
oh my god. The
for,
double
for
aura
the...
combo, where you get your own aura and you get one other aura. Oh my god. Take me back. Take me back.
For the arena enjoyers out there, you could build Bloodletter's Curse, which is effectively AP Black Cleaver, but has resist on it for some reason. That item is really strong in Arena on Clan too. Probably a good reason it's not in Summoner's Rift for that, because having resist and like AP Black Cleaver is quite powerful.
Yeah. I feel like the game devs of League must have a lot of fun doing Arena, because you can go for these augments and you can make items that are just completely broken without it mattering too much, where, you know, there's a bit of backlash in League of Legends when an item's too strong and whatnot, whereas with Arena you can have a little bit more fun from the balance perspective.
I can imagine the scenes if Hellfire Hatchet made its way into Summoner's Rift, which is, for those of you that don't play Arena, for those of you that don't play Arena, you know, it's a lethality item with a burn and also has Omnibam. Can you just imagine how annoying champions like Senna would be with that? It's not okay. There is a time and a place to use these. It is not in Summoner's Rift. All the same, it does kind of feel like OMG, regardless of those items not existing for someone like Brand, it's still going to be really problematic with just the regular ones too. He's getting towards the break quickly. They're going in with 6 grubs onto the side lanes. That is a win condition of itself. And OMG, they can't even wave clear this. They're not here in time. Harry's not using his ult to clear the wave either, and something like that. And suddenly, Cryan's got a lot of gold. JJ manages to participate in that too. I do think it's the right decision to funnel damage gold into the Brand, particularly because of that item build power as we get later on. OMG, they're just kind of spectating this game. They haven't made a play with the Vive, even though they had the early winning lanes. This is not what you expect out of this comp.
At this point, we are on Tianjin ult watch. He's level 10 at this point, still hasn't gone for that ability. Leave with some controversial positioning there, but there was no vision in the brush, so OMG can't capitalize. EDG look to grab themselves their first Drake of the game. It would be third for OMG if Tianjin can steal this one. Could just have a fight for it as well. Angel moving over. That's a TP quite deep.
That's a
Solo
TP.
kill here.
Oh,
but
no.
the hook hits the wall instead from BB God. Colin comes in, and it is EDG to get the Drake. Here goes the slicing maelstrom on 4 members. goes an EDG. Harry gets his moment, but is the follow-up good? Tianjin got onto JJ on the back line, but it's only a 1-for-1.
How is that only a 1-for-1? Harry gets an ultimate. Tien, look, every ultimate was used in that fight. Starry's wants to come back off a cooldown, but OMG can't quite make things work. They don't find the carries. They don't find themselves the Dragon Steel either. EDG walk away with even more gold. They walk away not fearing the soul coming in early, and a lot of this just feels like OMG just didn't hit the mark at the right moments. The hook misses on the teleport. That's a bad enough start. But then after this point, what happens in regards to their big combos? Tianjin goes in for the steal, doesn't hit the Vi Q, and he's delayed in his big combo. He tries to go onto JJ to stop him getting a big combo, and I understand that. Trying to stop that Pyroclasm is a big thing, but it means he's not there to combo up with the cannon too. And OMG just kind of split their damage, don't really get much done.
Bit unfortunate for OMG, and it's off the back of a really unfortunate hunt from PP God to start it all off. If you manage to just CC up solo kill there, I think you do just find an early kill in the fight, and maybe it turns things around instead in your favor. But OMG, unfortunately, lose control, don't get to stack that third Drake, and now EDG with 6 scrubs, with a Drake denying the stacking as well, with a bit of a gold lead. Everything is feeling pretty hunky-dory for them, and we talked about what EDG have been doing so far this year. Slow and steady really does win the race for them.
Yeah, and you know, this is a team which has struggled with their team fighting. The fact that the first one's worked out pretty well for them, that's a good thing. And the fact that, you know, Jeddah doesn't even die in that fight with a Vial cast onto him, that is quite poor form from OMG, which is sad to see, because, yeah.
I've just realized, JJ was like, wait a second, I didn't die to the Vial in the previous fight. Who needs Seeker's Arm Guard? Give me a giant spell. I'm going Rylai straight away.
It's like, whatever, who needs that stasis? He'll probably go for it eventually. He just feels like, yes, let's get that slow burn, kind of obnoxious double HP item combo all the same. And yeah, he just kind of flashes out the back end of the pit after taking the dragon, goes about his very business, and realizes that, let's be honest, he uses that flash, but Tianjin, Harry, and a whole bunch of other people use their flash too. By the next time they're up, his will also be available. It's not like he's lost himself even that much, very nearly at 2 items already, almost 1.5k ahead of his opposing number. Jeddah is so happy in this game.
Wink finds a knock up for PP God. I think the CC chain reasonably obnoxious from the Rakan, but PP God does manage to flash himself out to safety. And now Starry has to try and defend this mid lane all on his own. There's not many minions, but I don't think it's going to matter with the grubs coming in, or mites, sorry, coming in as well. That will be mid-tier 1 taken from EDG, so nice pick from Wink to sell for an objective.
Yes, it is looking an awful lot like Brood War out there. The Zerg Rush hitting that outside, outer turret there in the mid lane. It is,
wait,
I have to say,
6 pool? Oh my god, it suddenly all makes so much sense!
OMG must construct so many additional pylons at this point. They are falling so... Look, I wish I knew more about StarCraft, because I need to go back and watch so many things. Like, pay respect to our forefathers in the esports scene, but yeah, when you got those 6 grubs, it is really, really hard to play against them. It's so easy to, like, after you win a fight, to just run over an entire side of the map. It is quite obnoxious.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, with the way that EDG are playing, grouping up, charging forwards, OMG gonna start burrowing some Banelings. That's the strat at this point. When all the Zerglings group up, charge over forwards, suddenly the whole army dies. And then you go in. Mutalisk harassing the mineral line as well. Take down some of those workers. That's what I'm talking. I used to be Diamond back in Wings of Liberty.
Yeah?
It's a long old time ago, but
Did you ever reach Diamond in League, Joe?
not just yet. But we're working on it.
Okay, we'll work on that one. Did you know that? I feel like this is a bit more of a known fact about that. StarCraft was initially a Warhammer 40k game. It was meant to be a Warhammer 40,000 game, and then they lost the IP very close to production. They thought, well, we still got to go through with it. So Terra's meant to be Imperium. You had the Zerg were meant to be Tyranids, and you had, I believe, the Protoss would have been Eldar at that point. They just did their own thing with them. They did quite well for it.
Do you know? You can see the resemblances, definitely. I thought that at the time, that the Tyranids and Zerg were, like, very close to IP infringement.
Tianjin wants to fight. Let's go!
Blasted out from Tianjin, JJ the target, and he survives once more. The depth charge used after the fact, as well as solo kill now enters the fray, but it's a little bit too late for the party.
I love how Wink is playing this. Every time someone is diving beyond him, even though he is but a Rakan, which is not necessarily the tankiest champion, he is tanking like the entire culling and all of the skill shots flying after. So it's just Tianjin or PP God or someone like that going forwards. He's protecting his carry so well, and what did we say? Once JJ gets to the 2 HP items, Plus his Zhonya's, he hasn't even got towards that yet. He's quite hard to kill because of the extra HP behind him. It's going to be another Dragon to EDG, another failed engage by OMG. Just look how Wink plays this out. The initial engage comes through, but like, Wink immediately just says, okay, I'm walking forwards, I got my celestial opposition, let's tank up some skill shots and save my carry. I love this play from the support.
I've got to be honest, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about OMG as a roster, not just in terms of this game, in terms of this split, because, you know, before this, they had Xiaofeng, who you ban the Viego and suddenly he really struggles in the game. Now they've got Tianzhen, who you ban the Rengar, and it feels like he's having a bit of a struggle in the game. It's not a good look for OMG, is it?
No, not necessarily. And, you know, we've had so many roster changes across LPL midway through. That's another topic of conversation. We've had so many changes. It feels like a lot of them are meant to be just kind of like a, well, let's flip a coin and see if it changes something for the roster. Bringing in someone like Tianzhen, yes, you have those obvious upsides of that one trick. You can see that he's really struggling alongside the team to pull the trigger. They might have to do so now. Baron's going down.
Tianzhen, can he find the smite? He's going to get into the pier. 2k on the Baron. They continue.
Oh!
And he gets it. Tianzhen redemption here as he gets the ult onto the byline as well. And here he arrives. The moment is nigh for OMG. Baron plus kills. Leaf dives in, but he goes 1v4 and he's taken down.
OMG, just as we're saying, oh, maybe the roster swaps, they don't matter too much. It's still the same problems with the same organization. They get themselves the moment to break open this game. The Baron steal, the kills afterwards, 4 people dead from EDG, courtesy of Leave, packaging himself into OMG's backline. And OMG can absolutely explode into the lead.
We made the fundamental mistake of believing that EDG wouldn't throw the game. And they 50-50 the Baron. Tianzhen grabs it and then gets the ult on the backline. And then Harry gets his hero moment. That slice of Maelstrom. I mean, phenomenal across the entire team.
Yeah, so, Harry, this guy gets such a big ultimate out of it. Look, I understand rushing the Baron. This is fine, but don't put it down into smite range like that so easily. This is just a 100% a flip. Harry doesn't even need to go massively far forwards. He teleports into the pit. He doesn't have to get over the wall. And yes, the brand damage is insane on the way back, but it's not enough to determine this team fight. We've seen this quite a lot from the young AD carry. He has tried to make the big hero plays like a Jackalope or an Uzi or whatever. He just hasn't been able to execute on them.
I got real close, but it's actually because PP got hooked the wall instead of hooking Leave. That's 2 fights this game where PP God has prioritized walls over his opponents. Although prioritize probably not the right word. He's trying to do it, but it's not really about whether or not you're trying to. It's about what actually happens in the game. OMG, though, back on the scoreboard, and suddenly they're the ones ahead of goal.
So, EDG, they have to play from behind the game for the first time. JJ doesn't have that Seekers yet. That is such an important item, and yes, that's going to be an ult onto him. He's going to explode!
Decisions coming through, OMG! They flip a switch, and they are fully in charge now. Tianzhen happy to lead that charge too, as OMG look for a tier 2 at the bottom side.
Yeah, that's what happens when the brand doesn't have the stasis. By the way, you get absolutely popped. Finally, we're seeing OMG consistently pulling the trigger. Going to use the last bit of their Baron power play to get a 7,000 almost Baron power play. What the hell? I've very, very rarely seen a Baron power play reach those kind of numbers. Yeah, JJ, poor positioning here, knowing that there's there's fog of war to the top of this tower. Just gets completely blasted. And yes, the turnaround damage is really good, but no one is there to follow up. Leave's not there on the Kai'Sa to be the extra DPS source. And if that brand goes down, you can see exactly how little EDG can do in the rest of the fight.
I love this Kennen pick as well alongside the Vi. Like, the Vi sets up for the single target engage. Cryin actually is in big trouble on the bot side. Oh, PP God hits yet another wall. It's not going to matter, though, as it will be Angel to finish off a kill, and now Starry can continue to push this advantage.
Yeah, you know, I know there's the phrase, nothing but net, where you only hit your shots. This is nothing but wall from PP God. Not really sure that's in the same kind of tone, though. Either way, hasn't particularly mattered somehow. He ends up getting that kill all the same. OMG continuing to roll from play to play at this point. JJ does have that Seekers now, but is it too late? The damage might already be done. Towers are falling. They don't have Cryin on the map, and OMG might have just swung a death blow in this game.
I cannot believe OMG are back in this one. PP God with the permanent dono wall, except instead of talking, he's hooking. But at the end of the day, it somehow worked out for OMG. Tianzhen and Harry setting up these engages, and then Angel and Starry just able to sweep these kills up. You see both of them flawless KDA on this one. Playing from the brush here. True Shot Barrage goes through. Culling is there as well. EDG so chunked. And Harry has a Mega Blast Cone to get into the action once more. But he just dies. He doesn't even get to use his ultimate. And EDG, they've somehow... I don't understand. How did they win?
Huh? Harry just doesn't get his ult off. Somehow he must have been CC'd in the middle of that play. Things got so messy. It was quite hard to tell with all of the overlapping particles. OMG, they're retreating. This is going to be Dragon available. Teleporting back in.
They waited in the brush. Angel dives over to try and get damage in. Crying TP solo kill behind enemy lines as well. And that's going to be Angel eradicated. Solo kill walks away with his life. And EDG, they'll look towards the Drake. That'll be their third in a row.
Oh, and it's a Song of Ice and Fire. It's a game of throws. Both teams in the lead and handing it over to their opponents. And in this game, I guess you either do win or you die. No idea how ADG walk away with that one. OMG overstay after losing so many people in this jungle fight. How the heck does the cannon not get the ult off? No, Wink is fairly tanky with the Celestial opposition, gets that damage reduction. We did say that JJ does have that Seekers, he does have the double HP. He manages to get himself into a position where he can get himself just out with that stasis, and Harry gets CC'd before he can get through. JJ, that Seekers may have just saved the game.
So Wink gets his quickness off and then turns it into a knockup as well. Great stuff from the Rakan of Wink. And then denies this initial engage, forces a flash out from Angel as well, and then solo kill arrives to finish the job.
Yeah. And in case it wasn't obvious, we've been talking about it a lot this game. I think Wink is like really, really MVP of this game. That's if EDG come through to a win. But I think that Wink's play to defend his carries and then to play like this backline, like frontline to backline, dragging people back into the team, but being so disruptive has been so important. Now at the point where the gold is about even-ish, that is a very LPL gold graph, and we see whether OMG can still hold on to this lead. Not sure if JJ's got himself that Zhonya's just yet. No, indeed he doesn't, so he won't be able to use that stasis again. In fact, he stops off with the Oblivion Orb, which I feel like is a huge mistake here. He needs that stasis. OMG, now they're going to go towards the Baron.
Gold is basically even, Dragons are basically even. Baron started here by OMG. This game has been a journey, but 30 minutes in, the two teams are within touching distance, and it becomes just about an even series here. Harry looking for a flank on the top side of things, going a long way around to make it happen.
Yeah, Cryan's trying to spot him out, use the Frost Bomb, some vision. That's great damage from Angel onto solo kill. Starrick's down already. Wink caught a little bit. Harry still off vision.
Celestial opposition procced from Wink here. Baron down to half HP. Harry looks for the chance, has the rocket belt, has the flash, has the flank. 3k on the Baron as the fight starts. Crying the target, and Harry gets into the backline, but he doesn't quite have the damage to finish the job. Finally gets one, but it's 3v3 now. And suddenly we reset to even once more.
Because Tianzhen's dead, there's no smite, so OMG can't go back to the Baron or anything. I was worried for a second that OMG had leashed the Baron over to EDG. And folks, you know, EDG versus OMG, it is a very historical matchup here in the LPL. Not gonna lie, it's seen better days in some ways, but in terms of excitement, at least it is still very much delivering in terms of that knife's edge tension. Solo kill, massively chunked out. Can't really appreciate his impact in this fight because he's kind of ended up getting chunked out so much. Harry doesn't quite get himself the combo he wanted to either. Doesn't get onto the get onto Leave and Cryan at the same time in the way he wanted to.
I feel like Harry was hunting there. Wanted all three in the ultimate, but got splits in different directions and ends up with almost no one. Commits to Cryan in the end. 13 to 10. Gold in touching distance. Drake is up in 2 minutes time. You can see soul point already for EDG. And against a Kennen, Chemtech ultimate, where suddenly everyone comes real tanky when they're low on HP, and that feels really hard to push through when your whole Vi combo is about finding that one shot, about finding that burst damage.
Also, another thing about the Chemtech Dragons themselves, they give heal and shield power as one thing, not massively relevant here. It works for the Kaiser ult, weirdly, and then also some of the Rakan stuff, but also gives you tenacity. Very rare to get tenacity in the game right now. It's been removed from a lot of runes, but now if you're sat there as particularly the Kennen, it's much harder to get your big combos off in the way that you would like to. That might end up being a big factor because there are 3 Chemtech Dragons stacked up for EDG, could potentially help people escape through Harry's ultimate.
feels tense, doesn't it? A-Ram to the midway now. Edward Gaming, they've seen better days as an organization, but they were in control for most of this game. Solo Kill getting absolutely chunked out here by Starry, who's eating forwards. We've seen that a few times recently, and it's not usually ended well, but he's confident to try and start things off here. Baron aggroed, and we'll try and get some hits in, but Bloodthirster works out. EDG just being bullied out of the river.
They are. They're trying to land some skill shots back. They have the Corki, they have the AP Kai'Sa, who has the Zhonyas themselves now. We talk about how important the Zhonyas is for the brand. That can be important here too. It's going to be another Baron start for OMG. Harry is spotted. No unseen flank, no flash this time either. Does he have a blast cone? That might help him find his own flank. Baron's down.
Hero so far, and the quickness comes on through. Crane trying to follow up on his support, but Tianchen now dives into the mix himself, gets the combo onto Leave, but Leave has the Zhonyas of his own as Harry is being 1v1 by Solo Kill. EDG might just have found their angle in the end. Angel trying to carry the fight, finds one, but that's a hell of a W from Leave, and the Rockets are following up from Crane as well. Starry and PP God on the wrong side of the map in no man's land, trying to escape. The Prey Seeker finds its prey once more. Leave looking to chase them down through the jungle here. Steps forward, PP God with a hook. Starry trying to find the 1v1, but goes down. Solo Kill for Leave onto the Ezreal as EDG barrel towards the Nexus.
I think both these teams are missing teeth. I think they got bloody noses, but I think EDG just about stay on their feet. They were in control of the game. They threw it back and have had to wrestle it back from the hands of OMG, taking away all of the Baron buffs, taking the soul, taking this bot lane out in a turret, and getting themselves really back into the game. They are finally back in the lead, and I think they might have just seen OMG off for this phase of play. Go back to this replay. Wink once again being such an annoyance in the front line, and it does mean that because he finally gets to engage, it's JJ's ultimate which ends up getting used aggressively this time, rather than as he's getting dove onto. Talked about the value of the Zhonyas coming from Leave. Leave has a fantastic team fight. Talked about how the Kai'Sa can hide up some of his weaknesses. He has had a good team fighting game so far.
We've talked about Leave being this player that can be that mega damage per minute monster. He can carry team fights. It's just whether or not he goes for those big plays and try and turn the game, and sometimes go a little bit pear-shaped. But we saw that. The one death that he's got was exactly that. Earlier on, I think it was a Herald fight, maybe a Baron fight. There's been so many fights. It's hard to differentiate them in my head.
Was it the initial Baron throw? That was it, yeah.
But either way, 6-1 and 6 at the end of the day. He's looking pretty good on this one. Not far off a full build at this point. EDG, the gold lead is insignificant, but the control of the map that they have, very powerful as they move up towards this top side now. Tianchen spots them. Will be able to get out with his life, I think.
So, Solo Kill's building up towards the Guardian Angel. We have Crine, who already has that, and double Zhonyas for EDG. This is why the gold is a bit decorative right now. I think these items massively change the game. Yes, Harry also has himself a Seekers, but trying to defend against the big engage of the Nautilus, the Vi, the Cannon, those Zhonyas are going to be so important. And now you have the Zhonyas and the Chemtech Soul and the Tenacity from 4 Chemtech Dragons. It is really, really quite hard to get yourself a confirmed kill on one of these carries you're really aiming for from OMG. Despite the fact that it isn't that large a gold lead this late into the game, the extra bonuses and the meaning of the items really is.
It's actually impossible to get a pick, right? 2 Zhonyas, 2 GAs, and then Celestial opposition for
shield.
Wing. Like, how the hell are you picking one single target as Tianchen? You're just not. Really, really smart builds coming out from EDG just to keep themselves alive in these late game fights. Looking to get cheeky here. Tianchen gives up the game by going for that extra plant, though. I think maybe they could have got a pick if they'd just been patient.
Maybe. It's quite hard to tell. I guess so hard. Well, we were just talking about how hard it is to do that.
Yeah.
One thing which I want to talk about too, because, you know, Elder's not up for a little while. We might come down to an Elder flip. For Chemtech Dragons is also going to give you significant heal and shield power. We talked about the Tenacity, but when you have a Locket shield on Wink, and you also have the Guardian, and you also have your E-shield and the Q, Wink might get some unexpected heal and shields out of these late game fights. There is a teleport ward there. I'm aware that Harry has teleport and has flash, but trying to get a pick onto those carries with so much of this random extra buffs, which you maybe haven't accounted for in your scrims or whatever, because it's unlikely to get them, could be a game changer. The observers are really telling us
our
there are
observers.
great TP angles.
Yeah, they're storytellers, aren't they? 2 potential TP wards highlighted excellently there. But I think it's more about, like, we talked about Tianjin, we talked about Harry and what they can try and do to turn this game. I think we've got to look towards Starry and Angel as well. Like, beyond that initial engage, we need to see great positioning from Angel and Starry, and we need to see that late game AD carry damage coming on through and them shredding these health bars, because at the end of the day, Solo Kill will be a threat on that backline, but he's Renekton. He's sort of running out of time to some extent. The AoE will be coming out from JJ. If Starry and Angel can position well, can dodge the CC chain from Wink, they have the chance to be the big carries.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill on his own is an annoyance / a delaying tactic. If there is a Pyroclasm that's made his way to the backline, then it's a kill threat, but you have to wait for that to happen. So again, real key on that positioning. Love that you mentioned that, because Angel and Starry, you know, I feel like Angel has been the standout player for OMG across the entirety of this year so far. I feel like he has been a hell of a player for them, even when they've been down in the dumps. Starry stepping into the footsteps, into the shoes of Abel, who of course departed this roster and is now on Team WE on a roster elsewhere in the LPL right now. Has had some bright moments too. You really need to make the most of this moment though. Your late game AD carries, it's a hard game for sure, but you are still multi-item item AD carries. You have the damage to turn these fights.
Yeah. You know we're going late game when instead of choosing between Locket and Warmogs, our supports have Locket and
Both.
Warmogs. And are headed towards further items as well. You see the Warden's Mail and the pocket of PP God. He's becoming an actual tank, not just a Celestial opposition tank at this point. TDG group up, Baron spawning onto the map. They have control of the area, sort of, but not a team really with full vision control.
So when we're looking through for the next team fights of the game, of course, this vision control is so important. Make sure that Harry doesn't get something for free. If OMG get Zhonya's for free, if they particularly catch out JJ or leave, and they have to use the Zhonya's poorly, and they have to flash poorly or something like that, then there are openings for OMG, but it's going to be really hard for them to force it. It's going to be really hard to get themselves big poke down, because there's just so much heal shield tankiness on the other side from EDG, and stuff like the Rakan shields can really help. The Baron's been started, it's being burned so quickly.
EDG have just got this for free, haven't they? Tianjin over the wall. Can he find the flash smite once again? It's going to be another 50-50, and it's another win for Tianjin. He's caught though. He's overcommitted and he flashes back out. That was just a Q into the pit, and somehow he lives on. Elder is spawning 15 seconds. He's got to reset.
But Tianjin's killed 2 more Barons than he's killed people. He's 0-6 and he's killed 2 Barons. He doesn't care about the KDA. He just wants those objectives. The problem is, yeah, you give it over Elder, almost certainly over to EDG now. These Ws are so nasty. Just about doesn't steal that blue buff, but EDG, despite giving up Baron, have the better position.
This is going to be Elder Dragon for EDG right now as Angel dives in with a Blasker right into the middle of the mix, but there's no smite here. Elder taken, Solo Kill just buys time for his team. PP God burning, JJ will go down. No way. OMG looking to win a fight against Elder Dragon. Leave and Cry and have to carry. They've got Elder, but they're forced away.
How do OMG manage it? Somehow in what, the 4v5 around the Elder, they managed to find an isolated pick onto Solo Kill in the front line. JJ's Zhonya's was not good enough. It happens after he has taken all the damage. Now OMG, despite facing up against the Elder buff, are currently 4v2. The damage is there from EDG, but can they get it down? They might actually end up losing the game because the Baron minions are still there from OMG.
League's damage is absurd at this point. OMG could try and end the game, potentially. Cry and Chunk. Lee flashes away from the hook from PP God. He hits a wall once more as Cry underneath the tower. Harry gets his moment, and Leave is exactly what EDG will do. OMG finish the game in style and take number 1.
EDG exit stage left as OMG take the stage. 1-0 in an explosive game. Was it clean? No, absolutely not. But I am on the edge of my seat. So many back and forths, and this is what you get from this grunge group, Nirvana. You get close matchups where, no, they are not clean, but I am left waiting for the needle to drop somewhere.
The 50-50s after 50-50s for that Baron. Tianjin wins them all, but then it leads to Elder, but then Elder leads to kills, and then kills lead to the next.
Wait, hang on. Did Tianjin just win a game?
Yeah. Yes,
stealing 2 Barons without killing a champion. Did he get a single kill?
No, he wasn't a part of the final play, right? I don't think he was there for the Elder fight. Tianzhen
What?
just got, arguably, maybe even an MVP.
Yes!
Now getting a single kill. That is miraculous for OMG. We're going to jump into a break. Game 2 is going to be just as good. Don't go anywhere.
Huh?
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm joined by Nymera, and we just witnessed one of the games of all time. Tianzhen is going to grab himself an MVP without getting a single kill in the entire game.
That is without a doubt the worst juggler I've ever heard of. But you have heard of him. 0-7 and 6, minus 3.7 thousand gold, and 2 Baron steals. Who cares? They didn't sign him for his Rengar, they signed him for his Smite Key.
Apparently so. Fantastic stuff from Tianzhen. EDG had everything going for them in this game, but it sneaks away from them, and Tianzhen was a huge part of how that happened. OMG hanging on by a thread in this one. Genuinely miraculous win for them.
I think this comes down to something that we mentioned at the start of the day when it came between looking at these two teams and thinking about how this matchup was going to go. We felt like it was going to be close, and I think particularly one of the big reasons for that is that OMG, they do struggle in a lot of areas, but they do know how to put on a good late-game team fight, and they did exactly just that. EDG, that has been one of their worries. The fact that, like, you had JJ on a carry and he couldn't quite do the damage that we felt like he could do. I feel like he kind of greeted by not going towards the Zhonya's over that Morel and Omicron just before it. Crying and Leave also were on and off in the team fights. The problem was that EDG would have like one person doing well in a team fight each time, but they couldn't get everyone team fighting well at the same time, whereas OMG found those magical moments a couple of times, and a couple of Baron steals allowed them to get to a point where they had the items that actually made a difference. So OMG, I mean, this is a classic matchup. This will go down in the record books for it. I don't know where you'd rank it in terms of the bangers of this matchup, but the excitement at least was very much there.
It certainly was. And I enjoyed watching it. It was not clean by any stretch. It was, it was messy. It was very, very messy, but it was great fun to watch. And look, do you know what? I feel like there's been a shift from the community away from enjoying messy League of Legends. I still absolutely love messy League of Legends. I want our top teams to be clean, but when it comes to the Nirvana group, just give me a fist fight all day, every day.
I like to call it a mosh pit here, thank you, Joe. I think that's more fitting.
It does make
sense,
doesn't it? Yeah.
LeBlanc has been a very banned champion in the LPL. Not every team plays it. Angel absolutely does, though, and it does allow Tianzhen to go towards an AD jungler more comfortably, which is more towards his comfort style. LeBlanc plus Tianzhen on early skirmishing jungler, maybe that could be something of power to play around for OMG.
Feels like maybe the AP junglers have been abandoned for this one, as the Lee Sin going to be locked in early for Chichen. Crying instantly goes for the Malzahar to try and lock this LeBlanc down and deny that early threat.
This is something that we did see a little bit in the group stage. In fact, OMG, I believe they played against Malzahar or two. I definitely remember Rare Apton playing against RA. It's been around, basically, thereabouts. Tianzhen, we did say, look, probably going towards the AD skirmishing jungler. Well, I mean, he was 0-7-6, but he still got the MVP, so hey, why not run it back? See if he can get himself at least a kill on Vi in this series. He's got another game to try it with now.
He certainly does. I believe it was Angel has actually played the Malzahar in
that's
the
the one,
LPL.
right, yeah.
He played it versus Rare Atom and got absolutely destroyed. The story of Malzahar in the LPL so far has been you lock in Malzahar and then the enemy team sends 3 players to dive you
People
mid lane at like
yeah.
3 minutes and then you
I'll
lose the
have you
game.
know, Scout won on it. Scout my goat. He won a game on Malzahar.
Yeah. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was also like he got over 3 minutes, I think, but then just continued and managed to win the game somehow. Supports being banned away. I think we've seen like 4 Mouse games in total. I'll move on from the Malzahar. Brawl.
We'll have plenty of time to
Alistair.
talk about it.
We will. Now going to
So,
be banned away from top lane as well.
Yeah, I wondered whether we were also going to see, well, probably Nautilus last ban here from OMG, but well, also Wink had a really good Rakan game. Even though the Nautilus is very good with the Kai'Sa, do you ban out the Rakan just because Wink was really being annoying, using that mobility both forwards and backwards to make big plays? You just can see why they're roaming an Ari. You need to kind of remove one of them, I feel like, and force them onto the other. Well, I mean, maybe the logic is he's going to get one of them. But they do ban away that Nautilus because maybe it works out a little better with the Lee Sin, the Malzahar, where you are just continually going forwards. The Rakan can go forwards and backwards, though, in the same team fight. I know it's a shocking thing that can happen with Engaged SWAT. Sometimes they can get out of a play, too. It's incredible.
Certainly Rakan can, one of the slippiest champions in the whole game. But very good at setting up for a pick as well, which, like, when you look at the CDG position right now, it's so good at finding an individual pick, but so is OMG. It's like LeBlanc and Vi. This is going to be who can kill one person the fastest, I think is kind of the name of the game right now. Poppy feels good, though.
Oh yeah, Poppy's looking like pretty nice on this one. 3 dash champions already. Can also potentially eject one of these players from the start. I mean, last pick Cassante is looking pretty okay from the side of EDG, but this of course could be PP God on the Poppy support. It is technically a flex pick, so we'll see what Solarkill wants to go towards. If he does lock in a Cassante, they can at least press W in front of the Poppy ultimate. It can do okay versus the Renekton. Yeah, I think as it stands at this point, you're probably looking at a Cassante for Solarkill, because at least you can end up kind of going unstoppable in front of that Poppy ultimate and denying PP God some of that value.
Cassante goes top, then we suddenly get PP God, Renekton support, and the Poppy flex
Yeah.
is top of the ultimate.
You're not ready for Renekton Sedrani bot lane, I'm telling you now.
I'll tell you what, Renekton mid, LeBlanc support, it's a thing. That's a solo queue thing. It's good versus Leona. Probably not. It is going to be Renekton in that top side, and it does mean that PP God gets a chance to try and play denial on this Poppy.
You can also play it really for dominant laning phase if you manage to get brush control and you get that kind of angle just next to that wall jutting out and you look for some easy wall stuns. Of course, that's how Mickey X did very well versus top esports back at MSI on that Poppy support. Really threw Jackal and Mako a curveball with that one, which they couldn't answer to. We've had a couple of Poppy supports. Okay, yeah, I like it. You just flatten it out, you throw it like a frisbee. Anyway, see exactly what he can do on that one. PP God away from his comfort of that Nautilus. Not really sure if it was his best game ever. He found, again, it's not quite the nothing but net. It was nothing but wall throwing hooks into the terrain. This time the terrain is his friend. Maybe that's why he's going towards it.
Do you know what? It was a big fat dub, so PP God, everything is
Don't
forgiven.
you suck.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It
well,
doesn't
I
matter
mean,
what
I guess
happened in the
if
game, a win is a win.
If we can say the same for Tianjin, who walked away at 0-7 with an MVP, you know, I think we could probably extend that olive branch over to PP God as well. All right, you know what? Given how the first game went, I'm really hesitant to talk about win conditions because it feels like both these teams are just based and fueled on vibes. OMG 1-0 up, such an important series it feels like because both these teams are on the downswing. You get a win here, you put yourself in a better position to recover and maybe fight for a top 4 spot in this Nirvana group. So regardless of what form they are there, just have to come as they are and see how they come out into this group. They need wins. You cannot afford to drop too many series. If you end up in that bottom 4, you don't qualify for playoffs or anything like it. You qualify for next year.
You certainly do. It's time to get onto the Rift. It's time to get into game number 2. Game number 1 was pure chaos, and I expect nothing
敌
else
军
in
还有
here in game
30
2.
秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Is it just me, or did the EDG fans seem a little quieter than before last game? I can't quite blame them, but it feels like that maybe the volume's dropped a little bit after whatever the hell happened on the Rift about 20 minutes ago.
全
Yeah, the
军出
volume's
击。
dropped in the crowd, but it's increased on Weibo. So I'm sure the EDG players
Yeah.
won't hear the end of that one. Let's see how Leaf can do. He looked like he was doing some mega damage on that Kaiser towards the end of the previous game, hitting some of those Prey Seekers and managing to find one of those fights.
Oh, we get
hang
we get
on.
the fake. This is the fake LeBlanc skin. So we get the Hall of Legends LeBlanc skin coming out from Angel. We had it played the other day as well. We've seen it a couple of times. Yet to see the RE skin played in LPL, but it feels like that champion's becoming a little bit less meta. The LeBlanc has been really, really powerful. So there you go, bit of an homage to the great of that champion.
Let's see if Angel can live up to this champion's reputation in the hands of Faker. He had, what was it, like a 24-game win streak or something on the champion?
It was a lot.
Flawless for a long, long time. But let's see if Angel can do a similar thing here today. He's up against this Malzahar, which is a pick that we've seen a few times to try and answer the Lonk, and to,
Oh my God.
I would say
Hang on.
limited success.
Hang on, so you're telling me Faker had his unbroken win streak, the unkillable Demon King on the LeBlanc, lost to EDG with a LeBlanc counterpick at MSI Season 5. It's the story writes itself here, Munch. We've got the LeBlanc counterpick, it's EDG, it's Faker's skin on the LeBlanc. It can't write itself anymore. It's probably not worth it for this matchup in the way that it's been this scrappy, but I just want to say it for
Yeah.
once.
For a second there, I thought you were going to say it lost to a Malzahar as well. That would have been
No,
really
it's a
the
LeBlanc
cherry on
counter.
top.
It's not the Morgana mid, but yeah.
It's not that dissimilar. They've got a similar amount of permanent CC between the two of them. They're both purple. I think we take those. Let's see what Kraken can do on the pick, though. So far, no three-man dives onto Kraken, which for Malzahar that's a win in the first few
it's
levels.
not, yeah. This luxury, it is. He walks into mid lane and he's only one person there. That's exactly what he wants, really. Now, things change if you win jungle matchup and if you win bot lane. Because if supports manage to roam mid lane, it's really, really nasty. We'll say Poppy's not the best mid-roaming champion in the league. It is quite difficult to come out of Fog of War and get wall stuns onto mid lane because of... this is probably another conversation that's valuable to happen at some point, which is the wall changes in League were obviously huge. I feel like we've gotten used to them now, but the mid lane wall changes were so huge. You know, you used to be able to walk into mid lane like pretty okay as some of these support champions and really stop mid laners from playing aggressively. Because the mid lane has actually opened up a lot more, the terrain's a lot wider, it's much harder to interrupt that lane. Angel already gets a flash out of that. Walls didn't apply to that at all, that's just 1v1 mid laning brawn.
Didn't even have to flash, forces Cryans out, and you know, Cryans a player that has been criticized for his laning, does a little bit better later on into the game, but we're not later on into the game just yet. He will be a utility pick at that stage, but he's got to get there first. And Angel, kind of the MVP of OMG across the course of this year, and he's looking to continue that kind of performance here today.
Double throw, wall stun, good damage, stops him dashing out, and that is one dead bird.
I mean, he's dead before I could even start play-by-play. Wink just annihilated. Wink and you miss it, literally. Starry grabbing himself first blood, and that's a 600 gold lead bot.
And you know, most of the time when Poppy gets wall stuns, it's because she's come out of vision and you weren't expecting to have to stand away from walls. You have to train your instincts very differently to play against something like the Poppy support. He just stands next to the wall. You know, you can see PP he is in full vision, and Wink, why would you stand there? When you are against a Poppy, you stand in the middle of the lane, not next to the wall, to stop those wall stuns coming through. Poppy, if you don't get that wall stun, is not a very powerful champion in laning phase. So I think Wink, that's just some inexperience against the champion and real disrespect against PP God.
And also, just, like, the funny thing is, that wasn't even really the full combo, because Steadfast Presence was up. Wink never even got to try and dash away. He wasn't even grounded, because he never even got a chance to use his W or his E to try and escape. Just got one shot by PP God and Sari. And PP God has now moved into the mid lane and gets another wall stun. Angel silenced, though, so couldn't get the chains, and now PP God finds himself aggressed upon, had the flash but didn't even need it, and in the meantime Tianjin gets to stop Drake.
So we were just talking about the whole Malzahar, you know, the three-man greeting in mid lane where, you know, you walk up in mid lane and everyone ganks you because Malzahar can't defend himself early. The fact that you got that kill in bot lane means that PP can move to mid lane. He's standing on mid lane, which means that Cryan can't get access to even getting the wave clear here. See, that Angel is just trying to make sure that some of these minions die for free. It's forcing EDG to bring reinforcements mid lane because Cryan can't stand here alone now, because bot lane won first, and it means that it's no longer that honorable 1v1 mid. This is exactly the worry that we've seen about the Malzahar pick, and we've seen this very commonly, even when it has been played the number of times in LPL.
The other worrying thing is the fact that he is on 32 CS against 54 right now. It's not been a good start, has it? JJ just gonna take a shield to the face with a bit of a hammer to the face as well. PP God knows how diplomacy works around here.
Yeah, I feel like that's not good. Of the things I want in my face, those are not things I feel like it is good for, like, my bone structure. Level 6 hits!
Oh my god, the damage is there. Cryan just removed. His ult does nothing. EDG looked lost in this one.
I don't really know what the idea was there. You have a lost chapter on Cryan, it's not the biggest damage. JJ doesn't have level 6 either. If the Lee Sin had the level 6, I can understand looking for a big burst play, but doing that against Tianzhen, who had flash at level 6, that's not it. That's just a poor calculation, and you have to wonder now, EDG, who are in control for so much of game 1, throwing it like that, I wonder if that's ended up affecting them. Maybe they just didn't spot Tianzhen here. They spot out PP God. Tianzhen does, in fact, miss the flash too. They miss damage here, and they still lose the play. EDG, really just a poor decision to make that play.
PP God also just kind of absorbs it all. Like, he didn't even really take that much damage. It's not like Cryan got his combo off. He just flashed for the ult, so Cryan's bringing basically no damage to the table. Really, really tough one for EDG. Losing mid, losing bot. It's a 2,000, in fact, over 2,000 gold lead for OG at 7-minute mark. Yeah, this has been a really, I think that last game has really got to EDG.
Yeah, and for, like, just to put this in perspective, 2,000 gold lead at 20, 30 minutes or whatever, it's not that much. Right now it is 20% of your gold. But that's like an extra 1/5 of the gold spent. You know, you can describe it in different numbers. I feel like that ends up putting it in better perspective. Leave getting a lot of damage put onto him, but turns around with the barrier.
Forced to flash away here. And that will be summoners traded 2 for 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Harry now could be in trouble on the top side. EDG, it's their turn to make some plays around the map. Dominus comes out from Harry, flashes himself to safety, turns around and gets some good damage onto Cheche, and then slices and dices out of there.
JJ doesn't even get a chance to use the kick combo. Harry would have lived from this kind of HP anyway, but Harry, Dominus and flash down, but lives to tell the tale, manages to collect that wave in top side too. So EDG, everything they have tried in this early game has failed. They have not been able to play through bot lane laning phase. Mid lane is now down almost 30 CS. It's not going to get any better than that because, you know, Cryan is so far behind and Angel is going to be getting to the point where he can trade very, very hard even in shorter trades. EDG, they are really, really going to be struggling for options because they need this Lee Sin to do something early. JJ very typically has, but this Lee Sin is going to get very hard to play later. You're playing into very slippery carries, you're playing into hard CC from the Vi, and you're playing into the advanced presence of the Poppy. This is not an easy Lee Sin game. If it doesn't go well early, it's not getting any easier late game.
And the really tough thing about that is this was their first pick in the draft. This was their first lock-in. Was JJ grabbing himself that Lee Sin. It does feel like, in some ways, it's been answered in the draft. EDG, I mean, with how the last game went, I don't think we're just going to see a clean, easy win for OMG either. I don't have a lot of faith that either of these teams can make clean, easy wins happen. So, expect shenanigans, expect the unexpected.
Hang on, you know something I completely passed over? Tianzhen has his first kill on the Vi. He did it! He's 1-0! Yeah, so like across the series, 1 in 7 now. Yeah, congrats Tianzhen, he has himself that ult again. So see if he can get involved in another one after this point. But yeah, OMG, much stronger start than in the last game where EDG, it felt like they really got off to a good start and Tianzhen couldn't get involved early. It took a lot longer for him to, well, I mean, realistically, only really got involved in his Baron steals, but hey, well, he did well on that. We'll give him that one. But still, in a much stronger position at this point. Need to see if he can continue up this tempo and stop EDG from really getting on the board with stuff like this Malzahar. The big thing about playing around stuff like the Malzahar is that you want to make sure he never has breathing room to get on the board and start being a really obnoxious disruptor in the late game.
Harry doesn't have flash, manages to get away from the knockup though. Lee will have some time onto this tower. JJ can help hammer away on that one. Wink actually sticking around as well. I would have expected him to just give the plate over to Lee and JJ, but just going to be the 2 plates here as Harry moves back in. In fact, it's not even going to be the 2 plates because Harry's able to send them packing. Minion wave denied. PP God's moved over as well. And I think Lee will be able to stick around just long enough to finish that plate. The minions will do their job. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, Leaf does get it.
Okay, there we go.
125
Just
gold.
about, just about. I was wondering about that too. It's a little bit difficult when you don't have those grubs with the extra damage over time buff on it. EDG are going to get that. It's going to be at the cost of second dragon for OMG. So it's going to be 3 grubs apiece, 2 dragons over to OMG, and it's on a Chemtech Rift. We did see how important the Chemtech was last game. PP God looking to contest this.
A lot of pings out from OMG to TP behind enemy lines coming out from solo kill. PP God goes down. OMG full retreat here, or are they? Harry looks like he still wants to go in for this one. That's 2 grubs by EDG as OMG continue to look. They will finally back away. I'd say that fight would have been ill-advised against the Malzahar when you're already a man down.
I gotta say, if you can't get on top of that, Malzahar cancel the ultimate. Maybe don't go for it. So OMG, they do get themselves that dragon. They try and get the 4th grub for themselves. Would have been great if they could have got that steal, but still, overall, they're 2 dragons up and a decent amount of gold up still, all the same. What are we going to go back to the replay of? Around here as well. Okay, so PP God walks up. He has his ultimate, but he's never realistically going to be able to get that. Fails the wall stun and gets immediately CC'd down. So, bit of a swing and a miss there from PP God. Didn't really even have his team that close behind him, so not the best.
I'm going to be honest, even if he gets the wall stun, like... and, you know, like
Yeah.
you get 100 extra damage and then die. Feels like a bit of a over-aggressive play from PP God. Still, you know, last game he was hitting the wall every time. This time he misses the wall. To be
the
fair,
secret
he's been
tech.
good. He's been good. That's why they locked in the Poppy. He was hitting the walls every time he came to wall once. So they were like, okay, hit the walls again.
It's nothing but wall, and now he can't do that. So I don't know what the heck's happening there. Is opposite day in regards to what he wants from those champions. But still, he ended up getting that. Honestly, the one time he hit that wall stun in laning phase was the time that mattered. It's flowed across the map, so, you know, credit to him for that one. You can see that Cryan is still a decent amount of gold behind. He's not falling further behind, though, which is a bit of an issue here from OMG. He's getting access to farms, safely clearing through those side lanes. Malzahar, when he gets to this point, he's maxed out his E. He has that first item, especially with the Black Fire Torch going to burn item too. Very, very happy to just auto-clear waves. You put your E, you put your Q, you put your W with all the little gribblies walking towards the enemy, enemy tower. It's just auto-clearing the wave.
What? Gribblies?
Gribblies. Well, they're not grubs, and they're like, I know that. What are they? They're technically voidlings.
Yeah, voidlings.
It's like.
I kind of like Gribblies though.
Gribblies is cool. It's very satisfying to say, and they do a lot of good work. Malzahar players, they know exactly how much damage they do.
They certainly do. They will melt the front line quite happily. Like you say, Black Fire Torch finished off there. QSS, the tax has been paid by Angel in the mid lane. So technically, with QSS there, Cryan is 300 gold ahead because of the taxes that Angel has had to pay. Obviously, you do get stats as well as the claims, so it's not quite that simple, but Angel, I'm glad to see that respect coming through.
And you can see that EDG right now trying to close that gold gap by giving Cryan the local gold from Tower. A little strange that they gave up to JJ too, but unless he stayed around that tower, they wouldn't have got that kill on the tower. He needed to be there for the damage. So now suddenly Cryan does get himself a little bit more gold in pocket, and this was the worry about the Malzahar. It's good what they did in the early game in regards to shutting down in terms of the CS he had. It needs to continue beyond that point. Once Malzahar gets the 2-3 items, very, very hard to play around that champion if he's not part of that initial engage. He has flash, he has ult. If he spots him here, this is going to be a dead Renekton.
Oh, Harry just gets locked up. Not a lot you can do about that one. Doesn't even get to Dominus, and that is why you pick the Malzahar right there. Could be a tier 2 in the bottom side for EDG.
Yeah, they just sent 4 people towards the Renekton. That's a 4-man dive on the bottom side turret. It's going to be good damage in what we just say. More gold onto the Malzahar. There is a Herald, which has been rammed into the walls. That won't get the first charge, but still, they'll get mid turret all the same. OMG respond in 2 lanes. They will maybe get more gold out of the entire cross map, but the nucleated gold into Cryan, all focusing, funneling into this Malzahar is really important. Trying to work against the shutdown, put down earlier by OMG into his lane.
Angel getting a bit of damage on the tier 2 in the top side as well. It's not quite enough. So 2 for 1 on the towers overall, but tier 2 is just so much extra gold as well on those side lanes. Like you say, the gold gap shrinking. You can see now just 500 ahead for Angel. So the Haunting Guise comes on through, completed boots as well there for Cryan. He is starting to get to the point where the Malzahar is going to really hurt in these fights, and especially if someone's picked off, they'll melt fast.
You can see he's going for the cooldown boots soon. Doesn't want the initial damage, he just wants more flashes, which is really quite important for Malzahar, would you know? Dragon's up in 10 seconds. You don't have that flash and Cryan, nor do you have his ult, so EDG maybe want to back off on this one. That Malzahar ult is really important for making sure you can lock down that Vi. They're still around bot side, but I don't know, playing without that Malz ult feels risky to me.
It's sole point is the thing. OMG really want this one. I think EDG similarly want to deny it. Going to move over towards the Drake here. It's going to reset for the time being. EDG looking for the engage.
Okay, Cryan has that ult back up, came up as we were talking about it, so they can play around that again. Only they can't over-engage into the Malzahar. Very, very hard to survive someone getting ulted in that front line. Dragon going down, but the poke coming through from EDG.
Good true shot barrage, and Starry continuously hitting these abilities. Looking towards the engage from Wink. It's going to be a pick looking towards the side of OMG, but now OMG turned the fight back around. Solo kill on the front line, but OMG just don't have the damage to finish anybody off. EDG find the pick onto BP God and turn towards the Dragon. Oh, Tianchen, he's done this before, but he won't be able to find it this time. He went in way too early, and now Drake at 2,000. Harry dives into the mix, and suddenly Drake goes down to EDG. EDG looking for the fight as well as they find one over the wall. Tianchen trying to escape. Leave dives forward. JJ to follow, but JJ is one shot. Now Leave has to be the one to carry, but Starry keeps hitting these Qs, and Angel has items. A second true shot barrage for the fight as Angel flashes towards the enemy, but goes down himself, and solo kill finishes off another. OMG throw the fight away. Now
it's still going.
Action as BP God takes solo kill. It's absolute carnage on the Rift, and OMG, they're not even done just yet. Wink has a blast code. I'm pretty sure he's out.
PP God had the flash. I was wondering if he could get in range for one last shunt over the wall. EDG, I don't exactly know how many kills they got in that fight, but it was a lot on both sides. I'm going to need to replay to count through these. So, first it comes here to PP God. That bit I remember, because there were a lot of ultimates dumped into just a Poppy. I felt like that wasn't that efficient, but as he was saying just before this, it really felt like OMG didn't have that much damage. Lee Sin ult also comes through, so it's just a one for none. At the start of this, Tianchen is not aiming for a fight after this point, he's aiming for the steal, and doesn't get that either. See that, you know, JJ, really good damage from the kick early, gets himself that Q smite, so it's technically a one for none start right now. One kill's over, that makes it a one for two. Then EDG get one back, 2 for 1. After this point, it really just becomes about the mobility beyond this point. Absolute mess. Gosh, I don't even know exactly who comes out the winner from this because of the so much gold going into different people.
This flash from Angel was not it. Brings Faker's skin into the server and then face plants into 2 people. At least they got one on solo kill at the end of things. Honestly, I have no idea who wins the fight. I guess EDG got the Drake.
I think also, I think it was a 4 for 3.
Yeah.
I think it's a 4 for 3 overall. Look, it was really quite hard to tell because they happened like spread over about a minute and a bit. All the same, yeah, getting that Dragon take away from Soul Point definitely helps, especially given that they didn't have that Malzahar flash. They have that flash now, so now Cryan really can go towards someone more aggressively yet again. If you can go onto Starry particularly, but I mean, we just saw it on PP God too. Yeah, you got the Warmog, 2 HP, doesn't give you resist. So, potentially EDG looking for another big Malzahar flash play at some point, and they're going onto the side lane now.
Leave on the flank, not necessarily the greatest flanker, but it's enough to herd Harry away. Solo kill and TJ are here. No opportunity for Harry to get anything except for a bot lane tower. Harry is actually going to commit with the demolish and grabs himself a tower before he goes down.
There are 3 people who are now in that bot side, which means that OMG can cross-map somewhere else. They only have the 3 grubs. There's enough to get some tower damage. So, I mean, heads-up play from Harry. Realizes he's messed up and overpushed. Gets something for it. Gets some gold. He keeps himself ahead of solo kill in terms of individual gold. I suppose you'll take it given the situation. that he was in. Problem is, when you're splitting the map like this too, is that you just have to feel like EDG are much better designed in their composition to force plays right now. 2 items plus the boots on Cryan really easy to do that, but now it's OMG forcing.
Chance onto JJ in the jungle here. Tianjin starting out with off. Starry has got plenty of damage to follow it up. Solo kill now. Tries to save his jungler, ends up chained himself. But luckily, he's on Cassante, so impossible.
Wait, what? Baron's up? Hang on, are we just going to get a Baron start after this point? There's no smite, and we saw plenty of Baron throws on the other side. OMG,
no.
Yep, they killed the enemy jungler. It is just past 20 minutes. EDG must look for the fight in a 4v5.
JJ is not going to survive social media after this series, is he? Picked right as Baron comes up onto the map, and OMG have to start at EDG looking for the 4v5 right here. They've got to find a miracle fight. PP got the target once more. He goes down, but that's so much use. EDG trying to kite back. The health bar's still going somehow. Sonic falls as the True Shot Barrage slides between the targets, and EDG, they've pulled the fight off.
They have, and they managed to stop the Baron. So with JJ dying before it evens up the overall trade to a 2-for-2, but EDG winning the 4v5, and they take 2 kills of their own. That's a massive win for them. They do end up using a couple of key summoners. Solo Kill has no flash, Cryan has no flash, so that will come to impact the next few minutes, but EDG not letting the Baron be the story of this game in their own demise. You see that, no smite, definitely the right decision to start this up, but Solo Kill, we talked about this Cassante being so good into the poppy, because you just press W in front of the ultimate, and that's once again PP God struggling to have big impact in this fight. If you can get rid of one important member, it's not just a 4v5 at that point, it can even be like a 5v3 in favor of OMG. Can't quite pull it off because Solo Kill positions himself correctly.
7-9 on the scoreboard. Gold just 1,000 apart, and Drake is spawning once again. Neither of these teams believes in side lanes at this point. They want to 5v5. Both teams very happy to just go again and again. I can hear a bell in the distance. We're going for round number 2 here. Or round number 4, I think, in this game, actually. Is Angel trying to get...
It's a whole lot. There are lots of rounds. We're getting to the point where we're limping away from the ring each time. Dragon starting up, Cryan. No flash. JJ, no flash. Lots of the playmaking tools not there from EDG, but is the damage there from OMG?
I think EDG are just going to finish this Drake, though, before OMG really move in. OMG just watch it go down, and doesn't even look like they're really going to commit to finding a fight either. True Shot Barrage going to come on through. It's damage onto Solo Kill, but I mean, that is a Cassante. Maybe they could move bot. They've got a wave there, but realistically, with Baron up, you can't afford to be on that bottom side of the map. So EDG just get that one pretty much for free.
Solo Killers were doing an awful lot of work in the last couple of team fights. Right there, again, you see OMG dunking a load of damage. They just don't have the damage just yet. Even with the 2 items from Ezreal, they can't finish him off. If they had managed to force him to go back to base, they could have maybe, because he doesn't have that teleport, maybe they could have ended up getting himself an advantage on the map as he looks to kind of regen his HP. EDG, they managed to get themselves another objective, and OMG not really managing to find the fights in the way that they wanted to. EDG, their team fights are looking a lot more solid in this time. I think a lot of it has come through the fact that Solo Kill is such an obnoxious front line, and the fact that OMG aren't quite managing to get the carries in the right way.
Potential pick, all out comes through, and the top side, Angel pushed away, but Solo Kill still survives. Leave has dived behind the enemy team here, but will get away with it. That was the clone. It looks like EDG can't quite, they can't find a counter pick, but also OMG couldn't quite finish the kill onto Solo Kill either. These games have been so weird. The way that these fights pan out is just so back and forth.
It is effectively disregard setup and mechanics of the way. Effectively, it's just like someone sees an angle and they say, I'm going in. And everyone just has to adapt to whoever made the last big play. Right there, Solo Kill gets caught up by a weird interaction, catches the LeBlanc mid-flight, changes the angle of his ult. He had a really good catch onto Angel in regards to finding himself a chance to get a load of melee range trades against him. Yes, that Angel does have to blow his flash, which is potentially quite important. Angel, despite the fact that he did have that early advantage against the Malzahar, hasn't really managed to land the damage he needed to after that point. A number of times he's distorted in the middle of the team fight and found himself dying after the, well, at least having to retreat after that point. Only died the one time so far. the game now slows down a bit. EDG pushing out their side lanes, trying to wave clear where they can. OMG, they were trying to, I think for a bit, just leverage the fact that they had better teleports up because Solarkill didn't have his teleport to go towards the bot side, so they matched Harry down there. They don't have that now, so Solarkill is happy to match that wave down there. It really is going to come about these map movements and seeing whether there's an overlap at an important moment to start up the Baron, or of course the Dragon that's coming up in the next couple of minutes.
I'm looking across the scoreboard here. Harry on 2 items on that Renekton. Last game, he kind of struggled to impact the game until a little bit later on that Ken, and then suddenly one fight turned it all around. Maybe Harry can have a similar moment this time around. Looking towards Cryan as well, though. 2 items on that Malzahar. It's a champion now that really can just 100 to 0 someone if they step out of position. Harry's still trying to push in that bottom side as EDG fight for vision control of this Baron.
Oof, Leaves even doing a hell of a lot of damage there too. Has the double upgrade because he has that Nash's Tooth. So he's going to have his own poke. So before that I was thinking, okay, maybe OMG, they can play around the poke. Look at the damage coming from LeBlanc. That's nice. You have the Ezreal, but Leave, if he starts hitting W's, maybe match it back. He's losing it out for now, though. Now he's so low HP. This might be the fight OMG are looking for.
TP from Harry as well as they try and dive in, but his Tienchens go down instead. Wink sets up so much. Harry needs to get in the fight, but he's just realized it's doomed. 2 kills for EDG, and they move towards the big purple worm. Can OMG hold on?
Oh, this is going to be so hard. Maybe Starry could find himself a shooting gallery, land those Ezreal Qs, but it is getting burnt down. They don't have that much time to land this decent poke.
Oh god, they're so healthy as well. EDG, this one should be in the bag. Baron will be taken, and OMG sent packing. Maybe can find a little bit more as Angel is caught. That's a 5-man true shot barrage from Starry. I mean, he certainly padded his damage stats, but it doesn't lead to anything.
It almost led to something when they chunked out Leave at the start of that top side play, but OMG, they're finding the problem where if you don't dive directly onto the backline, it's really hard to get yourself a winning fight. Leave takes a good chunk out of from LeBlanc. The True Shot Barrage adds to the woes there too, which means that this looks like a good fight. You can get yourself a fight while Leave is so low HP. Still has ult, still has barrier. And it's a bit of a misplay from Tienchens. Tried to smite away the spell shield from Malzahar, but can't get himself the ultimate in time before he is ulted himself by the mouse. Locked down, locked out. 2 kills very quickly over to the side of EDG.
I mean, Cryan's just a better player, isn't he? He's just completely outskilled him there. Tienchen ends up going down. I wonder if Tienchen goes QSS this game. We'll have to find out. PP God tanking a good amount of damage right before a fight here, but he does have a Warmog, so the TP in from Cryan. EDG getting onto the scene. 3rd Drake for either team. Whoever gets it would put themselves to soul point here. And it will be OMG to control mid. Should be able to move into River.
So this would be an important Dragon for OMG to at least get that soul win condition a little bit later. EDG, they've been winning over the last minute or two. It's been really easy for them to walk around areas of the map. They have the flash and Malzahar on after all this time, and they start the Dragon. It'll be immediately going down soul point over to EDG.
Pretty unfortunate for OMG that they commit all 5 players to setting up for this Drake, but then don't commit to the fight, don't contend. Perhaps could have sent people to the side lanes trying to play elsewhere on the map. But I suppose if you go elsewhere on the map, EDG can also commit less people to the Drake. And suddenly, it feels real scary for OMG. They've not got a lot of vision outside of their towers, have they? This feels oppressive from the side of EDG.
And you just get to send again the Gribblies forward to make sure that there's extra turret shots to be tanked as well. Baron buff helping them. Mid tower very easily taken. EDG. This is very, very strong moment for them because now they get to walk into the enemy jungle much more easily. They haven't really been able to do that in this game, but with the flash, Malzahar ultimate, plays become so much more easy to make.
Flash forwards and in dives everybody. Cryan survives. He walks away with his life. The True Shot Barrage. Gonna be a false shot barrage on this one. EDG 2-0.
Oh, it's a bit of pyrite instead of gold. Fool's gold as OMG try and take down Cryan, and he survives on single-digit HP. Felt like it. Couldn't quite get themselves that slap back at EDG with the rest of the Baron buff. Only 10 seconds of it left. Won't even be stalled out by the inhib turret. They'll take 2 extra turrets from beyond what I thought they'd be capable of doing to get themselves a significant gold lead now from where it was before.
Bit of desperation from OMG trying to brute force these fights. The Viping not working out for them. really in either game. Obviously, the Smite steals came through. It wasn't MVP, but I don't know if we really say that the Vi pick worked for in that game. This is starting to feel really tough for OMG. EDG, once again in control. They were in control in the previous game. They kind of lost control. This time around, they are in charge.
So Tianjin looks for the Q flash. He hits one person. If he hits that Q flash onto Cryin, then he kills him. He doesn't manage to land it there. A couple of times now the Q flash has just gone wide, just gone a little bit short. Just can't quite get it there, and you see that Cryin very, very low HP, but just about survives.
EDG, can they do it? Can they finish the job? I mean, do you know what? I'm not willing to say anything. I'll just wait and see. I'll wait and see.
Yeah.
After that first game of this series, I didn't say anything about whether or not a team is going to finish this one off. Cryin, though, has survived that early game. He's got to the point where he's got items. He's got to the point now where he is going to be able to just melt anyone that comes near him. And it's so hard to pick off a Malzahar. He's got 3.5 items, by the way. This Poppy as well looked good in the early stages of the laning phase. We've yet to see a really impactful ultimate. We've yet to see much of pushing that advantage further after that lane.
The problem here is that OMG, their play is to force on you with a LeBlanc and a Vi just trying to shut down that one target. That's not worked. OMG don't exactly do that much else in this team composition. They have tried at points to play through more lanes than EDG, send Harry to a side lane, send Angel to a side lane. Because EDG can push so heavily now, and they have good poke, and the wave play's not quite there from OMG. You can't even 1-3-1, because EDG have now broken open the map with Super Minions too. So OMG feels like their teeth have really just been pulled out here from EDG. It's really, really hard for them to play through what their competition wants them to do, and what that means that it's much harder to force now while Cryin has no flash, because once he gets that flash, again, the both offensive and defensive plays become that much more powerful, and it also stalls out the game to the point where the Renekton is just much less useful than the Cassante. I had this conversation just before we went on air as well. That feels like we have the Nidalee pass, and we had the LPL Corki pass as well, where we had a couple of players that can play the Corki well. Feel like Renekton is also up there. Harry, I think, has done fine on the weak side, but if you're going to use the Renekton, you need to snowball earlier. You are running out of time on this pick, and I think EDG might have just made this champion a little bit obsolete.
It doesn't feel like Harry can have much of an impact, and he needs to. He needs to be a part of these fights. EDG just staying as a 5-man unit, as they should, because second OMG sees someone separated, they've got plenty of big potential of their own. EDG actually may be looking for a fight in the mid lane, not going to allow OMG to contend with
Oh,
Cryo.
JJ!
JJ starts it onto Starry. Gorgeous engage from the EDG jungler, a foot to the face, and it will be the final breath here for OMG as EDG charge down that mid lane. JJ, phenomenal stuff. After 2 Barons are stolen from him in game number 1, he finds the game-winning kick for EDG here in game number 2. It's not quite over just yet, though. They've got to take down these Nexus towers. PP God and Harry doing their best to stem the tide. But Wink charges back into the fray. PP God sent away, and that will be curtains. OMG taken down in game 2 as Lee looks for 2 more on the fountain. EDG pushes to 3.
Who else but the last remaining world champion on this EDG roster? They have seen some dark, dark days. They are a far distance away from those lofty heights they reached, but JJ showing that he can still have those top draw moments. That was a kick into a Malzahar ult into the end of the game. Love to see that playmaking still available to EDG after a split, well, a whole year of really, really poor form from this team. They still got something left.
They certainly do. JJ definitely does in his right foot, calling Beckham at this point. Fantastic stuff coming out from him. We're going to game 3. We'll go into a quick break, and we'll be back with the conclusion to this section.
No matter how we fight today, yeah. No matter how much honor they display.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first 3 series day here in the LPL. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nightmare, and we're going to 3 games in OMG versus EDG. I've got to be honest, at the start of the day, I didn't think we'd see anything different but 3 games from this series, and here we are. Leave grabs himself MVP 6, 0, and 11 on the Kaiser.
I think the game being more broken up and more focused around, honestly, not putting the pressure on him, he was following up on plays. Really helped him. Leave has struggled a lot in summer. I think that he struggled to put out good damage. He put out good damage here, and that's a good sign for EDG. We've asked for more from Cryan, asked more from Leave. They did well in that last game. The Malzahar was a key part of the competition. Of course, JJ with that last kick as well, showing us that he is still as consistent as ever.
Phenomenal final play there from JJ. I wasn't sure if he was going to steal away MVP with that kick at the end there, to be honest, but
I was wondering.
he doesn't get it in the end, and he's going to grab himself a brand to start this one off. We have got a lot of top lane battles here with the Rumble, Gon, the Ken. Oh, I guess there's only 2, but it feels like a lot because we don't usually get more than 1.
Yeah. So weirdly, we've seen a lot of red side Renekton bans, so it wouldn't surprise me to see a Renekton locked in early, because that champion is very good as a blind pick right now. We did see that Harry got that lane lead and basically maintained the lead throughout the entirety of that game. It does seem to be a pick which LPL is loving. I have said that not a lot of players have necessarily earned the right to play that champion, because you do need to do more than just win lane. You've got to win team fights later on that, which OMG couldn't quite manage to do in that last time. Angel and the Lucian did win that first game in this pick though, and it very much helped him in regards to kind of like dancing around those team fights. See if we can do the same again here.
Harry just says better still, instead of picking the Renekton myself, which, you know, the Renekton really struggled to
already
impact
looking
last
at a
time.
counter.
Exactly, yeah, I'll just pick something that does well into the Renekton. Solo kill answers with the Cassante. Cryan goes for the Corki, and it will be an AP jungler locked in. It's the Lilia for Tianjin.
That Lilia is suddenly very dangerous here, 'cause the Lilia with the Swell Seed can catch off the Brand or even the Cassante at points and burn them and threaten them to launch that ult just a one-person splash off that Swell Seed, and things get very dangerous when and Meganar could potentially fly over the top. If Tianchen is on better form than he was sadly in the last couple of games in regards to his team fights, which have been a bit hit and miss, he could really make a difference on the Lilia. Typically, Lilia can struggle against teams which outrange. Currently, EDG don't do that. They might look towards something like an Ezreal to help them in regards to that, but it wouldn't surprise me if OMG either snapped it up or banned it.
See, Tianjen, he's never played Lilia before professionally. He's certainly a carry player by nature. You know, ex-Rengar one trick. So maybe Lilia is something he's been practicing. We'll have to wait and see. But the AD carry's being panned away, Misfortune. And Varus, you mentioned the Ezreal still up and available. It's something Starry's looked good on in this series as well. So there we go. Ban comes out from EDG. And it means that this Kai'Sa can be stolen away, which Leave has equally looked pretty good on in this series.
It's the hovering over that Senna. The Senna does give you some different support options. If you'd like to go towards something like an Ornn instead of the North as well. The Ornn is obviously very, very good with the center as well. It gives you that ability to play towards a bit stronger front line if you're a little bit afraid of how that Lilia can interact with your back line. Hovering over some different options. Leave has looked better on champions that can reposition better. That Kai'Sa really, really helped in regards to finding himself into the better parts of the team fight. Of course, he's had some weaker moments on that too, but still, that ability to reposition has very much been what he has been looking for. The Zeri can do that with the wall raids.
I feel like Zeri, one of the champions that Leave has been the most comfortable on across his career, where, you know, when he first came into the roster, Zeri was like the pick at the time, and when we saw him having a couple of pop-off games, definitely something he's got plenty of practice on, and Wink happy to lock in the Nautilus alongside it, and partly just to deny Kai'Sa Nautilus as a combo, but that means Rel is open and available with a Lilia and a Gnar alongside it. That's a hell of a combo in a team fight.
And I like OMG's teamfight comp because they don't have to snap engage if they don't want to. They can wait to play around some swell seeds, which can be really, really powerful later on and threaten the enemy team into retreating and kind of get their front line into position to block someone so they don't just immediately die if they get slept on. And it does feel like OMG have given themselves some good options. They have mobile carries for Angel and Starry, which has been definitely something we've talked about as a favorable thing for a lot of our mid to bottom table teams. It can help them find the right place in team fights. EDG, I think they have the better front line. I do think that JJ on the brand is a strong factor. He has shown exactly what he can do with that. Very nearly solo carried the game in game one, but couldn't quite manage to pull it off. I feel like OMG with these multiple engage options though, giving themselves a much easier time to find the team fights they were failing at in game number 2.
Can they find them is the question, because that's been one of the criticisms we've had of both teams, is the actual execution when it comes down to it. That was the biggest issue we saw for OMG in the previous game. EDG in the first game really, really struggling to execute on their composition, especially later on into things. It does feel like EDG have been the ones with the gold lead on average in this series. Like EDG on average have been ahead, but OMG certainly not a team to be counted out, and I do like this composition theoretically. We'll see if OMG can pilot it, find their picks. EDG similarly, let's see how this early game is going to go. Tianjen, a player with a lot of weight on his shoulders right now for OMG. He needs to have a good performance away from that Rengar once more.
So all the marbles in this series coming into game 3, so important to get ahead in this Nirvana group.
So, OMG 1-0 in the group so far. EDG already with 1 series lost, already playing the 3rd series. Feels like the group's only just begun, and yet they're finding ways to get those games in. EDG would love to finish this series off with a win. It's not been a clean series. There's a lot to work on for this team. There's a lot to take away from these VODs for both teams in terms of improvements. But at the end of the day, those points are what matters. It's still very possible for either of these teams to make it towards playoffs. They've got to get on top of this pile. Whether or not it's possible will be a question of this kind of battle of attrition that is the group stage, that is a round robin. But we'll find out over the next couple of weeks which of these teams is going to be able to make it into playoffs. OMG and EDG, though, reputations to uphold for these organizations.
Yeah, they've been such stalwarts. First played off against each other in 2014. That's when EDG came into the league. OMG were there for a year before that in 2013. Some of the real OGs of the league alongside Invictus Gaming's been there for years. Team WE. We have a couple of those organizations which have lasted over time. Pretty much every historical org in LPL has had the ups and downs at this point. They've seen better days, these two. Really like that trade there from Angel. We've already highlighted this Lucian Corki matchup earlier in the series. Getting to hop out of that Foss bomb can mean that Lucian can get good winning trades, especially with the press the attack in that mid lane. See if Angel can give Tianjin a winning lane to work off of there, as it does look like bot lane is getting pushed in from EDG. The Jeje is going to be positioning towards the bot side of the map, and he'll try and maybe use that to get towards the bot scuttle.
Should be able to grab that one for himself. Tianjin moves into that top side. Quiet start to things, as you'd expect with the Lilia and a Brand in the jungle. As Angel hits level 3, and let's cry and know about it. That is a hell of a trade from Angel in the mid lane. And dashes for another double shot there.
That is the
Q is up in a second. He's got flash.
It's the textbook trade. Textbook trade. I think he can't quite do it because of just the amount of healing you get from Corki, the absorb life, the fleet forward, and the level up, just about keeping him safe. But Angel skips out of the Fossum, gets to press the attack, and then uses his abilities afterwards. Gets his E refresh. That is like the picture-perfect Lucian trade. We've seen a lot of Lucians struggle to use this pick to the edge of what we know it can do. The fact that we're seeing better games on it now means I'm liking this pick more and more. I'm getting more confidence in that our players are learning how to use this, especially from the early lane.
And I think this is where you get a lot of value from having a player like Angel on your roster who has played for such a long time. Like, Lucian has been a mid laner over the years. It's just quite a long time ago. But Angel, he's got those games under his belt. He's played this pick. He's been around long enough to know how this one works. And really, really nice trades to start his game off. Fantastic stuff to see. JJ sticks around at the bottom side. Oh, that looked like a hit to me. I've seen Nautilus hooks that hit that.
I mean, well, this happened a little earlier in the series where PP God couldn't quite land that hook himself. Feels like the Nautilus gods are not necessarily smiling on our players today. A lot of hitting walls, not quite hitting those clutch skill shots, but, you know, if that hits, that's likely a kill. That's likely bot side control from EDG. The fact that hook just about misses maybe even changes the whole patchwork of the game.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, when we first saw the Nautilus locked in for PP God in game number 1, I was like, you know, this is PP God's bread and butter, and then PP God had a really rough game. But Wink as well, a similar player in terms of, like, you know, Nautilus, Leona were very much his wheelhouse when he first stepped over to being a support. Remember, this guy was an AD carry for a long time. And yet, Nautilus not looking so hot to start us off. Maybe just a singular mistake, though, rather than a trend.
I did find it quite funny that, particularly in regards to when Winks changed his supports, he was forever with Arn as a bot lane. That both of them were Draven players, which was just really, really funny to me. It's just like somehow Invictus game managed to pick these guys up over time.
I mean, they had Jackie Love before that as well.
Exactly,
Bonbon
the
was
Draven amongst all
who's
drivers.
also a Draven player. This organization
like
just
gym...
breeds Draven players, I guess.
They collect them like Pokemon gym badges. It's like you must have this many Draven players to level up as a team.
That is IG's gym badge, is the Draven.
Yeah. It's just like a little swirling, twirling axe. That's I could get behind that. I could definitely get behind it. It feels like a team signature. And yeah, we'll see. That's a hell of a level 6 trade.
Ooh, 1 HP away from literally a solo kill on solo kill. Harry, great job in this laning phase. As Angel continues to land these Qs. He's level 6, culling is up. Cryan might have to flash here. W comes out, but Angel holds off on the ultimate.
Angel doing a great job of dodging out these skill shots. Again, the grand majority of why Lucian is being picked is because you can dodge out of the Foss swap, even though they changed the missile speed for it to be faster, so it's harder to do that. If you can dodge out of that skill, because it's now the max thing, we don't see the Corki Emax anymore. If you miss that Foss swap, you are losing that trade. So Angel really showing what you can do in that lane. It's not led to a huge CS lead, but it has led to push. Problem is, EDG also lost that bot lane, so it's much easier for OMG to play around that bot side of the map. The hook lands, and this time JJ almost combos up into that. Doesn't get the kill though, and it's going to be a split map in terms of the objectives.
Certainly is. Tianjin will be able to grab these grubs. She's using that smite as well, just to speed up on the second one. We'll be able to finish the job. We'll be able to get that crab as well. I don't think he'll have much of an angle to go top, so probably will just be a reset off the back of that one. Very quiet early game, very objective-focused early game, and I can imagine that the coaching staff for both of these teams coming into game 3 here was like, okay, take it easy. Let's wait until we've got absolutely guaranteed plays. This doesn't feel like a guaranteed play, but it does feel like a play that could work, although Tianjin takes 2 totals. No! Oh, God, Tianjin!
Tianjin doesn't pull the ult either. Maybe he could have waited for Angel to flash forward or something, but realizes it's not going to happen. And because the DOT's been applied, he takes tower aggro. Even though he leaves tower range, he takes it back again because of that that dream-laden bow. Tianjin goes down, and it has been, you know, a series where he gets himself an MVP. Watch back at this again. That's 12 seed hits. That's a dead Corki. You can't Valkyrie out, but he takes aggro because of the passive, the DOT. He could have maybe flashed out of tower range. Maybe he could have flashed out of the QE flash combo from JJ. Doesn't quite manage it. Goes down and gives gold over to that mid jungle.
That is heartbreaking. Just as I was saying, they're playing safe. Just as I was saying, they're going to take it easy to start it off. Tianjin flubs the dive in the mid lane, and that massive lead that Angel was working on suddenly equalized. And now JJ, it's a fantastic start for him. Gets himself first blood on the brand. You really couldn't ask for more.
You know what? The big difference in these early games is how these junglers play around winning lanes. When JJ has had winning lanes, he's managed to do something with it most of the time, even if it is just about getting some camp steals or something like that. Obviously, that's much more important on AP junglers. But we saw Tianjin, even with the winning lanes, when he had the Vi, which can force plays, really struggled to play through those winning lanes. And again, here on the Lilia, and Lucian was dumpstering the mid lane, if not in CS, but at least in the trading and, of course, in the pressure you're getting out in that lane as well. That way was constantly in the turret. The fact that Tianjin couldn't play towards it is a big issue.
Oh, all in on the bottom side. Wink going to be the target. He's not level 6 just yet, but second plasma won't be procced. Starry does have that ultimate. If Wink oversteps, Leave actually going to try and find an all-in onto Starry. Barrier used early on. W lands onto Leave. Leave actually hit level 7. This is not a fight that Starry really wants to take. He wants to get this wave, but it could be a dive angle for the side of EDG. But Wink face checks into the brush and goes down before the dive can ever come through. The Pyroclasm, though, and Tianjin might go down instead as Leave grabs himself a kill off the back of it. The sleep is too little, and it's too late.
Leave rides over the wall to safety as he takes himself a bit of a nap after getting himself a nice kill for himself. OMG. These early plays, playing through lanes, have just not worked for them. And Tianjin, the new addition to the roster, yes, walked away with an MVP for his smites, but not really for his ganking.
He's got killer instinct available. He flashes first and then follows the E over the wall. Starry surely finishes the job, but the killer instinct was so short. He didn't wait until Leave was in Tribrush, and it means Leave walks away.
Starry looks for the auto reset. He tries to go for the quick double tap of the auto, but he doesn't get the kill, and Leave with the fleet footwork gets the movement speed to escape the play. Nothing is working out in these micro plays for OMG in this early game. You gotta feel for them. They have been so close to making good plays, just about to capitalize, and they keep getting hit like this.
PP God forced a flash. Oh, things are getting away from OMG, aren't they? You can kind of feel the panic exuding through the screen here in the way that these plays are going. The health bars get so low for EDG, but not really able to finish these kills. And Zeri getting a kill early on, Brand getting a kill early on. It's just not good for OMG. Sets a ward over the wall. PP God just going to sweep it straight away. Tianjin moving over. Second spawn of Grubs here. EDG wants to even them up.
Starry's gone towards top side, so you could roam down potentially, but he'd be on the wrong side of the fight. So OMG deciding, all right, let's not take this fight. Rather wait for a little bit more gold. Giving EDG over the 3 grubs means that, of course, they'll get some tower damage, but it's not going to be anything more than that for the might buff. So, in terms of the objectives, even-ish, we are getting OMG trying to focus on playing through these aggressive lanes. Angel really was dunking on the lanes early. We saw that Harry doing the same thing in this Nara matchup. Quick goes too close towards Fog of War. Now, if your jungler's on your side of the map, you assume you're on the strong side, but that doesn't mean you're always safe. You can't still walk up like that. Ends up dying for that one. And JJ at least ends up getting a clean one back. He tanks up that Lily roll too after this point. So the big thing with Kaiser is that you often look to use your ultimate as an auto reset. So what he tries to do is try and get himself into that fight. We don't even get to see the end of the play. Another fight.
Death charge onto Starry, but PP God We saw his flash used in the previous play. That's another kill for Leave. Leave is getting real strong as Harry forced away as well. That's EDG grabbing a Drake as well as previously getting those 3 grubs. This is a phenomenal start for EDG. They might just be pushing themselves towards a win at this rate.
And it is looking pretty bad for OMG on the other side, because while that play went poorly on the bot side, they weren't on the other side of the map. Normally, if you lose a kill there, you look to the top lane and you say, oh, well, is there going to be a tower play taken there? Is it going to be a tower taken? Well, Angel's there now, but he wasn't there 30 seconds ago. If he was, maybe you'd be able to cross map. So they lose the dragon, they lose themselves a kill, but they don't have a great answer available to them. OMG, I think the solo laners have been pretty good on that front, but they have just been behind on map movements, and they are again, as we see a teleport towards this top side. Angel can't even stay for another plate here. Cryan can maybe even look for an all-in.
Hey, the plate still managed to get picked up
just so I gets it.
in the end for Angel. Those grubs plus 1,000 minions doing their work. I just want to quickly mention Harry has quietly been picking up a massive lead for himself. As solo kill obviously left that tower at some point. Those 3 plates were taken earlier on by Harry at the top side. It's 1,500 gold up. As Angel dives in onto Cryan, Tianjin trying to move up there as well. Might just have to... No, he doesn't have Smite up here. He's trying to keep the grubs away from JJ, but the reset means Leave picks them up in the end. Tianjin forced underneath this tower right here. Bit of burn coming on through. PP God's here. EDG surely can't dive this.
It depends how much CC lands. You do have that brand with so much damage. Starry's here, though. It is a, what, 4v4?
Just dives in. Magna Storm across everyone. Leave has to carry this one. Cleanses as Tianjin dives across the team. As Starry dives into the backline. Crying on the front side as Starry might just be able to finish him. There's the auto. 1v1 between the AD carries. Who's better? Plasma comes out on top. And Starry makes his name in the series.
The top lane runs red with blood as OMG walk away with the 4v4 at 13 minutes in the top lane. We're not going to call that one standard, but we're going to call it standard for this series. OMG getting themselves into a much better point. While this is happening, what did we say about the last play? OMG didn't have a cross map ready. Their cross map this time is having Harry dunking on this individual matchup. Just before this Gnar was the only person with the lead for OMG that has flipped around massively after this point. You can see that, you know, there are 4 members in. There's good damage from the side of EDG if the brand gets good value, but he's already put into the meat grinder by that Rel, by the Lilia as well, getting the Dream Dust passive onto everyone. The fact that Angel walks out from this alive too, and Starry gets the Plasma at the end, it makes this insult to injury as Starry picks up so much gold.
Harry at least will grab a tower in the bottom. So Harry is 2,500 gold up on Gnar.
Oh yeah.
That is a big, big top laner. Down on the bottom side of the map, EDG, in the meantime though, will grab that Herald for themselves.
I could be a bit harsh here and say that Harry, the reason he's so far ahead is that he didn't have his jungler die to the enemy champion in lane. Like, Tianjin maybe made sure that Angel couldn't get similar kinds of leads. And then Harry's like, look, I'm just going to play my 1v1, going to get side lane gold, see you in about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Does feel like he's set up in a position where this side lane threat could be the way OMG push this one forwards. They are, like, they're up a sizable amount of gold, and it is pretty much exclusively Harry, but Starry managing to even the lead that Leave got earlier on in the game off of the back of that fight as Kraken Slayer is now finished off, and he is ready to get into these scraps. Kai'Sa, one of those champions that every single item just feels like a big spike.
Hugely so. Once you get towards that 2 items, Starry is going to be well, already Starry is going to be shredding people. I think EDG needs to be really, really careful in the next few minutes, because if they look for like a split map state and a swirl seed hits someone and the sleep comes through, Kai'Sa will jump on and kill them as well. Very easy for OMG to catch up people on their own. Solo kill cannot be left alone defending turrets. He can't wave clear. EDG, you can't leave this Cassandra. He's not going to be able to save your turrets. OMG, 3 turrets now killed, lots of gold onto very important members. A lot of it's because Solo Kill is being left alone to wave clear when he clearly can't. I think EDG need to make sure that he's in a safe lane at this point because he can't defend the map.
Well, OMG's slogan is Dawning Beams Shine and Planets Sparkle. Right now it feels like the stars are sparkling for them. Starry, the one with a good chunk of their lead. Wink.
Oh, he's going to get towards bot lane. You can reach mid lane to bot lane.
How good of a driver is he? We've had plenty of terrible drivers here in the LPL, but Wink is not among them. Oh, yes, he is!
Oh, no!
He missed the tower. It looked so good until it didn't.
So close, but misses the finish line. And just kind of crashes out onto the wall, call out the safety car, put ourselves a red flag up for that one. And we'll see whether we can get this race back on track soon enough, finding the bot side potential.
Oh, PP God finds the engage, and there goes Starry to follow it up. There's one onto JJ already, and I mean, that's Drake taken with the jungler down.
We were exactly talking about this. OMG, look for split picks. EGD need to be very careful about how they position around the map. If someone is left alone, it is really, really hard. That Kai'Sa ultimate, not even at the second level yet. You get to the second rank of that ultimate, it becomes so much larger range, can follow up from such a longer distance. OMG, they stop the dragon stacking, they get more gold onto Starry, who's going to get towards the second item now. We're going to get ourselves a replay of this. You know, you have the Cassante in this area in mid lane, your Corkies around, but they're just not within range to respond quickly. You are never getting to this play if the engage is pulled, and I don't think EDG realized that until too late. They had a great lead in this game. It has evaporated at this point.
Feels like this Rel Kai'Sa combo. Do you know, I kind of prefer this to the Ezreal that they've been prioritizing all series long. Starry is looking good on the pick. PP God finding these engages, setting it up for his team. I mean, the top lane brawl that got Starry ahead in the first place was PP God turning around with a snap engage, pulling multiple players from EDG in with a Magnet Storm. Does feel like this bot duo doing a lot of work. In fact, all three lanes managing to find advantages in this one.
Yeah, Angel, of course, looks a little bit different because Cryan's had all the side lane gold. It's Harry that has all the side lane gold for OMG. So, you know, they chose to put Harry ahead instead of Angel. I think that's fine. Angel's still getting gold. Now Harry is genuinely a win condition. I mean, we have seen that Solo Kill cannot defend turrets. And yes, we are going to see Cryan getting more side lane gold, so the Corki is going to get towards their items on a quicker power point than Angel. Already at that Muramana, Cryan can potentially do a bit of carrying in this game. I need to see now Harry, who has been up and down, used this lead well. He's currently on weak side, does not want to give a shutdown over. Well, actually, he doesn't have a shutdown over. That's weird in its own right.
Yeah,
how the hell does he not have a shutdown? Excuse me?
2,500 gold up individually. He doesn't have a shutdown.
What? He has a 40 CS lead, 2,500 gold. That is
I
beyond
just don't
me.
understand
Solo Kill.
the shutdown
I think
system
Solo
at
Kill
all.
might die here, by the way. He is very pushed up.
Solo kill or solo death? Only time will tell. The dot comes on down, and that will lead to a sleep. Angel ready to follow up with the combo as well. And solo kill, unfortunately for him, will just go down. Tianjin grabs that kill. Tianjin refusing to let Angel have any leads in this game. Removed the lane lead, now removing kills later on in the game as well.
Yeah, you know, he didn't get any kills in game one. Gonna make up for it somehow. Teleport in through the back Solo Kill. No teleport, no life. This will be a 5v4 if they find the fight, but they can't quite get themselves the engage.
I mean, the Lucian flank is not exactly what the champion's designed for. And EDG just stands strong. Health bars were kind of chunked on OMG from PP God and from Harry, so they decide not to make the play, but the tier 2 survives in the mid lane. EDG push onto the bottom lane here, but they don't actually have any minions to work with, so they are now tanking the tower, and I think they realize this is not a siege that they can continue.
It's really dangerous to be making plays like this. Now, they do need to group up as a death ball, because if they don't, OMG will engage, and they will kill very, very quickly. But they didn't have Solo Kill there, and by the time he teleports in, it would have been a very dangerous fight potential there. Solo Kill just way too pushed up. You can see that we were talking about Harry, how he needs to be responsible with his lead in the side lane. Solo Kill doesn't have a lead to be responsible with, and yet he is still being irresponsible here. Pushing up like that is not helping him get out of this deficit. And it is sad, because I think Solo Kill has had some great games. Every so often he has a moment like this, and you think, yeah, he's still a newer player, and he's kind of showing it here in the side lane.
I feel like this is not just a solo kill issue either. This has been something that Cryan has done as well, is just slightly over push, and a lot of the time he's on the Tristana so he can get away with it, but on Corki games we have seen him over push, get caught out, be punished for it. Feels like both of these solo laners for EDG have a little tendency to do that kind of thing. Solo kill punished for it this time around. But we're a minute away from an Infernal Drake here. This would be the second Infernal Drake for OMG if they were able to get it. Does feel like they have all the advantages to work with as well, with Starry on 2 items, same for Angel in the mid lane. I'm not really sure this is particularly fightable for EDG.
You could pray that they over-engage into a Brand. That's done a lot of work before. JJ does have a lot of damage even though he's down 1,000 gold. Brand is Brand at the end of the day. He doesn't necessarily... yeah, the more damage he gets, the more disgusting it gets, but it's not like he won't have impact all the same. Dragon should spawn. I think EDG do need to focus on getting towards that 3 items for lead and try. If they get that, then I think that carries who are still very relevant in this game could just take over a game by themselves. They're fighting over mid lane prior. Tianjin takes a tag there. Solo kill goes forward, misses the Q3.
I was a little bit nervous that I was going to get caught there. TP into the mid lane. EDG win mid prio and use it immediately. They tagged up this tier 2 earlier, so EDG rewarded with a tier 2 in the mid lane. Nice bit of play from them as Harry pushes the wave out bot and looks to group up with his team. Starry separated from the rest of the squad, but on that Kai'Sa, he can rejoin the gang very simply. EDG definitely want to fight this Drake.
Yeah, so just watch out for these swell seeds. If a good swell seed lands, I think the engage can come through after that point, so watch out for these E's. It's going to be one on the front lane. Don't necessarily want it on the Nautilus, one on the back line. Celestial opposition gone. PP gone on an engage angle.
Blast code available for him. Will get spotted and pushed away. Celestial opposition gone. That's a knock-in towards Harry, but he's about to turn mega. Actually jumped the wrong direction, but I don't think it matters. OMG got the damage to start things off. 3v3 now as Tianjin in the middle of everyone, but he survives anyway. He walks away with his life, and Starry takes over while everyone's distracted. He flies into the back line and shuts them down. OMG find an ace, a dragon, and they head to the purple worm.
Oh, it's clear skies in this game, and it is a starry sky awaiting OMG. They take the Kai'Sa, they take the star carry, and OMG are going to not just take the dragon, they're going to take the Baron on top of all the kills that they had. They had so many leads to work around, and they have just exploded this game. At the time of asking, OMG, this should be the play which really should put them to a win. It's hard to say it in this series, but that should break open this game.
OMG going full Van Gogh here with a starry night, and this fight just looking all daffodils for them.
And you know, Harry, he is really strong on the Gnar. I do think he makes the right decision to not jump forward there because he had the Nautilus ult onto him. It would have cancelled out his jump either way, and he's not got any armor or resist just yet. He ends up just about buying up the space, and it's Starry that cleans up on the other side. So even though the engage, the hook comes through, it's not quite enough to get that kill onto Harry and deny him the fight because he just about gets out of range.
And again, we see Leave hunting for these big plays. The fight is lost, but he tries to finish the kills off. Fair play to him on that one. That's Pyroclasm used very liberally from JJ, trying to keep himself safe and return. I mean, that damage is absurd. That was one ultimate coming out from Brad.
Yeah.
JJ and PP got sent packing.
It's like the last time we saw the fight, we were saying, well, is EDG in a position to fight this? Well, Brand might be, because he's Brand. It's really hard to tell sometimes, because, yeah, Brand is still an immobile carry. He can just die and do nothing, but if he gets his combo up, that's probably like half the team's HP without going down. We used to see a lot of Brand support for exactly the same reason.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter if he has the items, he's still Brand, and this is why this champion is so high priority. First pick for EDG in the 2 games if they've played it, if memory serves me right. Currently has no flash, though, and he's not exactly very good at surviving situations like this, and he doesn't have something like a Seeker's or a Zhonya's. OMG can very much pick on this Brand and stop that character from doing any damage as much as he has a lot of it.
Let's see if he can. I mean, Brand, famous for his sort of ARAM moniker, similar to that of Karthus, where it's okay if I die, so long as I've jumped in and used my whole combo, leave, and get the hell away from that wall. That felt real scary for a second. Yeah, even if JJ dies, so long as he's blasted off his combo, he's got his ult bouncing, he'll still do mega damage in the fight. It's down to the rest of the team to finish the job at that stage. Chunked by a Prey Seeker. Won't be able to find more.
So, OMG. This should be the moment they close the game. We have not really been able to say that very conclusively, though, in this series. And again, historical though this matchup may be, both these teams have been on the downswing. Need to see them pick up wins like this to stabilize within this group. OMG, they win this, they go to 2-0. That puts them in pretty good standings here in Group Nirvana. EDG, they played a lot more series than many of other teams. This will be their 3rd coming through. If they go to 1-2 in a group which has had some upstarts already here in Nirvana, I mean, I think TT had a great series the other day. IG and Ultra Prime showing some decent moves as well. It's dangerous to be dropping series like this.
Feels so important, doesn't it, to get these wins on the board, and for OMG to be 2-0 in the group. That would be such a fantastic little buffer for them to move forwards in this group. Remember, this is a team very much with eyes on playoffs. If they can managed to thread things together with this roster. They've made so many roster changes.
Sure.
It's obvious that the organization wants to make something work with this roster. It's just whether or not they can actually cross those T's and dot those I's.
Do you remember the Eyes on curse when there was that video series around Worlds? It's like eyes on this team, eyes on this player, and then they'd immediately lose. I get a little bit worried. It's like, eyes on playoffs. Oh no, it's coming back. We'll see whether they can
What playoffs
shake
is
off
about
that
to
one.
lose?
Yeah. Well, I think that's a little bit more Worlds focused than this one, so we'll hope that it doesn't apply in this situation. But I'd like to again just put out the historical little fact there. Anyway,
I
Dragon.
love that series, by the way. Like,
It was great,
bring back
fantastic
everyone.
content by the way. I love that, deep dive into the players and learn a bit of their stories. Dragon up in 30 seconds, EDG, they don't have flash on JJ, he doesn't have a Seekers, so he is very, very likely to die. PP God has flash, Harry doesn't matter. I think like once you have that Rel getting into the backline, probably it's going to be lights out. Starry is so ready to shred through this team. It's 7-0-2 already, so strong.
Really scary for either of these teams to get themselves an Infernal Soul as well. So each of these Drakes so crucial. AP Kaiser with Infernal Soul. No, thank you. That sounds horrendous. Don't want to play against that. So we'll see. Goes wide with the TP behind enemy lines as PP God sets it all up. Harry arrives and slams it into the wall. That's EDG eliminated in this series as Cryan sent packing over the wall. No! Turns it around, gets one for himself. Revenge for the laning phase, but it's still OMG out on top.
I don't think it's going to save that much. 4 members alive from OMG and Starry alive. OMG full wave behind them, walking in towards the Nexus. EDG, they might have seen this series slip away from them.
This Kaiser from Starry has been gorgeous. 10-0-2 as they finish this one out. Cryan trying to buy some time for his team. The Zonya's going to be used as Cryan does find another one. And actually, Cryan has kept the game, this series, alive for EDG.
Cryan somehow makes it happen, gets a little bit of wave clear, and I feel like OMG, they just weren't really concerted on their efforts, and now they're teleporting in.
Oh god, this is getting real messy for OMG, isn't it? They're going to lose the Drake off the back of this one. Harry starts it off. I think maybe just trying to proc his fleet footwork as JJ moves over. This will be Drake for EDG, and crucially, that soul point for EDG on an Infernal Soul.
So they get something from nothing. They lose themselves mid-inhib, they lose themselves a Nexus threat. They do give over a boatload of gold once again to Starry. So it's not like this is a win for them, it's just a lesser form of a loss. Massive engage from PP God, massive engage, follow-up from the rest of the team beyond that point. But OMG do find themselves a clean team fight. Angel probably feels himself a little too much. He wasn't the one getting the side lane goal. Cryan was. Baron now started. EDG trying to turn the screws.
EDG might have overdone it though. Angel gets a chunk, dodges the hook. Solo kill tanking this whole time, so he's down to half HP already. Misses the Q3 though. And leave. Tanked a bit of Baron damage. Tanked a Void Seeker potentially as Angel's looking for JJ. Oh no, the jungler in so much trouble for EDG, and Angel practically solo kills him. Wink tried to save his jungler, so he goes down as well. And Cryan's heroic efforts are for naught. OMG moved to the mid.
Starry has that W reset. What's he going to try and do? He's going to try and stop the recalls. So much damage with that ultimate available as well. Angel going back, going to teleport back in. Only one Nexus turret. It feels like it is all over, except for the Cryan. He stopped it last time, but I don't think he can again.
TP onto the minion. Solo kill goes in as Starry finds revenge for the defense. A double solo kill to finish the game, and an unbelievable MVP performance from the young AD carry.
It goes to 3 games. OMG EDG, a historical matchup with two teams which have found themselves in darker times than they expected, but they still make a show of it. They make us sit on the edge of our seat and wait for the fireworks to stop. OMG walk away the victors of the 2-1 series. This was a team that has made so many changes, trying to find some kind of chemistry which works. Is this the start of something of that chemistry? It can be hard to tell. EDG have also really struggled in their own right, but still, OMG walk away with an important win. This can be the building block for something more. 2-0 in series is not where I would have put them at first.
And I will say, pretty much every roster I've seen PP got on have been very momentum based. This is a guy that brings vibes to a team, and when they're winning, they are winning. In PP God's history at least. perhaps that could be the story here for this OMG roster. Perhaps, like you say, this is the first step on a road that could lead them to playoffs. 2-0 at the top of the standings. And Starry, I mean, what a performance from him. Such a young player, such an exciting prospect.
For those of you that didn't see Starry's debut game back in spring, this guy was subbed in to play against BLG in their most dominant regional split ever in the LPL, and he got a quadra kill on a Jinx to take a game off of BLG in that series. We knew he had some upper level. He hasn't always shown that. In summer, he has had some weaker games. He has been filling in, you know, he's been stepping into the shoes of Abel, one of the greater AD carries of the LPL's kind of history. In some ways, Abel does deserve that. He was up in that kind of level. The fact that Starry is starting to grow and be someone that OMG can kind of rely on to be a bit more of a playmaker too, I love to see that. And it feels like it is, again, just shades of what OMG used to play around with their AD carry.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit that way, doesn't it? And honestly, that Kai'Sa performance, I wish they'd picked Kai'Sa earlier in the series. His Ezreal was looking good as well. Like, he was doing mega damage. He got a 5-man true shot barrage in one of the games. It's not often you see that. It didn't really do anything. It didn't lead to anything.
Oh, but it looked cool.
But it looked really
Montage
cool.
play.
Starry, honestly, looking really good today. And I'm cautiously excited about what could be ahead for OMG. And, you know, there was a lot of questions about OMG when they dropped Abel. Abel obviously now gone over to WE, but there was a lot of questions on why are they getting rid of Abel? Why are they prioritizing Starry over a player like Abel? And maybe series like this start to answer that question. OMG obviously seeing some potential in this player, and I'm really okay with organizations doubling down on investing in a rookie.
And you know, they've done that in multiple roles now. I mean, they've been trying out Lanfeng in mid lane. I'm not sure that will work out. Angel has been really good.
On OMG.
Cream and Shanji with that. They've now brought in Tianzhen. We'll see whether that's going to happen. Of course, he's had some time on Invictus Gaming as well, but they... In this kind of position where it feels like it is quite hard to get yourself these star players from out of... Well, of course, it's always hard to get star players from out of nowhere. Sometimes you do have to roll the dice. It's not always going to work. The fact that Starry has been as good as he has in a region which is so prized for AD carries, I'm hoping for great things. I hope he continues to grow. I mean, we've had some great AD carry... rookies come. Of course, Leave has had his good moments. 1xN, I think, has been excellent too. Starry with moments like this, almost cracking 1,000 DPM, highest damage in this game. I want to see more of this. I want to see how high he can fly.
I feel like Leave put in really harsh perspective here when we see Leave trying to make these hero plays, but then we see Starry do it and make it work here today. 13-0-3.
What?
Phenomenal.
That is insane.
Absolutely
and the fact is,
astonishing.
And it wasn't KDA play. That's the thing. Starry was not KDA playing. He was absolutely rushing it on every play. He was going for the aggressive angles, and he just managed to win them. It's something that is very hard to judge that angle of sometimes. I mean, we saw even earlier in the series, Leave have some great and some terrible moments in regards to that. Starting off with not the best replay. Tianzhen takes aggro with his with that Dream Dust, and he dies, giving gold over to Cryan. That's not great. It looked better for that after that point for OMG, but that was not the best start. And then eventually, I think just managing to use the winning lanes to get such huge leads and keep ahead of the game was so huge. This was the play that really, really let things go off, though. PP God, back and forth series for him, probably his best game. That Rel really instrumental in the way that just continually found those clumped up engages.
I feel like Starry got almost ignored for a lot of that fight as well. Was able to consistently stack that plasma, survives the 1v1 on less than 100 HP. But again, PP got another great engage. And like you say, Starry, none of that KDA play, instantly in on all of these plays.
And I really appreciate that, because let's be honest, OMG as a team have never been a KDA team. They will either bring back their shield or they will be on it from the battlefield. They don't exactly do that whole kind of walk away and retreat from the fight. Again, another great engage in this kind of clip here. Starry, Perry, Angel all putting out good damage. I love the way that, particularly the best LPL Kai'Sa, we can see bits of that in here too. They don't start fights with the ult that much. You get some damage on the front line, and then you reposition mid-fight when everyone's locked in on their targets, and then suddenly a Kai'Sa flies in off your screen to clean up another couple. In games like this, when you start off outside the fight, absolutely fine, because he's so far ahead of the game, but I really like the skill set which Starry showed in this one. And also, again, makes just jobs so much easier to position as AD carries when you're playing such frantic, snappy engages, and it works well around it.
It certainly did. I feel like the sheer aggression from OMG as well gave Harry such an easy time in these fights. Like, there was so much going on for EDG that in those last couple of fights, focusing on the Gnar and whether or not he's getting a flank is just not on your cards as Leave gets solo killed at the end there alongside Cryan as Starry grabs himself an absolutely immaculate game. Like, unbelievable performance, great little finish there. Honestly, I'm just so happy for Starry that he keeps on getting games like this. I think this is maybe his best game in LPL, period, but he's had a few games where I've been quietly impressed by
Quadrikill
him.
versus BLG. I'd say
I mean,
that
true,
puts up
but in
there
terms of
too.
like outright scoreline, I mean, like in terms of
Okay,
like
I'll
straight
give you
up
that
just
one.
stats, like this is definitely the best game he's had in the
Yeah.
LPL. But like I've been really impressed by Starry so far.
Yeah, the fact that it is a question, and you can bring up multiple games where he's had ridiculous scorelines against, you know, decent opposition as well, that really makes things very cool to see, because I always like to see a rookie coming up and doing well, because I like to see these unexpected things. I like to be there at the start of a journey for a player. I mean, we've seen that with Milky Way this year. I hope that he continues to grow. I hope that we see more from him. 1xN, I hope that he starts growing as well into a real carry in this league. If Starry also joins that list, at least you here watching, us here casting, we can sit here and say we were here at the ground floor to see where the journey began.
And we certainly were, as I'm fairly confident he'll grab himself an MVP, and I've grabbed up his stats of his best games on my other screen so I can compare. And in fact, this is, in terms of KDA, the best game he's ever played.
Okay, all right.
In terms of damage per minute, I don't know, because I don't know what his damage per minute was, but he got 1.3 thousand damage per minute against BLG in that game that he popped off on. So I imagine that probably beats this Kaiser game. I can't remember what his damage was.
I don't think he quite cracked 1,000 damage per minute, so I think we can conclusively say that it's not quite cracked in terms of all stats, but he's done it in one of them, and yeah, this is one of those games where, you know, we focused on the Kaiser because it was such an explosive performance for a young player that we get to see at the start of his journey and stuff like that. I think this was just overall a good mid-game recovery from OMG. Tianjin had a bit of a wobble earlier. All of the lanes really deserve this win, though.
They certainly do. Phenomenal stuff coming out. And OMG grab themselves a win. That is the end of our second series. But guess what, everyone? We've got 3 series today. And we've got maybe the best available series in the entire league coming up next. We've got a 20-minute break, and then you will want to be back here in 20 minutes time, because it's Top Esports up against BLG, our first and our second seed from MSI, going head-to-head up in the Ascend group. You don't want to miss it. Don't go.
crowds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flame.
redemption on the other side. We're standing on the burning ride. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah!
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Boy, do we have a series for you now. I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards Top Esports versus BLG. This is going to be just... There's no way this is not a banger, right? Am I cursing this? There's no way this is not a banger, Nymera.
These should be definitively the two best teams within the LPL or thereabouts. I think it's hard to tell sometimes at the top end of the table because we haven't seen all of the top teams play each other. Of course, there are some other teams in the mix. Do we know where anyone's legend slots into it? JDG. Okay, that's something, but this was our spring finals matchup. These were our two MSI representatives, and I think they should have switched around in their position right now, too. This top esports team might just about have done it against BLG.
They might just. We'll have to wait and see. It's time for our match of the week. And as such, it's time to get hyped for it. That was sick. There
How
was some
sick was
really
that?
sick shots in there of like the players just popping off, the stats coming up mid pop off as well. Fantastic stuff, great to see. And I feel like this is inevitably going to be a lot of pop offs in the game as well. Like you gotta hope that it is at very least. Like so many of these players really in form right now.
Oh, I'm giddy after watching that, because this is just a great reminder that Top Esports and BLG are the very top of the LPL. They have been internationally this year, and I feel like right now Top Esports has just flipped over the accepted understanding from last year and then coming into spring as well, that BLG were the best team in the LPL. I do not think that is the case, but Top Esports need to prove it definitively here, at least for now. It's not in the most important series, it's the best of 3, it's not in the best of 5s, but this is such an important milestone for both teams to show where they're at.
Important to show where they're at. Top Esports have been looking real good recently. They have looked, I think in a lot of people's opinions, like the very best team in the LPL so far in the placement series. But that first stage of the tournament is done and dusted. We're into the real groups now. And that means BLG are going to have to step up from their previous form. Top Esports, though, showing up internationally as well. And I think, importantly, we've got to talk about Cream, right? He's stepping out to the stage here. And fantastic performance from him recently on an international level, which is something that we've wanted a little bit more from him. It feels like he's really starting to come into his own as a true top player.
That could be a real deciding factor, Top Esports players walking out onto the stage, because on the other side, Knight hasn't really been hitting all of the marks. He has had a bit of a step down from his form in spring, and it feels like Cream, particularly on the Tristana, is one of the very best in the world right now. The question is whether he'll extend beyond that pick, whether he'll continue to show that level of form elsewhere, but against Knight, if suddenly BLG can't rely on this all-star mid laner for so many years on their roster, does that change the way that this matchup plays out? BLG have not lost to Top Esports since 2022 summer. Of course, that's been with some different players, it's been with some different rosters, but with those banners put behind the team, BLG have owned this matchup for a good amount of time. Time for Top Esports to see if they can reclaim that.
And to try, Finn steps out and immediately the crowd starts roaring. I will say, Finn yesterday kicked on his chair, so maybe trouble in paradise among this roster. And I am of course joking for anyone out there that doesn't get sarcasm. But this is a roster that I think, you know, there are massive expectations of, and rightly so. During the placement games haven't really been looking like themselves, but it kind of feels like Top Esports from years ago, right? Where early on in the tournament, they don't really play that well, but once it matters, they just turn it on. I'm really hoping that's the case for BLG, because if they can't look good today, then suddenly this whole year looks really rough for them, and suddenly the expectation has to be dropped significantly. I hope that's the case. I really hope that today we see them flick it back on.
Their schedules have been relentless. It has been hard to find those breaks in the schedules to take that step back, and you just have to hope that's what's happened with BLG. The problem is, if you do take a long enough step back and a significant enough step back, maybe you're not stepping up to the plate to realize what your problems are when you're playing on form as well. I think a number of teams across the world can attest to this. If you try and take a little bit of a breather, even in stuff like the placement matches just before the Rumble stage here. BLG lost a series to LGD, and it was a good series from LGD, but BLG did not look turned on there. They looked like they'd switched off, and it felt like against WE when they lost the game there. There were some flaws in their play. I've got big questions about how the bot lane is playing when they're on weak side. I have big problems about how this team has sometimes felt like they've disrespected and over-engaged and played lackadaisically in the enemy jungle. There are issues there. The question is, does that matter now? You're in the Rumble stage now, first time seeing both of these teams. Are they just going to wake up and show us what we've been waiting for? Or are those problems significantly deeper than we thought?
Only time will tell. And I have to say, just in terms of individual matchups today, like big picture, this is obviously exciting, and in terms of the standings, obviously this could be a head-to-head that decides seeding when it comes to playoffs. But also just in terms of like individually, you just look down these rosters and every head-to-head is an absolute banger. Every head-to-head, the players are in the conversation for best in role. Like, that is just such a rarity. I think one of the biggest matchups for me is going to be TN versus Shun, actually, because
Yeah.
Shun, over the last year or so, has been absolutely one of the very best junglers in the entire league. This year, I think he's been one of the players on BLG that have looked a little bit lackluster, whereas TN is firing on all cylinders right now. Could be a tough matchup for Shun.
If you want to beat Top Esports, you need to make sure you shut down TN in some fashion. LNG managed to take a single game off of them, and that was notable because Top Esports looked so strong in their own group stage that it felt like they were just going to roll through the whole thing. The fact that they lost a single game at all will come as a surprise to quite a few people. TN, for me, is very much on the shortlist for MVP. This guy has played everything, and he's played everything pretty damn well. So if you have to go through him, you need to have your own jungler on form. I think you're right. I think Shun has had a lot of criticism levied at him. I think that it is quite hard to judge where the root of that problem is for BLG, because it feels like it is more of a systemic issue for them, where Shun has to be pathing towards bot lane, because that bot lane really does thrive when they can have jungle attention, but they also tend to starve a little bit, and they tend to be like that deer running into the swimming pool when they're left alone. They just keep running in there, they keep dying to the TV3s. It's a systemic issue. It's hard to point it to a single player, and if Shun is off form, it isn't exactly helping where the fingers might get being pointed afterwards.
Rather than a deer running into the swimming pool, maybe it's an elk running onto
Ah.
the swimming pool. Yeah,
clever.
definitely some issues down in that bottom side. I do just want to quickly mention, we've got carries back in the top lane, and we've got 369 versus Bin. Camille is in the meta, Bin is in the server. We've got 369, who's got 5 Mordekaiser games this split and has won all 5 of them. Rumble, obviously either side is going to dominate on that pick. There's plenty to talk about in every single lane, but we'll figure out what we're going to talk about in each lane as we head into Champ Select. It's Top Esports on the blue side to kick us off, and BLG over on red. We'll see what the respect bans will be from BLG, what cannot be first picked, and actually it's a Corki ban, something we've really not seen that much recently. It leaves open Leona for Mako.
Does leave open that Leona, but Top Esports have been really good at having TN calling the shots. They're hovering over that Sejuani, and while the LPL has largely been an AP farming meta, this Sejuani has been an absolute wrecking ball for TN in the one game that we've seen from him so far. It's first pick locked in. We've seen this about the place. We've seen it in bits and pieces from Aki on NIP likes this. This pick, the Renekton, I'm surprised it got through the bans. I think top lane matchup could be so important. And the Renekton, because it is such a lane-dominant pick for 2 magnificent players of the champion, is going to be very valuable throughout this series. Wouldn't surprise me to see that locked in.
I hope you're ready for the Gangplank Renekton answer. The old classic, or Quinn up there in the top lane.
Bring back Zoom.
Yeah, I mean 369, him and Zoom, they were the ones trading it, back in the day. That's a little while ago now. As Ashe also been left open and available. He's so often banned here in the LPL, but Elk can grab that. Possibly goes to On, but I would anticipate Elk.
I think it's going to go to Elk, and I think now Top Esports might even need to have to consider taking away Braum, because I think Ashe Braum is a disgusting combo. It's also very good with the Sejuani. I don't think you can allow that to go over to On that side. Of course, it could be towards that support, but I feel like that's been the best that we've seen that duo come through. Top Esports hovering over a whole bunch of stuff, and they lock into Jace and the Azir, so this is likely both solo laners locked in. 369 saying, alright, it is carry time. Jace versus the Renekton, and top side, spicy top lane matchup.
It certainly is. I'm just saying, Azir top has been played within the last couple of years. It's not totally out of the question for a ranged top laner. I don't think 369 is the guy, though, to be honest. I do expect that Azir to go to the mid lane for Cream. And over to the side of BLG. We've already seen it a couple of times today. Nidalee, a powerful pick, and Shun's hands some of the best in the world at it. But it will be the Renata in the end alongside Elk's Ashe.
So it's not going to be the combo that we've typically seen from the LPL, which is the Ashe Braum. Ashe Renata is disgustingly lane dominant, though. The level 1 is very powerful with the loyalty protocol, and then also the volley as well from the Ashe. So Top Esports, who haven't locked their bot lane yet, might lose themselves stuff like the Leona, of course. That's one of the most powerful picks. Wouldn't surprise me to see them lose something like the Varus or something more lane dominant too, and they might find themselves in a difficult position. Ezreal, also a worthwhile ban here. Something that puts Top Esports into a position where they can't just safely farm out or combat this bot lane.
There's a lot of picks that when you play against Ashe, you get hit by that volley for just a second, she will chase you down the lane. It's really difficult to escape that fight and the attack speed that Renata gives the Ashe as well. makes it really, really difficult to be able to contest or to be able to escape. Kind of rock and a hard place sort of situation. The Vi taken away from Shun, though. I feel like we really are seeing a big meta shift here in the LPL with the Vi taken off the Sejuani first picked. Then it is going to be that Kindred taken away from Shun as well.
And this is why it is so great to see our top teams playing together here. One big thing which is obviously missing from BLG is magic damage right now, so we have to see whether Knight or Shun is going to pick up something along those lines. I haven't particularly loved Knight on a lot of the AD mid laners. I think that's been one of the reasons his form has wavered recently, but it does mean that it would just stop Shun from going towards AP junglers. He goes towards that Nidalee. You have Nidalee Renekton, you have the Ashe Arrow as well for setup. It's a champion which he's played an awful lot, but it is pretty difficult to play, especially against the team as organized as Top Esports.
Top Esports have just looked absolutely absurd in their form. We already saw an Ornn hovered earlier on Mako. I think one of the best Ornns in the league, weirdly enough, as a support. You wouldn't expect that to be the case, but he just doesn't seem to miss a CS. JackeyLove, we all know how terrifying this center can be. It's a 100% win rate. He's got 11 KDA across 4 games this split. And Mako, I mean, the Nautilus would be available too, but I feel like Mako's been so comfortable on this Ornn. Again, also 100% win rate because this is the combo they keep playing.
Also, you're into an Ashe, you're into a Renata. They can't escape that Ornn ultimate. They haven't locked in something like a Braum, which could lock out that Ornn ultimate as well. So Top East was fantastic late game or mid game team fighting. Last pick tonight. It looks like it's an early game composition from BLG. Does Knight want to go towards something that can snowball a bit in that mid lane? He hasn't played this for a little while in summer, but he might just be the very best player in the world at that Ahri. The LeBlanc also being hovered. I think they need something early game to snowball with all of these hovers, different flavors of it. Sadly, not going to see one of those Ahri or the LeBlancs. I'm going to see that Yone instead, which is probably his best of the AD mid laners that he's shown, but it's still not necessarily been his comfort.
Certainly has found games against the Azir over the years, though. We've seen times where these melee assassins, things like the Yone, the Akali, the Sylas, can find their angles and punish an Azir in the mid lane. But Azir, Cream's first control mage that he was able to pick up and start to become proficient on in that mid lane when he first transitioned away from just assassins, now will be tested against Knight. But I'm looking at the top lane, man. Jace versus Renekton, 369 versus Bin. There's just no way that's not entertaining.
And the fact that top lane has been a determining factor in so many LPL series recently, and we have the two of our very best top laners going at it, this should be an absolute treat. So often you can sleep on top lane. We've had the Cassante versus the Skarner. Nah, Renekton, Jace, these will snowball very, very hard. I think what that means is that because it is such an intricate 1v1 matchup, the second a jungler gets a good angle up there, it could determine so much of the game. Tian, Shun, early pathing also on the menu right now, because if they manage to influence one of these lanes, and Tian has done that very, very well recently, it could flip such a snowbally lane into their advantage.
Well, it's time to get into game number 1, isn't it? BLG versus Top Esports here. Their first series each of this Ascend group. Both of them dominating within their groups. Top Esports flawless. BLG losing that one fateful game against LGD. But now the real games are afoot. Now we're into the main group stage of the LPL. And Top Esports and BLG playtime is over. It is time for a serious matchup. This is a matchup that could change everything for playoffs when it comes to head-to-head. Top Esports, BLG, it's time for game 1. Oh, right off the bat, we're in trouble here. 369 slowed by the Ashe. The center slow to respond, but 369 pulled in after the flash. And first blood for Knight. You couldn't ask for more for BLG.
Jace goes down, Jace loses flash, and in the snowballing match of the top lane, BLG take less than a minute to make their mark on this series. This is the matchup we were saying that Top Esports should maybe get the upper hand in now. Top Esports have looked better than BLG, but we've been asking, okay, we're in the Rumble stage now. We have to turn on the heat. Are you ready for it? The fact that they get that kill, that very, very important. Playing without a flash into the Renekton Nidalee is a bit of a death sentence. If Shun can get up there in time for Bin to get himself another stun, that could be so, so huge. They started as a 5-man level 1 stack. You often do that versus ranged top laners to get brush control, stop that Jace kind of dipping in and out to drop minion aggro. They do that, and 369, he just just doesn't respect this enough. Gets the move speed change from going in towards that hammer. But as you said in Champions Select, one slow from Ashe is all it takes at that level 1. Runs him down with or without that flash. Great punish from BLG, starting strong.
Really nice flash from On as well, like understanding that 369 is going to flash away. Flashes almost exactly the same time and finds that handshake to start the game strong. Elk and On now forcing Prio down in the bottom side against this Senna, and or nothing he can do against double ranged here for Senna On. And it will be a slow win in the bottom side for BLG to start us off here. Jackie already chunked to half as well. Fantastic little start for BLG. Obviously, Knight will be pushed in the mid lane, and up top, 369 will be able to get an early advantage as Jace against Renekton.
That's the early advantage. The thing is, with this kind of composition, with the Hawk shot, you can spot out the Sejuani, and by knowing where the Sejuani is, it gives Shun some extra options, BLG some extra options. I believe that's the fan vote on the screen in terms of who they think is going to come through, but already Jackie is getting absolutely monstered out of this lane. BLG do need to win early game with this composition. They have dominant early lanes, potentially, that can snowball, but they have to make that happen. If top esports reach 1-2 items, I think the team fights are going to be very hard for BLG to play, so they need to keep on this kind of tempo.
I feel like On has been one of the players on BLG who's not necessarily been on his greatest form so far this split. Turns out this game, he's on really good form. So far, so good on the Renata. And, you know, Renata, a pick that I think On really changed people's perspectives of him on. You know, when he first came into the league, he was the Rakan guy, he was the Alistar guy, he was the Nautilus guy. And I feel like Renata was the first enchanter where he really started to separate himself from the pack and show everyone that he wasn't just an engaged support. You know, this is a guy with serious potential. And, you know, a couple of years on now, he's one of the very best in the world.
Absolutely. You know, back when he was on Weibo, he had a couple of real stinkers back there, to the point where the community was saying, oh, no, not this guy losing his games. This guy single-handedly won BLG so many games. And now BLG, they have grown into a team which can absolutely snowball around that bot side. The fact that they have this early lane dominance definitely helps them. They need to keep this up, because we know exactly how well Jackalov and Mako can play when they're ahead of the game as well. So BLG yet to make a big power play outside of that level 1. It's just been kind of ping-ponging some waves back and forth. We haven't seen Shun get a farm advantage over Tien. Sometimes the Nidalee can absolutely blow a Sejuani out of the water, even on the first clear. Shun is, the Nidalee very, very good against those tank matchups. Trying to make a play happen now, though, with that jungle support rotation and the Hawk shot, giving him the map hacks.
Tien spotted. Shun, at that point, decides it's time to move into River rather than trying to get into that lane. On has moved up to the top side of the map. Grub's not up for another 90 seconds, but Tien manages to sidestep from the spear, but a smite from Shun will take the Grompa now, threatening a potential dive onto 369. He still doesn't have flash available. There's only 3 caster minions, and Tien's in the area and will be called off by BLG.
I think it's pretty hard to make a dive like that, because Toppy is also packing the extra teleport. They have that on Mako. Yes, was sat down there on the bot side, but because Tien was seen on top side, hadn't taken a chunk, and you have that teleport, it's quite hard for BLG to make that play. Much better to just kind of walk away with the Gromp steal and call it a bit of a smaller win rather than the bigger one, instead of falling prey to what Top Esports could do in regards to those globals. Jackie Love now out on the map as well, so he's trying to make sure he's present and keeping one of BLG's lanes pushed in.
Quite an important recall denial there as well, as Knight has that TP available. Cream has already reset and come back to lane, so Knight sticks around for another wave. Now we'll go for that recall, but importantly, Grubs are up in 30 seconds. Drake already onto the map. So the mid laner from BLG heading back to base right now isn't ideal for the squad.
He does have the teleport, which of course Cream has just used. Knight needs to wait for another break in the waves. It's like if you've ever been surfing, you get like that little break in the set of waves. You kind of need that. That's your cannon wave, right? You push that in, it makes it easy if you get that recall and teleport back in. He's doing so again now. Another Hawk shot coming through from Elk, keeping that information on Tien updated. BLG really need to keep using that, because that's what's really going to give them that extra drop on the first play on the map.
Elkanon continue to push in. Shun now revisiting this bottom lane. They know Tien just recalled and the spear hits onto Mako. The dive is underway. Mako with a double knock up and the root comes through as well. Top esports outplay. On goes down 1-for-1. Jackalov flashes to safety, but it's answered by Shun, who grabs a double on the Cougar.
Oh, BLG, they do a bit of betting on the stock market and they get bailed out by on the Renata. Dies under the turret, but that's only cost that comes through. Luckily, Mako can teleport back into that lane. But what did we say about BLG? They need to get that early dominance and they need to keep playing through that bot side if at all possible. It's what their players want, it's what their champions want. BLG get some kills, they're going to trade the objectives afterwards. Yes, the grubs going over to top esports are quite nice for them, but given that BLG are kind of playing towards the early lanes, I think they're pretty happy to use that to leverage into a soul condition as well if they can stack up multiple early dragons.
Feels like a fantastic start for BLG. 1,000 gold lead, they got that first drake. Oh, a
Arrow!
spear from across the map, an arrow from Elk into the heart of 369. Bin, he has his 1v1. It's not really a 1v1, it's actually knocked away from TN's ultimate and flashes for an easy kill. Bin making him look daft in the top side, dashes under tower. Elk with the layup and Bin with a home run.
Taking out the trash, Renekton gets so many empowered abilities onto the Jace. And sadly for 369, it hasn't really felt like his own fault, but BLG have just managed to slam dunk onto his lane. He said that the Renekton needs to get ahead of the Jace if it's all possible. An arrow like that is an absolute top draw way to do it. It is absolutely across the map. Robin Hood, Elk nails Jason. You can see that Bin here manages to manage his rage really, really well. Pops his dominance, gets the armor shred for the empowered E, waits until the rage stacks up, the stun is ended, gets an empowered W after that point, and after this, uses the last tick of his rage again, get himself that last empowered ability, using every single one of his abilities in their empowered version to get that kill.
Incredible stuff. What an arrow from Elk, what a follow-up from Bin in the 2v1 no less. I will say 369 hammering him away just as the Sejuani ult flies in. Really unfortunate for top esports. Looking a little off kilter today. It looks like BLG have thrown this first punch and it has sent top esports spinning for the time being.
I think so much of that has come from this Ashe. The level 1, the hawk shots, the arrows, the ability to push the lane.
Already, Mako has the call of the Forge God. On will be that target. Look at the CC chain! Mako and Jackie Love make a mockery of BLG.
Just talking about, oh, this Ashe causing so many problems for top esports. Gets absolutely dunked, or at least the lane partner does, in that bot lane. You cannot rule out top esports and the power of their individual players. At the same time, Jackalov now at 2-1, got that first kill against the Renata. Of course, it is going to be the fasting center, not going to be getting too much of that. Bingo for another 1v1 in top side.
Oh, so much for a counter pick. 369 is in big trouble. The Croc stacking up in the top side. Dominus not going to be enough to get a kill here. TP available for 369. He is going to head back to base, though. As Bin won't quite be able to finish that kill. Let's take another look at bot lane.
Ah, the spear misses. Spear misses. Shun, if you hit that one, maybe you just one-shot the center. That could be a skill shot, which gives top esports just a glimmer of hope in this early game. They've been blown out of the water in the early game, which is typically where they have succeeded so much. BLG have picks for early game. Shun misses another spear on the Scuttle Crab. Not a good look, buddy. Try and hit the next one. But top esports getting themselves on the page in this early game, so important for them. If they survive through to 2 items or so, I think they can really smash through these team fights. Getting gold like that very much helps.
Flash burn by 369 there. The Renekton Nidalee, it's a classic up in the top side. 369 knows it. If the Renekton stun hits, this spear is guaranteed. Even Shun can't miss that one. That's a bit unfair. I think Shun one of the best Nidalees
really
we've
good
got
at the
in the
pick.
league, but just an unfortunate couple of minutes. Jackie Love has actually moved up to the top side. He's pretending not to be here for now, but the soul popping out of the minion will give the game away.
Yeah, they should know at this point. The grubs are spawning in under a minute, so you typically do move your bot lane up there. You can see that On is also moving to that side of the map. Elk and Mako staying towards the bot side, so there won't be a full 5v5 in top side should those grubs spawn. BLG don't really want to give the 6 grubs over. That would be a bit powerful of an objective lead to get through at that point. Jackalov 369 now playing double ranged against the Renekton. He'll be able to wave clear a little bit. Then probably going to have to head back up to this point. Top esports might be gifted those grubs because I'm not sure if Ben can really stick around and contest for that.
Feels tough for Bin up in that top side as the Croc in a 2v1. And like you say, Tien there alongside Jackie Love. I was going to say should set up for grubs, but instead they're setting up for a dive in his top lane. Tien happy to tank this one. Bin dashes back under, bit of sustain there, but the damage is too much. And it's 369 to grab kill as Shun arrives to get the wave. Wasn't sure if he'd gone too far there. Does hit a spear onto 369. On is in the area. If they want to keep pushing, I don't think they will. Shun just going to try and clear this wave, and then should be able to back over towards Grubs. But On moves in. They are going to go for this one. Of course they're going to go for this one. Looking for the handshake. 369 sidesteps it. The spear goes wide as well. And now it's Jackilov's turn to have a little go.
Yeah, Jackalov really helping by roaming up early, using that center. I mean, even when center has 0 items, you're still a ranged AD carry with a decent amount of burst early. You can really start to threaten.
Oh, the horn combo comes through from Mako. Doesn't find the W in the midst, and suddenly L walking away, but the flash to finish the job. Mako is 1 auto from a solo kill onto the enemy AD carry.
Mako gives himself a celebratory barrier. Bin trying to even the score.
369 in trouble on, and Shun moving in, nowhere to go on this one. The Ignite comes in, and Shun will finish the job as On tanks the tower. Nearly stepped back under the tower there, but they're okay. 369 falls. Cream TP's up. No, sorry, Mako TP's up to the top side to catch this wave.
Yeah. He does it all. He uses the barrier, gets the teleport after, goes back towards that top side. And this is now a big issue for BLG. They were really dominating the early lanes. They were getting some good combos hereabouts, but giving so much gold over the top esports on a composition which will transition into team fights very well is starting to worry me. You can see that, you know, the fact that Jackalov has gone up into Bin's lane means that Bin doesn't have an isolated 1v1. And because Mako is apparently just the best Ord in the world, is just solo killing everyone. He's got like a solo killer game on this pick at this point. The center ult doesn't land for the damage, but does land for the shield. Gets himself a huge kill here, and even Elk is not immune to Mako's Ord.
And I think Mako actually kind of baited Elk in there by using the W on the wave. He's like, oh, my Ornn combo isn't available. But he can still just do kind of a delayed finish to the combo instead of using the W for the triple knockup. And it sets up for a solo kill. Mako, phenomenal stuff so far. It's Knight now wants a chance to get in the game himself. Little tag onto 369, but with Tien there as well, has to back away.
We have barely talked about mid lane. It's all a bit about side lane so far. We will wait and see whether Cream and Knight can get themselves any big impact in this game. We're getting towards the point where you can put your mid laners into side lanes, try and get them some side lane gold at this point. Knight has a load of gold. It's not been able to leverage it just yet. Shun on the Nidalee, 2-0 and 2, 1 stack on the Dark Seal, most gold in the game. It's very powerful, but BLG, again, it comes back to this question saying, okay, all right, the early game's been good. What do you do when you get to 5v5s against the Sejuani and the Ornn as that front line? You're playing with the Nidalee, you're playing with the Renekton. They do get increasingly harder to play as the game goes on. BLG have put themselves on hard mode if they don't get themselves much more of an advantage. If they use this Herald to break open a big turret, that might be it, but they might have to fight for it.
7k on that Herald, and the arrow goes in onto Creep. The flash for the handshake, but the wall of soldiers blocks it, and then Aram charges through the ranks. BLG knocked asunder by Mako as Elk will fall as well. It's beautiful answer from top esports, and now Knight in trouble. 369, the old solo laners up against each other. Once brothers, but no longer, says Knight as he finds a kill onto his old teammate. Bin now trying to escape from Jackalov and Mako, who look for more. It's an absolute scrap on the Rift.
Knight showing that he can't just only move in L's like a chess piece. He hands one to 369 with love from JDG to BLG. Tien's going to stop and take this top lane turret, but he might have just overstayed. Bin can absolutely lock him in place for Shun.
Tien has stayed far too long for this one. The stun will come through, but he doesn't have any real damage to speak of. And with 3 players, Tien will fall. That will finally be the Herald for BLG. 3 Grubs apiece, 1 Drake apiece, 27k gold apiece. We are practically even.
I don't really know how to pass this last fight as well. The Herald is going to go to BLG, but as we were saying, even though it kind of comes out slimly in BLG's favor, there is so much gold going over to people on top esports with the team, which will be very happy in mid-game, that I'm not willing to call this like a big victory for BLG. I think Cream managing to get the shuffle out here delays the pick for so long that BLG can't get a clean pick. They end up using multiple mobility tools to go forward, so they don't have that to go out at that point. They funnel up for this huge wombo coming in from Mako, and oh my word, Mako's Ornn, it just keeps delivering. Luckily, the solo laners from BLG managed to pull some back. Ben gets 1 kill, and Knight gets himself now suddenly 2 kills out of the middle of nowhere. He's got 2-0 on the Yone. 369, maybe just miscalculating that one.
Yeah. Knight obviously having 1 kill from the level 1 that helped him get to a first item so damn quickly. Now with the 2nd kill on top of it. Drake coming up, not for another minute and a half here, but that will be the next objective. Looking towards where Shun ends up throwing that Herald as well, whether it will be towards that mid lane or perhaps looking for a chance onto Cream here. Knight moves over, Shun's here too, but spotted on a ward shouldn't lead to anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think really where you want to put that Herald, and more importantly, who do you want to put that gold into? I'm trying to think of this composition from top esports. You have a very strong front line in that Sejuani and the Ornn. It can be really hard for the Renekton to act without gold, but is he really the most efficient person to put that gold into? If the Yone gets ahead, I think that's probably more valuable in regards to making a way through the front line to the back line. If your ultimate tags people in the back line, you catch everyone in it. That front line can't body block that Fate Sealed, so maybe Knight, he should be gifted that. Maybe a Herald can go towards that. Of course, though, Herald always very valuable on that mid lane outer turret if you can get that kill as well. So BLG, important decisions coming up for them, and they need to make it effectively, because if they don't get a big power play out of this Herald, I really do, again, keep harping on about this fact. You're probably getting bored at this point. If they don't get big advantages, team fights get really, really nasty later. We just saw what the Wombo looked like.
Yeah.
That was like a 1 item. What happens at 3?
Yeah, it becomes terrifying. It really, really does, and especially with Mako playing the way that he is. That is a scary prospect for BLG. Like you say, they've got that minor lead. They need to turn it into a major lead. Drake spawning onto the map. Top esports will not give them a single inch without a fight.
So changing the key from minor to major, trying to make it a happier sounding song for BLG. They're leaving Ben in this top side. He doesn't run that Demolish right now on this matchup, so he's going to be just taking some damage without that. Top esports choosing to give up the Dragon Spawn, but maybe looking to shut down Bin instead. Mako can cast the ults.
No flash up for Bin either. He's just used his slice. Won't get a dice out of this one. Call of the Forge God finds the knock-up. That's the Brittle proc into the W, into 369, grabbing himself a kill. Knight will answer with a tier 1. The Drake will go down for BLG as well. The top esports happy to trade elsewhere.
Yeah, so I think BLG, they get themselves an important dragon. It's a Mountain Rift as well. If they can get themselves a Mountain Soul later, they are very, very happy with this. Knight getting gold is also valuable, but now you start to worry about what happens with the Renekton. Only 100 gold ahead of 369, who, even though he's kind of dunked on in the early game, is almost even in gold with that champion. Bin is a good Renekton player. He has a good history on this champion, but 369, if he's even with him, after all of the resources put into the Renekton, BLG will probably be looking at that as a bit of a failed investment as they move forward into the mid-game, where suddenly we are getting closer towards that 2 items.
It's kind of crazy that 369 has 4 deaths this game, but he's even in gold. Like, that is not something you see too often. There's been so much time.
Get you a team that can bail you out like top esports.
Seriously. Ironic, really, because Renata's over on the side of BLG. You'd think the bailout would be in their favor. But top esports still managing to make it work somehow. JackieLove being a huge influence in this game as well. The way he's been moving around the map, the way he's been pairing up with Mako, like that combo we saw towards Herald from Mako. A lot of that set up by JackieLove's route as well to make sure that the follow-up knockup can hit multiple players. Herald comes down into the mid lane. Won't end up in a tower, but will set that up for later.
It's a bit of a pain that they don't get to kill that tower on that wave, because it's going to be quite hard to move back. There's a lot of wave there on top esports. Tien support though, big ult!
Hostile takeover, and JackieLove cleanses everything, including the arrow there. I think if Tien gets hit by that arrow, that might just be a kill, but JackieLove tanks it for his teammate, uses that cleanse, doubles it up, double value on the summoner spell. 80 stacks, by the way, on JackieLove, getting close to that 100 mark. As now Shun moves up to this top side. Cream, the one that has to try and escape the play this time, but a TP comes through from 369. Knight just shy on his ultimate.
Knight, I think he might have made a mistake there by leading with that Soul Unbound. If he'd just gone for the Q forwards, maybe he would have been able to stick around longer while threatening his ult there, but he was just going towards the end of that timer on that Soul return. Does get a teleport out of Mako. It's only for the ultimate and Knight, so it's not the biggest cooldown to use at that point. Did say that BLG, shame they couldn't take that turret the last time.
Look at the CC chain onto Elk, but he flashes away from the Call of the Forge God. That's a 5-minute cooldown for a, 90-second cooldown? I think you'll take that for the side of top esports, and also threatening on the bot side, 369. Wants to finish this tower, might just be able to. Bin can threaten him, but 369 knows how confident he is, knows he can challenge the 1v1 with Tien on that side of the map. He was happy to step up. 1-for-1 on the side lane towers.
And a lot of gold being given over to the Yone. Knight has not necessarily looked his most comfortable on the Yone. He's had a couple of those moments where he's kind of had a swing and a miss with his ultimates, but he is getting to the point where he's going to go back for, another big item coming off of this. He has been given so much gold between the kills and the side lane turrets. Knight has to do the carrying. I have to say BLG have not really had to rely on the Knight to do the carrying. He's not necessarily been the first port of call He needs to do it in this game. Has a shield bow now. It'll help him get past that front line and survive a bit longer into those team fights. If he doesn't get team fight value, I find it really hard to believe that BLG can win that fight. Bin is not going to be that much of a factor now. He's gone for the Starks on the Renekton. He'll be a delaying factor, but he won't be a carry. He has now been put behind that Jace. So much of this is on Knight. Top esports need to make sure that Yoniel doesn't hit their key carries.
Echo trying to get this crowd here. It's BLG. Look to contest with Shun in the area. Oh, Tien's in the area too. It's a smite off, and Tien wins it. That's a lot of vision control, but Tien might have put his life on the line for it. No full commitment from BLG. Just toying with the idea of a scrap over that crowd there. 2 items now picked up by Elk as well. So this Ashe starting to get to that stage in the game. Call of the Forge got flashed by On, but it hits onto Shun, and the rest of the CC chain lands onto On regardless. Another kill for Cream.
Wonderful patience from Tien, showing what the Sejuani can do. Now you're at that kind of 2-item spot. BLG, they might look for a bit of a flank here. There's no On there, would be looking for a 4v5, and here's the arrow.
Arrow from Elk as they dive onto the backside. You said you wanted something from Knight. There it is. Another kill onto 369. Jackulum caught by the croc, and BLG now kiting backwards as Bin tanks for the team. Cream doesn't have the damage to finish anymore.
Well, there you go. Knight gets the ult onto the back line, and BLG managed to walk away with something. Cream manages to just about save the rest of his team with a shuffle and a tower. That was well needed at that point, but BLG showing something, and it's past 20 minutes. They are going for a Baron rush. They're going for the double TP. BLG turning on the afterburners.
Tien in the area, Mako in the area. No Call of the Forge got available though for Top Esports. That's their big engage tool. Tien just has to pray for a miracle. Could be a 50-50 as Mako gets a double knockup, but Knight goes in, just starts to threaten as the rest of the team goes onto the Baron. Hostile takeover is massive, and it's a kill onto Mako. TP comes through from 369 to join the action, but the Baron goes down. BLG in the pit as 5-1 falls as Shun chases Tien over the wall. 369 trying to find revenge, but he finds
no way!
Cream pulled back in, gets 1, gets 2, and here comes Jackie to finish the job. The snipe for the slow as Cream looks for a third, but Elm takes him down. And suddenly 1-for-1 on the backside of the fight. Knight now trying to escape, will do so. It's abject chaos.
Catch your breath, Joe. It is a certified banger. Top esports BLG, it had to deliver. It is delivering. BLG try and take a mile when they're shown an inch. They do get away with the Baron, but only on one person. One big fight in the mid lane. Off of Knight's big ultimate leads to that Baron start, but the respawn's coming just in time for... This is actually quite a long way into that play. See that BLG? They're trying to get a compromise between staying on the Baron and getting kills at the other side. They get a kill onto Mako, but because they aren't killing the Baron very quickly, they're taking so much damage from it. They take so much damage from it, and it means that 369 and Cream can end up getting some cleanup damage beyond this point. It is so close, and because BLG, they do get a lot of kills alongside the one Baron, they do technically still come out ahead from this, despite the fact they would have liked to have a couple more Baron buffs to their name.
Cream absolutely smurfing in this fight, but so is Elk. Gets an arrow off at the last second and turns it around with a Kraken auto. I love watching these two teams play. They know each other so well. You know that they were scrimming leading up to internationals. 7,000 damage from Cream in the last fight? That is absurd. A third Drake though for BLG, that's soul point for them, but in trade for what? Because Top Esports have pushed down the mid lane and nearly taken an in-hit tower.
They don't take it fully though, so BLG, they'll be able to rally behind their mid lane and get themselves there. BLG do have that Baron buff on Cream, who has sat their wave cling, which means that they couldn't push any harder. Top esports, they are getting to the point where they can start to death ball now, and they've gone to Cream, they've gone to Knight.
Knight, this is not the time to be caught out. This is not the series to be caught out. A huge pick for Top Esports. I don't think there's much they can find off the back of it, luckily for BLG.
The thing with that is, though, that's the last Baron buff. BLG, they just lost their last Baron buff there. Knight ends up dying just in his own jungle. Not really sure what he was looking for there. Top Esports, they have reached the point in the game where they can deathball. This was the danger point for BLG. Do they have the lead to last this out? Well, it's only 1,000 gold lead. They are, however, on soul point. They are going to be hanging on to that lead by their absolute fingertips, digging in the fingers to see if they can hold on to this just long enough for that dragon to come up.
The Top Esports squad find Knight alone in the jungle. And Jackie Love whispers, after all this time, it says always. Oh dear, bit of a misstep from Knight. What a banger this has been. We're only in game 1 and it's already lived up to all of the expectations I could have hoped for. 27 kills on the board, 26 minutes on the clock. And this is with an Azir Senna comp on one side of the scoreboard. It's still an absolute bloodbath on the Rift. No neutrals up for a couple of minutes. I'm not sure that'll necessarily stop these two teams fighting.
No, and particularly BLG from fighting, because they're getting to a point where the Renekton and the Nidalee are getting increasingly less value. We talked about it earlier, let's check on it now. You're not that far ahead on the Nidalee, you're not ahead at all. Arrow's missing, that's going to be a pain. BLG, they want to get these split picks. They want to find someone with an Ash Arrow before the Death Ball gets split, set up, get a spear on target as well, and see if they can get themselves a big kill before Top Esports start to team fight them in earnest. They've done a fairly good job of finding some of those picks, but it is going to get that much harder. You're getting towards 3 items now onto big carries, and because also Jackie Love has so many kills, even though he's the fastest zone, he has 100 souls, he's at a very high range at this point. He's also got a lot of gold too. He's almost on his way to his 3rd item too, even if they are cheaper than Elks on the other side.
We're getting to the point where both sides are hitting their win conditions, right? You've got Cream close to 3 items on the Azir as well. You know, 369 very much online as that Jace. Has the upgraded version of Sherilda's as well, so the poke is very real from the side of Top Esports. But Elk on 3 items, Jack Show now finished for Knight as well. These carries are no slouches, and Shun on his signature Nidalee pick. 4, 1, and 7 this game. Close to 3 items, 5 stacks on a Dark Seal. Later on in the game is where Nidalee gets hard, and that is where players like Shun have often separated themselves from all the other Nidalee players.
Yeah, it is one of those champions like your Lee Sins that scale with difficulty, with skill. They don't necessarily do less damage, but it's harder to get that big damage from 369. We were talking about how strong he is. Yan
has flash, will have to use it. Call of the Forge got used now, and Bin gets onto the flank. Hostile takeover to try and set up, but the damage isn't there. Bin the one sent packing instead as Cream looks for a little bit more and finds it onto Shun. No casualties, but Top Esports gain control.
Yeah, and Elk loses flash. It's really, really bad. That's an arrow!
A combo coming on in. Cream found and will be taken down, but it's in trade for Knight. No, Dash is back in the last second. Still taken down somehow. The auto followed him and on fell with him. Suddenly, Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Top Esports with control.
And even an arrow onto the carry can't save BLG. They just can't find the damage at the right moments before the turnaround comes back, and it's so dangerous to approach this. Shun, he's got to try. You've got to walk up and see what you can do. The Baron's spawning, but he might just die for the attempt.
They're just waiting for him. He had to make something happen. He had to try and find an angle. But Top Esports have all of that information too. They know he's going to be cheeky, and they punish it immediately. That will be Baron for Top Esports. Pings on towards the Drake from the side of BLG, but he's not up for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, so what BLG will want to do is get some control over bot side. They know the Baron's going over. It's going over a little slower than I thought it might do, and maybe that'll open up Assault for that. So, Elk, he gets caught out. Losing flash on Ashe is pretty horrid against this kind of comp. It's very hard to play against that later. There is a lot of wombo available for BLG, but it doesn't hit the backline, doesn't hit Cream, doesn't hit Jackie Love, so they have to back off from that. You cannot go into the soldiers and Senna, who stood behind a front line like that. The arrow is fantastic from Elk, who catches Cream midway through an auto-attack animation. He tries to flash, but the fat fletching catches him. Luckily for the side of Top Esports, Knight also can't get back to his safety. It does mean that both of him and On go down.
Kind of look like Knight betrayed On in the replay there.
Yeah.
As Top Esports will secure themselves to Drake as well. Remember, that Drake would have been sold to BLG. There's just no way for them to realistically contest Top Esports on the map at this point. And with Azir, Senna, with Ornn items now spreading across the team, I feel the clock is ticking for BLG. And to be honest, the clock might have already struck midnight.
Feeling a lot more like that. So BLG will need to find a way to turn back time. We will see if their Knight in Shining Armor, who has carried them so many times in the past, can be that implement of time travel. He has 3 items on a Yone. If he catches the carries, a great many things can happen. It's hard to get through that Verdant Barrier on Cream. I think that Banshees is a fine decision. It's quite hard to get through that one. Of course, it's very, very hard to survive if the counter engage comes in from Top Esports at the same time. Knight has such a burden of difficulty on him, but it really feels like it is on him. Maybe on Elk hitting an arrow as well, but I think Knight, with all of the gold which he's had been gifted to him this game, needs to do the damage.
They want to turn back time. They don't need a knight. They need a doctor. Let's see if his screwdriver is sonic enough. Bin behind enemy lines, and Jackie Love caught. The combo is gorgeous, and they find Tien as well. Bin setting up to deny the rest of the team away. In, and the hostile takeover is enough. It's 369 that takes down his jungler, and now BLG chase for more. Turn back time. They absolutely have. The 80s hit is coming back to life once more, and Mako will fall to make it 4. BLG find a miracle.
Somehow, someway, BLG find themselves the fight that they were looking for. It's been on the teleport. Knight hits the ultimate and on with another stellar hostile takeover to add into the wombo combo. BLG, we were wondering what had happened to this team. Were they just taking us a bit of a stage off, just sleeping through the group stage just until they get to that rumble? Well, they seem very truly awake right now. Cream has the last Baron buff to try and wave clear. It's not going to be enough to save this turret. BLG will at least take something. They don't sadly take an inhib. It's not going to be the hugest swing in the history of mankind, but it is something. Bin, fantastic teleport. I think that top esports, they overstayed and they didn't do their due diligence in making sure that those wards were sapped out behind them, and this is one rare moment where Jackie doesn't have the cleanse. Catch him out, one of the carries is done. Bin buys up the ultimate, and of course, Knight gets the big damage onto Tien, which sets up for a bit of a team kill there. Order 66 called out, and 369, he is the one that takes him down.
Bring down the hammer indeed. Tien, unfortunately betrayed by 369 as Shun perhaps getting a little saucy in the follow-up play for just a moment, but still survives, does what's needed. A lot of gold given over to BLG there. However, like you say, no inhibs taken, no Drake was up, no Baron was up, and it means that we are still sort of in the same situation as we were before. Like, the composition hasn't got any better.
I mean, honestly, incredible credit to Bin for making some kind of late-game Renekton play. That's really hard to do, by the way. It doesn't happen that often. Gets himself a fantastic play, timed with the rest of his team's engages too. I think that is one of the real skill sets of a top-tier top laner. You have to be on the right position while the rest of your team engages, particularly on the lower mobility or lower engaged champions as well, like the Renekton in a late-game scenario when you only have that slice and dice, which can be a bit hard to manage. So BLG, they have a minute and a half until they have another crack at that soul. Knight maybe looking for something in the side lane. BLG, will they be able to find themselves another big teleport? It feels a little unlikely. Watch out for those vision wards just behind top esports lines to give BLG a better shot.
It does feel like BLG have control of vision for the time being. With Drake spawning in just over a minute, they are looking to maintain that control. Knight has TP, but he's not even going to move up to top side. He wants to be with his team. He does not want to give any angle for a potential pick.
So speaking of those picks, we do have double spell shields for the carries of top esports. That makes it a lot harder to play around that arrow. Very even, oh, well, that's one of them gone. That'll help top esports. They are, however, though, in getting into their battle lines. They have that phalanx with spears bristling at the front of it. If they can keep that with their front line really protecting their carries and the spell shield surviving, it is much harder for BLG to find anything. They need to make sure the late game center, the late gamers here are not getting value. It's really hard to do that. Baron now spawning in 30 seconds. Top esports push out mid, trying to keep their battle lines in order.
Oh, Shun caught by a shock blast here. Should walk away with his life. The Primal Surge tops him up again. It's been 2 long years since Top Esports managed to find a win against BLG. And they know it. They can feel it. They know they're on the cusp of at least a game win. Whether or not they can turn it into a series is a different question. But they've got to finish the job. Bin on a deep, deep flank once more. Drake started up here. BLG only 3 on the scene. Knight moved over towards the wave. Needs to rejoin his squad. Bin not on a flank for the time being. Needs to get over there. In the meantime, Tien trying to get onto Shun, who's zoning them away. Neither jungler actually on the Drake for the time being. 6k on the Dragon. Tien isn't in the pit, and the spike comes down. That's Martin Soul for BLG, but can they find the fight as well? Cream forced to use his ult, but Knight just dips back out as Mako escapes on the front line. Bin walks away with his life. How has nobody gone down? BLG get a soul and lose nothing.
It's a daylight robbery. Top Esports will try and get a revenge Baron, but there are double teleports from BLG. They have HP bars on Shun, Elk, and On. They don't have the ultimate, so Top Esports will feel a lot better about going towards this, and they'll rush it down quickly.
Knight immediately jumps over the wall and gets a tag onto Jacula. Bin behind enemy lines. BLG could try and look for an ace. They need to deny these Baron buffs. Top Esports retreating on the top side as Tien caught in the pit here, but they turn onto Bin. Bin forced away towards the rest of his team. He can't get a flank on the Croc, but maybe they can go mid, but there's no minions. The minions are in their own base. BLG deny nothing. Top Esports, they get the Baron after all.
So, no one dies. Somehow, BLG gets Soul and Top Esports get themselves the Baron. BLG getting Soul really does help them in their ways throughout the rest of this game. I think El can save the inhib. The volley's going to do some decent wave clear there, and the cannons are luckily aggroed onto the minions, so that will be a mid inhib that survives. Going back to this fight, BLG, they make it very clear with this hostile takeover, it is about securing the dragon. They throw it out as a delaying tactic as Shun goes in. Even though he is rooted, he just says, all right, it's going towards the dragon, that's what I need to get, and they manage to peel back after this point. I think Knight is the unsung hero of this, though. Drags Jackalov and Cream backwards, means they can't get up to follow her beyond the damage. I would have expected someone to die from BLG because Cream and Jackalov were largely unhit, but honestly, Knight saving the fight.
I mean, the observers are like, hey, look, a ward, but Knight and Bin don't have TP. So
No teleports.
I'll be impressed if one of them can find a TP flank onto it. But I like the placement of that ward, because TP, much shorter cooldown at this point in the game. I'm not sure which one, whether TP will come back up or if the ward will time out first. I guess only time will tell. Top Esports, though, with Baron, and with a range advantage as well. Wait, never mind the siege, they're just going to go for kills instead. On under the tower, and he survives the shield at the last second. The shot blast is too short. How the hell has he got out of that one?
3 mountain dragons, a mountain soul in a dream. He manages to survive, but at what cost? 1 tower down. The rest of this Baron buff going to be used to try and break open this other inhib in bot side. The front line standing strong, really hard to get through it as BLG. And as you pointed out earlier, they don't have a teleport this time to punish Top Esports if they had overpushed beyond vision, which they kind of have in this case. Cream is spotted on a ward right now, so there is a chance maybe that BLG could look for something. Those wards giving them those bits of information to try and split apart this phalanx of Top Esports might just give them an opening.
Bin is searching so hard to find a flank in this game, but it just feels impossible to get behind Top Esports. They're doing such a good job trying to clear vision. They know that no TPs were up, so they're not too worried about wards behind them for now. Bin moves up to the top side. He'll go clear that next wave. He's headed towards the Jack Show himself. I assume could be a stone play, actually. We'll have to see. But my goodness, we are properly into the late game, aren't we? We're on the cusp of 40 minutes in this one. BLG Top Esports, and it's going the distance.
I can't remember any game I've ever cast that has 5 Ord items in it. Mako's at level 18. Top Esports, they're not about even in gold. They're about 5,000 gold ahead. Those extra stats are ones which you get beyond your slot limit in your infantry as well. We're getting to the point where we're going to get Zephyrs built for anyone who's built Berserker Greaves. I've barely even seen any of them. BLG, they are going to be behind in those stats. They do make up for it in those dragons, though. Mountain Soul, incredibly valuable. When you have a Jack Show, which increases your percent resist as well, the Mountain Soul is going to really benefit that alongside the 3 Mountain Dragons. The amount of stats which have been given across the team are largely quite even because of that, if you put it all in order.
Again, scaling advantage you'd have to assume goes to Top Esports with this composition. BLG already made one miracle fight happen. Maybe it's possible. You can never quite count this team out. On, he's getting real dicey with his positioning here. There's a deep, deep
Another
ward.
ward.
This time TPs are coming back up. This time there's a chance. Look how tiny Mako is though. He's got 6,000 HP to work with.
Yep, that is, that's the Orn which gets extra stats when you upgrade items. All those items funnel back into Orn, so much value. Top Esports do need to be afraid of overpushing again. Jackalov is quite consistently losing that spell shield. He needs to be careful about that. No spell shield, that makes it much harder for him to play out. He has, however, got himself 160 souls. That range is utterly absurd. He is very, very long range at this point, and all the extra stats will very much help. BLG potentially looking for the flank. Bin, again, hovering in the wings, wants to try and find his way onto the back line.
I love this from Top Esports though. Just use the center range. You don't have to commit to anything. Anyone that's short range, just play body block or play back while Jackalov takes down the inhib. 160 souls for Jackalov at this point. This is a properly late game center right here. 3 items. and he goes for a red pot. He knows he's not getting any more items this game. He knows that this Elder could lead to everything. Deep ward from On. On is doing a really good job, actually, of trying to find these TP wards ready for his solo laners.
That is such an important thing in high-level gameplay. You need to see what the sweepers can do as well. Tien's going to spot that out. But look, top esports know the way they lose this is by one of these teleport flanks. They should know that at this point. There is one in lane, and that's the thing. It's not about getting them optimal ward. It's getting the ward which is least likely to get spotted. And even then, Jackie and Tien, they use those pink wards, and they're managing to sweep out. I mean, do they have a flank TP option now? I don't think they do. They have to go towards a minion. That would be on Vision.
Unless they go on wave, I think Shun will get away with his life here. That was Mako using Ghost from Spellbook, so don't worry about it. Vision swept by Top Esports off the back of the crab as Elder is on the map, and BLG have to try and stop Top Esports from finishing the game here. Supers will push down mid, so the longer this engagement goes on, the better for Top Esports. They've got sustain, they've got range. BLG have to find something special here. Elder will reset, Tien goes for his ultimate, but before the fight can even begin, it's over. Shun kicked out, Bin gets into the backline, but it's too little and it's too late. Knight gets a shield, Bin alone as the rest of the carries try and get it. Knight dives into the mix, but he can't get it done, and Elf is alone in the woods and hunted by the crossbow of Top Esports. That is game one. Top Esports reigns supreme.
Top Esports send BLG into the Ice Locker off the back of a perfect Sejuani ultimate. The fight was over before it began. The game was so back and forth, but Top Esports proving they are here to fight for it.
The fact that BLG held on this long with his composition is impressive, but Top Esports, I mean, they locked full scaling and they played full scaling. Fantastic, clean gameplay coming out from them. BLG, a fair attempt at challenging, but Top Esports truly do look like the best in the LPL right now.
You know, Top Esports, we called it pretty much from the draft. You need to have early game advantages. You need to get a certain level of a lead in this game. And they very nearly did that. And they very nearly outplayed it despite that. That tells you just how good BLG are when they're on this kind of team-fighting menace team. But they couldn't quite manage to get that to happen. And Top Esports, real credit to them. I think they're showing one of their strongest points. They are one of the most disciplined, organized teams within the LPL. And that might just give them the edge over BLG.
How crazy is that? As I said, it's Top Esports is one of the most disciplined teams in the LPL. You never thought those words would be uttered, would you? But here we are, Top Esports 1-0. We're going to jump into our break, and then it's time for game two. Just bring it faster.
Clouds move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands. fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till you're lost in. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like the final round. They try to extinguish us. We all die not same death. Hear the awakened world scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing in the burning light. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain.
How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright. 'Cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah!
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Welcome back to an absolute turbo bagger. Top Esports versus BLG, delivering in every way you could possibly ask for in game number 1. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Nymera. We are honored to bring you this ridiculous series.
Mako gets MVP. His Ornn proves to be one of the very best in the world. He's not even a top player. It doesn't need to be. This guy has been such a revelation to Top Esports, leaving EDG after, what, 10 years with him on almost 1,100 games. Was such a game-changing player in this one, being such a disruptor, and even getting himself a solo kill as well. That gold graph, that's an LPL gold graph.
Certainly is. Not even that big gold leads on either side either. Both teams managing to really fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in touching distance. I mean, BLG, honestly, a really, really tough one with this composition to find a win if you weren't ahead. The fact they managed to drag this out to 43 minutes is honestly a testament to their play, considering they're playing a Renekton Nidalee composition, this pick composition with an Ashe that you're up against Ornn, Senna, and Azir. Like, it begs belief, but BLG looking so good in the early game until Mako came and ruined everything.
Yeah, there was a level 1 kill onto the Jace. You had been getting another one here. Knight ended up being 2-0 after this play too, and at that point you're thinking, okay, maybe that's enough to get ahead of this Top Esports team. Maybe you can get to that point where each of these solo laners is so individually powerful and an Ashe ult can go over the top of it to just pick Top Esports off before they can start grouping up. That wasn't the case. Top Esports, I think what we've really started to see is how punishing they are in terms of side lanes, where for the most of the early game, BLG were really good at keeping Top Esports back. They gave up this mistake, and it felt like the side lanes fell apart. The team fights got a lot more difficult after that point. And even when big ults landed, it was quite hard to get decisive victories from BLG. Most of the time, you had like 4 people dead on both sides.
It felt like every single fight ended with just like one person walking away blinking health bar.
The messenger, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Tells the story of what just happened. BLG did manage to find their moments, been with a couple of really great deep flanks. There was a couple of great decisive calls coming on through. But Top Esports did such a good job to punish these fights, like this Baron call that Top Esports then fly into the rescue. Then Cream kind of saving the play at the end of things. Jackulov arrives at the last second as well to make sure Cream has reinforcements. Honestly, just so many back and forth moments. So many outplays on both sides of the scoreboard. It's a treat.
I have to say, Every time we get to cast one of these games, it is such an honor, because you realize that there aren't many teams in the world that can do this. Only really the LPL provides this kind of absolute insanity of regional gameplay at this kind of level, and I'm glad we finally get to see this. And this is partly what the Ascend group brings in, you know, top teams facing against top teams on the regular, and having our top 2 teams from spraying face-off against each other like this in such a good face-off, where now the tables have slightly turned, is so fun to me. So I hope that BLG can bring it to a 3-game series. I want to see more of this, even if my vocal cords do give out. It will be for a worthy cause.
Yeah, I'm not talking tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day for my voice after what's going to be coming over these next, I hope, 2 games between BLG and Top Esports. The fact that these highlights are still going and we're finishing on a fight that BLG won when we know Top Esports won the whole game, on being picked off before the fight could really begin in that final one from BLG. Really phenomenal stuff from Top Esports. Decisive play from Mako. I'm not sure there was a single bad Ornalt from Mako that entire game, and you see bad Ornalts all the time. It's such a common thing to see. But here we go. Draft for game number 2. We're straight back into the action with BLG locking a Tristana first pick, and Jackie immediately goes for the center once more.
Have to say, I'm not a big fan of BLG still going towards these 80 carries for Knight. It just doesn't feel like Knight when he's playing them. His Tristana even last year was not necessarily his favorite. It's not necessarily his comfort pick. The center for Jackie absolutely is. This dude is so cracked on this pick, and Cream has made himself into a real Azir aficionado as well. Top Esports have made a mage out of the assassin player, and he's really happy taking this pick.
I'm kind of surprised to see the mid laner locked in at this point, since you could go third. You already know you're against that Tristana. However, not wanting to reveal their hand perhaps, and wanting to see what else they're up against before the next lock-in. Ezreal being hovered, it's been an incredibly potent pick in the current meta. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Maybe even an AP jungler could be an option, but Leona has also made it through the ban, so I totally understand locking that one in.
Yeah, that Leona is so powerful to just go forwards. And when you're against 2 long-range backlines in the Azir and the center, it means they are still not safe standing all that distance away. The power of the sun does not care about distance. And it does mean that you can get behind the front line too. Even if 369 and Mako were to have some tankier champions themselves, they can't necessarily defend their carries in the same way. It's been a long time since you could just kind of lock a Tom Kenshin to your hard engaged supports and save them like that. The Ornn can very much stop everyone else pouncing on top of it. So maybe the idea of dealing with that engage is engage yourself to make sure you can knock up some of the others as they try and get in to follow up that play. And of course, Mako just walked off an MVP off of a fantastic Ornn game. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, what were the big win conditions from the previous game? Mako's Ornn, Cream's Azir, Jackie loves Seda. Let's just lock those 3 in our first 3 picks again. BLG sticking a bit more to the actual meta. Top Esports just sticking to classic strong scaling picks. Nidalee taken away from Shun this time around. I wonder where BLG will go with the rest of this composition, what they'll be able to get. I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, Brand is gone. The Nidalee is gone, Sejuani's taken off of the board as well. Things like the Zyra would still be available, even the Karthus, if Shun does really want to come into the AP junglers.
So you have a problem now. Karthus sucks versus Ornn because he just drops the ults on you and you kind of just get dunked by the center Ornn. It's very hard to position. Maybe he does that anyway. And Zyra's not awesome versus the center because the center can auto Q your plants and immediately kills them. They banned that anyway, but it's still not great into the center because also they shrug off a lot of your poke with the center heals. So all the same, Shun's not going to have the easiest opportunity.
Yeah, even Lilia, like, you're against Senna. It's not exactly an easy comp to play Lilia into, is it? And they can just peel away from you. Viego and Vi banned away, trying to keep Elk safe on the Ezreal. One thing I will say, Ezreal's bane in this current meta, in my opinion, is that Camille. I don't know how confident 369 will be to blind a Camille, but then again, I wouldn't put it past him either.
So, technically, you're hovering over some AD junglers. You already have that mage. Tien going towards the Lee Sin. Vintage from Tien. Tien's been on some incredible form. I think you could argue this might even be his best split ever so far. We're not that far into it, but Tien is so good right now. It is at least a conversation, and he's a world champion, so that means quite a lot. Onto that Lee Sin to bring some of that early game. Shun maybe going towards that Maokai, which can go towards the Scorch Claw as well, and the Liandry's to bring some magic damage from the jungle. It's not that high magic damage though, particularly against something like the Ornn with the center behind it that can heal through things. It's a little bit rough to deal with those tanks now that you don't have significant magic damage.
Are you ready for Lichbane Ezreal to come and save the day for BLG?
Oh, Runeglaive? Yum.
We'll see. Not as the blind pick wouldn't be too surprising. Renekton is up and available. We just kind of saw BLG struggling to really push a win forwards with that Renekton. Maybe more magic damage is the answer. Kennen blind in the top side. What does 369 want to take up against it?
Alright, so, well, we saw YSKM try to play Jackson Swip. That didn't really work. Kennen counters the Jack, so maybe not that one. Are we going to see something aggressive in that top side? Because you can try and play, you can play towards aggressive picks against the Kennen. The Kennen is very low range. You can play range top players into it. The Jace can very much go towards that as well. Jace can get all in by the Kennen, but it does give you some options to play from longer range, and it will once again be that Jace for 369 trying to play out again another snowballing carry versus carry matchup in that top side. BLG struck first in game 1 to get themselves ahead, but they couldn't stay ahead. Top Esports definitely bailed 369 out. They might need to do so again if BLG want Bin to be the magic damage source that they need.
I mean, Top basically just say, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Sejuani was banned, so we'll go Lee Sin, but aside from that, we're just going to lock the exact same composition as game number 1. BLG, totally different story. We've seen insane Kennen games from Bin before. Shun played probably more Maokai than he ever wanted to across his career, and we know how good the carries are on this roster. So both very serviceable compositions. We could well be in for another team fight banger here on our screens.
And the first game absolutely delivered. Now, there's always a bit of a mystery towards a game 2. Do you slow down, do you recollect, or do you just go all steam ahead just the same? BLG would love to claw one back and prove that they are still very much competing for that top spot. We've kind of assumed it's been Top Esports for Summer so far on their current form, but BLG, it was a heck of a game 1. They gave it a good run for it. Couldn't run away with the Nexus. And in game 2, they'll need to show that they can go a step further again.
JackeyLove and Mako were 100% win rate on Senna Ornn before this series began across 4 games. They're now 100% win rate across 5 games. They're looking to 6 if they can finish this one out in style. Top Esports just running back their winning composition pretty much. Aside from TN, going for the classic Lee Sin in the jungle. I wonder if he'll run his own skin for it. BLG, though, up against it, bringing some signatures of their own as they head into game 2.
Oh my god, okay, that's some volume. I'm glad they're enjoying as much as we are.
Too right they are. Imagine being in that arena today. What a day to go watch LPL. TN not going to be running his own skin, unfortunately, but, you know, never mind. Another time, perhaps. Let's talk compositions a little bit more here, as BLG, I feel like the ones that we need to talk about more, because we kind of just saw how Top Esports composition functions. Slightly different with the Lee Sin, but not that different. But we might have to hold that thought, because Elk and On are getting real cheeky here, but there are 3 players walking towards them. They're about to start the fight onto Mako, but TN is here too. JackeyLove gets the sustain, gets some soul stacking up, gets Elk chunked and forced to flash away from the Sonic Wave. Knight moved over to make sure his bot lane can get out, but that's a summoner. I mean, pretty much for free for Top Esports.
I mean, Elk could maybe teleport soon back, but it's not really what they wanted, is it? They get a huge chunk out of Elk, and Knight's going to get himself a good trade, trying to walk between the soldiers so Cream can't trade off it. Look there, right there. He's just outside the soldier range, using his auto attacks. Knight really bodying the matchup. The Trusana's not something he's typically done that well on, but he's really got a great trade.
Really, really important on that trade as well. Knight stands behind the minion wave, so Cream didn't get any XP for the first 3 melees, which means now Knight has the level 2 spike guaranteed for himself, and Cream has to be really cautious not to overstep.
Ah, shame there though from Knight. Ends up missing the W slow. If he gets the damage in the slow, probably gets another 2-3 autos onto Cream. Does get the bomb now, so he'll be happy to use that explosive shot. But Cream, someone who has had such a fantastic year. It has been a glow-up year. You know, he wasn't even bad in 2023. We're excited for him on Top Esports, but the way that he has glowed up on these majors has been something of note. The fact that Knight is starting to punish him on this major, at least in the early game, it's something that BLG desperately need to, because we've seen what Cream can do on these majors, even in just that last game as well.
Yeah, we've seen what Cream can do. We've also had criticisms for Knight this year. You know, I feel Knight is one of these players that will always be criticized unless he's literally like in 1v9 form, because that's just the expectation after all these years. That's on having to flash very early on into the lane, just going way too deep on the tower. Elk actually dashes forward, the ignite denied by Jacula, but Mako survives. In the meantime, Bin's just got a solo kill on 369.
Oh man, Shun was on top side, but it looks like it wasn't even needed. 369 goes down in the top side in the snowballing matchup while we've been focused on bot side the entirety of this game. That's a really strong trade from Elk. Ran the press the attack for the very early damage. Tien is going to go into the top side jungle. Does have the smite as the Shun, so it should be a smite and out. Tien not going to find anything. Luckily for the side of that Maokai. Going to get himself that top side scuttle, but Shun is sticking around.
Oh, spotted on the ward as Shun hunts Tien towards his sapling. Tien gets the crab, tries to get out of there. Knight stops chasing immediately. They're not looking to run him across the map, not if there's no easy kill available. So back to the mid lane, Knight goes as he's got a big old wave to work with. Let's take another look at what happened in this top lane.
Well, Shun turns up and 369 realizes he's dead. So he wants to get away from the Maokai. At least burns flash for flash, means that Maokai doesn't get any kill participation. One thing that is meant to be known about this though, if you don't share a kill, you get more XP for the solo kill. So Bin actually gets a slight advantage there too. I don't think it's going to lead to that much. And indeed it hasn't really in terms of those XP bars. 369 though, a flashless Jace is not a happy Jace.
And Bin is on the wrong side. He's also flashless. The E not going to get him out to safety at the end. Picks up a nice freebie on the top side. So, advantage for top esports in the jungle. Advantage for BLG was up in the top lane, but with a wave crashing with no TP up for Bin, he may lose a fair bit of XP there. I'm trying to get onto Mako as Elk will punish.
Turns out, it's not just a flashless Jace, which isn't a happy Jace. There's a flashless cannon, it's also not a happy cannon either. At least the cannon minion is going to tank up a lot of damage from the tower. I don't think Bin's going to get an XP range. He's going to be close. I don't quite think he was in range there. He is going to get at least the rest of the wave. It could have been a lot worse. If that was a regular wave, it probably works out worse for Bin because the huge amount of XP that you get from 6 minions dying probably outweighs the one cannon.
Certainly does. 5 minutes on the clock and a much slower pace in this one. Not too surprising. Anyone who's seen a lot of these big series in LPL over the years, typically they start big and they slow down after the first game, or they start really slow and they speed up as the series goes on. Tien, once again, could be contesting for a crab. Has to dash to his ward. Had flash available as well. On was trying to get that flank going, but Tien walks away with his life already pickaxe in his pocket as well. That is a scary lease in for this early game.
Yeah, so what Shun was trying to do is cancel out that ward hop with the cube. Doesn't quite win that mind game. Tien ends up getting out to safety. Tien has occasionally played fast and loose with walking into enemy-controlled sides of the jungle, just try to see if he can kind of greed his way into it. He's just eating the shock blast.
Big damage from 369 as Bin goes in. 369 calls his bluff and brings him down. That was gorgeous.
That's a 999 for me up in that top side. 369 gets that shock blast onto Bin through the minion wave, and the cannon goes down. We talked about this top lane matchup being very snowbally once again. Getting a solo kill is massive for top esports. BLG trying to get a cross map down here. Mako does have heal from Spellbook. I don't know if that's going to be enough though.
Knock up to start it off. The bomb is on Mako's head. On takes another shot and he does go down. Mako grabs a kill. Is there any play you can make towards Mako's Ornn that works?
Not totally. He gets himself to teleport too, so he's not even going to lose that much. Teleport back from Knight into the mid lane. You can see that both these teams trying to get the most out of these split map plays, the cross maps. They've used up all of their globals now though, so it gets a little bit harder to make the next play after this point. Knight's going to pick up some XP from that mid lane, but Cream largely just been happy sitting under turret right now. And top esports really showing that once again, you really can't underestimate them on the side lanes.
369 goes up to the top side once more. As Tien looks to get behind the tower, flashes to find the king, smites the minion! Oh, Tien! It's vintage, it's 2019 Tien on my screen!
Oh, it is just a vision of the past. Tien massively dunks on Bin, and once again the cannon goes down. Really, going back to this solo kill, you can see that 369 wins the mind game, knows that he's going to use that lightning rush to go wave clear through, try and get the surge afterwards. And he just lands that shock blast full combo. Jace gets the kill.
And then in the bot side, Mako manages to find that knock-up, sets up for Ornn as Knight now moves up to the top lane. 369 in a 1v1 against the Tristana, and he wins it. Gets a little knock and forces the flash as the Sonic Wave comes through from TN, but Bin is here. Slicing Maelstrom is available. 369 surely can't get out of this one. Can Bin kill them? Wait a second! Okay, one last auto from Bin finishes the job. Got a little too excited on that one. I thought he was out for a split second there.
But Top Esports once again one step further ahead on the map. We just said, hey, it's harder to make these side lane players once the globals are down. Top Esports, knowing that BLG have just sent both of their solo laners up towards top lane, take a couple of plates on mid lane. Jackie Love gets some gold from that as well. It's kind of nice to get some of that luxury gold onto that setup. At least BLG get themselves something back onto Bin. It was getting really worrying that he was dying so much without that much of an answer. Bin needs to be a factor in these later game team fights. We saw how hard it was for BLG to make it past the Ornn ults in most team fights. Bin on the cannon with the ability to just kind of slam into the backline might have to be the difference maker in a way that he couldn't quite be on the Renekton, even though he tried very, very hard.
I think quite important as well that it's not just Bin getting the kill, it's also 369 missing all of those minions, which kind of evens up the CS a little bit, evens up the XP in that top side. Bin's still behind, but not as behind as he was. So big for the side of BLG to keep their top lane relevant. That Kennen is going to be instrumental later on into the game.
You know what? Real credit to both these teams because in snowbally top lane matchups, once the first kill goes down, it's quite easy to just throw your hands up and say, well, we'll just cross map and do something else. Both of these teams, seeing one of the top laners get ahead, have immediately tried to slap back and not let this get out of control. Because we've had so many fingers in the pie now, it's quite hard to tell exactly what's going to happen towards this matchup. You do have a slight gold lead over the 369, but Shun's been hovering on top side for the last age at this point, trying to make sure this top lane matchup doesn't completely go the way of the Jace, despite the fact that he does have a lead for now.
You know, a few minutes ago I said Game 2 will probably slow down if you've seen series like this before. Absolutely not! They're going back towards the top side as 369 caught. Flashes, but the Roots still going to find their mark and Bin can follow up for it. Flash to find the knockback, the shield nowhere near enough for 369. In the meantime, Tien has been caught and Knight will finish the kill. That's a shutdown into the pocket of the mid lane AD carry.
BLG strike hard on the top side once again. And what did we say? BLG, even though they're behind in that top lane, are not willing to just let that go. Shun hangs around top side. Shun gets the advantage. Elk even has a teleport to stick alone on this top side if a cross map happens towards the bot side of the map, especially with Dragon spawning in a minute. BLG not willing to let this early game go. And now teleporting for 369. He's getting the direst treatment.
I don't know if that was the TP you want to go for right there. 369 gonna go down. This time Elk grabs the kill. And that's a 1-4 Jace in the top side. Another wave missed.
That is a rare mistake from Top Esports to allow one of their lanes to get blown out like this so hard in just a minute's play. The Grubs had spawned. Top Esports could have maybe tried to mind game the fact that BLG would back off, try to secure that area rather than focus on the top tower. But teleporting in as a Jace is not a safe thing. Gonna go back to a replay of how Knight gets his kill in this side of the jungle. See that On and Knight managed to hop over the wall. Knight gets himself the full reset from getting himself the full bomb. Cream tries to get close to Knight to get him away from his jungler with the ultimate, but he can't quite manage to do so. Loses out in the mobility mind game. And that means that Cream has to watch Knight get ahead in the lane matchup.
I love watching these two teams play. This is just an absolute pleasure. This is just pure joy. As it's 10 kills in 11 minutes, and we could be looking towards an 11th as Bin gets underneath this tower. Jackie Love takes a shot for it. Tien wants a 1v1 against the enemy top laner. Sonic Wave goes slightly wide. I don't know if he wins that, to be honest. He's got an Eclipse.
I've seen Eclipse Lee Sins win that. That's all I'll say on that point. They did have themselves a setter just around the corner too. Ezreal flying up towards the top side to try and trim that wave. It's going to clip parts of it, but it's not going to be enough to stop the 6th Grub. Top Esports. The Grub again in the Zerg Rush. Going towards this top lane turret. Once again feeding gold into this Jace. Even though the Jace is 1-4 and has had every member of BLG visit his lane at some point, has managed to get himself the full first turret in this top side. Jackal sharing some of the gold, but he's now very far ahead in that top lane matchup compared to where he absolutely should have been.
I feel like 369 stopped DPSing the tower to try and deny some minions, and then more and more Grubs kept just popping out. It's like, okay, well, I'm clearly not denying any minions here today. Just has to accept that he has to destroy the tower. There'll be a bunch of minions dying to the tier 2 instead. As Top Esports get their first tower, and apparently this year, or at least this split, still 100% win rate off the back of the first tower. That's a good sign if you're a Top Esports fan at home.
back in spring, they had something like a 100% win rate with a lead at 15 minutes as well. Top Esports, you know, I think there is real credit to this team. They brought over Maokai, who was the old EDG Worlds winning coach. They brought over Despair from Top Esports as well. They've revolutionized their coaching staff, and I feel like their early game in the macro has really evolved with it. On is off vision, might be able to get onto Cream with the Solar Flare if he's not careful enough. I think he's safe for now. But yeah, Top Esports, I really feel like, considering that this team didn't used to be the disciplined macro team, have leveled up so much regards in that kind of area.
And you know, it brings up a question for me, because I feel Jackulov received a lot of criticism for this team not being disciplined, for this team making crazy plays. He was the crux of a lot of those crazy plays. But to be honest, I wonder if maybe Knight was the one that was kind of bringing the mojo this whole time, because I feel like since he left Top Esports, they have become a much more disciplined squad across the last couple of years. Jackulov still has his moments, although the siege continues in the bottom side. I don't think they've quite got enough to finish off a tower here. But yeah, BLG, they've got plenty of shenanigans, plenty of mojo brought to that team since Knight joined.
Yeah, this team has, particularly in the group stage of Summer, had some happy, fun games. Don't get me wrong, it's been quite entertaining to watch, but also you're sat there quite frustrating knowing that they can play better than that. It's really annoying in some regards. Top Esports, they have been very calm, cool, and collected, and I feel like, unlike, say, in terms of other top teams, I think JDG can sometimes slack off in the early game and just wait until that mid and late game, and that's how they play discipline. They don't look for the big plays. Top Esports still look for those big plays, and they're getting so much out of them the ground majority of the time. They have the 6 grubs now, they have a Senna, they can start sieging down these turrets, just using the Senna Q to just tap down those turrets and apply the grub damage over time as well. Can be really powerful, and Top Esports find themselves at a gold lead despite BLG having the kill lead and the dragon lead. Ocean Soul could be very powerful for them later, but we're finding ourselves in quite a similar situation where it does feel like BLG will want to play towards that Dragon Soul, but they might have to take some losing dragon fights to get a hold of that if they're not careful.
See if they can find those dragon fights. See who those fights are losing for, I suppose, is the ultimate question. Ocean Soul this game. Things have quieted down a little bit. And I will say, I've been thoroughly enjoying the way that these two teams, like, know each other, you know? The way that they're playing, the way that they move around the map, the way that we saw them, like, the wards being cleared. They knew exactly where those wards were going to be in the previous game. It feels like leading into MSI, leading into those internationals, I'm confident that BLG and Top Esports probably were scrimming against each other. I feel like these two teams know each other quite well. But also, both of them just kind of moving away from the AP jungle meta a little bit in this series. Really not been the priority that you would have expected.
They've gone towards junglers which should impact the game earlier, which is because both these teams understand that their carries are on such good form right now. If they get a lead going into the mid game, it is much, much easier to close out those games. Having junglers on such good form can really help with that. Shun is going to be safe. The that Shroud coming in from Senna gives that extra movement speed, can be very important. That was from Fog of War. Probably about as easy as it gets, but sadly misses that.
You said the dangerous phrase of these junglers are on such good form, and then Shun immediately almost gets caught out, but he's okay. Keeps himself safe. And to be honest, I think a quieter game like this, for me, favors Top Esports. I mean, again, Ornn, Senna, Azir, Jace, like this comp is perfectly happy to go long. This time around, though, I don't think it's as one-sided. Last time, it was Nidalee Renekton. This time, you've got a Kennen up top. You've got a Maokai who's really great in the late game, finding those engages with a Leona, plus 2 scaling AD carries as well. This is definitely not just a ticking time bomb for BLG like it was last time around.
Yeah, I think it's still, yeah, as you rightfully said, it's still Top Esports' favorite if it comes to 5v5s, particularly if it's a front to back, especially if it's front to back. Top BLG will pretty much always need a flank of some kind, whether that is the cannon or whether it's a Maokai out kind of strafing the team as well. Got the Dragon spawning soon, make it called out. That's not a great start for them, but he might just be able to get out. Flash blow.
Okay, they've got a flash out from the Ornn. Not the most impactful summoner, but Bin is behind enemy lines here. Doesn't commit to going for the slicing Maelstrom. I guess TN could have just kicked him away. So Bin holds his nerve, plays discipline here. And now into the Pixel Brush. He wants to find that opportunity for the slicing Maelstrom as BLG start the Drake off on. Has found Mako on the top side, and immediately Knight moves over to the rescue. Ignite comes on down, True Shot Barrage. Won't find much, and Elk forced to flash by Mako. Both teams blinking health bars has been still hiding off to the side, still searching for that flank. The roots
Narco
come
ult,
on
teleports!
through. That's enough to find the Drake. TP out from Bin. They won't be expecting this one. Short range TP to start the fight, but they can't finish up any kills, and instead it's on to Fall.
Magnificent exhaust from Mako. He gets so much damage denied. It allows Cream and Jackie to survive the big engage as well. Despite it being such an inspired teleport, it leads to almost nothing for BLG. They do get themselves the Dragon. That is the big win. Okay, you know what? Take it back. That is still a big win. But given that they should have maybe had 3-4 kills and get themselves a huge swathe of advantages across the map, that is much less than they would have hoped for.
I mean, in the grand scheme, that was like an extended Hex Flash there from Bin as TN is caught in the jungle. That is not your red buff. That is not your jungle. Flash Force, Solar Flare. I'm not sure what follow-up on was quite expecting there.
Maybe a flash from Shun, but I don't even think he had the cooldowns at that point. So Top Esports managed to get their jungler surviving down. Now Jackalov, no flash, no cleanse, he's dead.
Oh my goodness, Top Esports. Unheard of mistakes this split. They've been playing so immaculately, and yet here in game number 2, a couple of errors across the board. Knight grabs himself a double.
If this had happened a minute later, BLG get Baron and Top Esports might have genuinely thrown the game. As it stands, Cream has a Nash's Tooth. He has 6 grubs to take a good amount of chunk out of the top lane in a turret. Even he might have overstayed if he'd gone for an auto attack. 1 or 2 more because of the roaming members from BLG. But BLG, they are starting to find their feet, and I think having Shun on a really big engage threat here has really helped for them. On the Nidalee in that last game, couldn't quite, again, get that teamfight impact he would have wanted to. The Maokai is about the easiest champion you can play in the jungle compared to that Nidalee. And you can see right here, the Maokai ultimate does help at the start of this. When you're teleporting onto a regular ward, you don't see it in Fog of War. That's why this ends up working out so well. The Mako has the Spellbook exhaust. That changes everything. If that exhaust doesn't come through, that is at least 2 people dead. Very good work.
Oh, Cream finds the ultimate on tonight. He's the main carry right now for BLG, and he walks away with his life. Shun moves up to help him escape as well. Tien hunting for more, but the Sonic Wave isn't enough, and a true shot onto Cream as well. Suddenly turns this into maybe a winning play for BLG? I don't know about that.
I mean, if Knight dies, you know what we said about, Top Esports, if they'd made that play a minute later, it would have maybe thrown the game. Exactly the same thing could have happened there. Bin died while we were
during the
in
replay,
replays
I
and stuff.
guess,
No, very important replays, but Bin dying is quite important, folks. Come on.
Both top laners now at 4 deaths in this game. Like, it's not fun to be a top laner in this series. The amount of
they are
pressure
having the
that
top
they've been
lane
on.
experience.
Yeah, it's, I mean, to be honest, like, typically you think top lane is an island. Top lane has been anything but an island in this series.
Yeah, it's been more like, I don't know, it's been like an aircraft carrier. Yeah, it's a battleship at this point. It's like, you've got like the aircraft carrier, got all these airplanes of junglers landing there as well, claiming the space as their own, and it really has been the source of so much activity from here. We're getting to the point now, because we're taking so many plays across the map, you've got to watch for where all of these wards have been put down as well. It's been a good job from both teams to deny most of the wards that have been put down, but all it takes is one, particularly for Bin to get into a good position. But also Top Esports want a couple of wards there just to make sure they can spot out Bin or Shun on rotation so they catch someone out beyond that point. Baron is now spawned. Any mistake beyond this point probably determines the fate of the game, as long as the team fight isn't, another 4 for 4.
Baron up, and either team, you just know how confident they'll be to try and push that down if there's a misposition from the other. BLG moving in to get some vision. Tien, no flash, remember. About a minute until that comes back up, but has a ward hop to get himself out to safety.
Dragon, Soul spawning in a minute as well. So 2 uber objectives. BLG, they're getting way more value from that Dragon, so they have the advantage when it comes to the threat of both of these objectives. Top Esports, there's a teleport ward behind them.
And here
they're retreating into it.
From Bin, Jackalov already chunked and taken down as Cream pushes Bin towards the rest of his team. Tien betrayed by his own mid laner. Mako there to save the day and takes one down, but I don't know if one is enough. 3v3 now as Elk is free firing. Knight gets the resets. 369 will walk away with his life, or will he? Flash unavailable for Knight as Elk looks for a little bit more, dives forward, flashes for it. Knight's W surely up any second now, gets into Tribe Rush, and 369 will fall. Another for BLG just as Drake comes up.
disaster for Top Esports. Their members with the teleports are the last to die as well, so even they can't get back out onto the map. Tien might even get caught up by Elk, who's going forwards with the E.
Elk hunting the true shot. Not quite enough damage. A great shot, though, to find his mark. And that will be Ocean Soul for the side of BLG. Slow fights are no longer an option for Top Esports.
It's going to be a real pain for them. Massive early soul picked out. You can see that BLG, they're just much better at pulling the trigger with the Marco and Leona. It makes their job so easy. Top Esports get caught in the worst possible terrain. They get funneled into a choke point. It's a bit of an awkward ult from Cream. The fight starts again.
Elk takes a chunk. He does have an Ocean Soul, though, so not going to survive. He goes 1-for-1 with 369. His pin kicked backwards. Manages to flash out the top side of the place. Jacqueline tries to chase him, but Cream is caught under his own tower here. Knight has to do the damage, dodges the root, but it's Shun to finish the job, and Knight dips back out the bot side of the play. A 2-for-1 in the end for BLG.
Now, the Ocean Soul means that Bin is a little bit higher HP than he could be. That tower really helping Top Esports get some control in mid lane. They do somehow manage to burst out a couple of members. Bin maybe looking to proc that Ocean Soul again. That healing is really nasty.
It certainly is. Shun flashes for the engage as well as Knight dives over the wall, and Jackie Love is caught. Tien next to fall as On will deny the escape. Knight stopping any kind of escape route either. Tien will fall, and that will probably be Baron as well. BLG go from win to win.
You ever want an example of how Ocean Soul wins you games? That's it right there. Bin was on like less than 100 HP. Regens back up to a point where he can fight and get themselves a fight, which wins them the Baron. They couldn't quite get that the last time. Top Esports, they do have a Spellbook Smite from Mako.
Oh god, Mako gets into the pit and he gets busted shot out again. That looked funky, and he won't even walk away with his life. Baron and a bonus for BLG. They put a timer on Top Esports with these Drakes, and they've used it excellently.
Fantastic objective play from BLG, and you know what? It is about time we mentioned that Yordle in the room as well. We've been talking a lot of smack about Knight and his Tristana play over this summer. He's currently at 7-0-6, and having the ability to reset and get massive damage across this fight is really what ends up winning across them beyond this point. The Ocean Soul's helping them stay in the fight longer too. Bin, look how little HP he goes down to. One last Soldier also brings him below 100 HP just about, but the Ocean Soul means that he's getting back 100 HP per tick, even gets a Honey Fruit, which means he can influence the back end of this fight as well. Top Esports still managed to burst a load of people out. Way better than they should have done, given the state of the game, but it's just not enough.
Knight is just so far ahead on this Tristana as well. He's an absolute monster. And this is a scaling pick. This is a hyper carry. 3 items in 25 minutes as the Solar Flare gets a slow across the team. The roots come on in as well. Mako buffers the CC, but he's just not tanky enough at this point in the game. Dashes back towards the rest of his team, and it's not enough damage from BLG. Shun almost went down as well, but again, that Ocean Soul means he can just stick around anyway.
Cream is just split pushing right now. He says, okay, let's not try and fight against the Ocean Soul. We don't want to wave flare against the Baron. Trying to trade inhib for inhib. It is a 6-grub Nash's Tooth Azir, so he'll make short work of them. At least get something on the board, but he's not really able to stay and get the inhib, sadly.
He doesn't have TP either, so this could be 2 inhib towers taken by BLG. Contestion from Top Esports is 4v4 here. Bin does have TP, but doesn't have a good ward to get to. So BLG will commit to backing away. They don't want to overstep. They got an inhib, they protected their top inhib, and they keep the play alive.
So, Top Esports, they are now pinned back into their base. They have at least gotten some gold onto the Azir, who is very far behind now against this Tristana, who has been given all of the kills over to BLG. They might be able to survive through to an Elder Flip. That's probably what they're aiming for right now, praying to Tien and his fingers on his Smite Keep to see if he can secure that one. It is going to be a bit of a hard job, though, because BLG have so much damage, so much displacement, particularly with that Buster shot. It's going to be really hard to even approach the pit. That's if they can get out of their base in the first place. But that's about as good as it gets for Top Esports right now.
Tien on that Lee Sin needs to find his moment, tries to dive in, but On just stuns him up and just has to dash straight on back towards the rest of his team. Bin is TPing once again behind enemy lines. This time he finds the slicing maelstrom that will turn the game in his favor. Cream found as a bonus focus for BLG, and the Ocean Soul means they can keep on charging forwards. Baron onto the minion wave as it enters under the Nexus towers. Mako forced away by the bomb from Knight as well. A snipe from Elk onto Jackie-Love, and Mako barely makes it to Fountain. But I'm not even sure Fountain can save top esports now. BLG, what a dominant game number 2, 20-10 on the scoreboard as they show up and make sure top esports know this won't be a freebie. They will not go easily. And they find themselves game 2. Mako forced back onto the fountain. This is straight up bullying as BLG finish out game 2.
It just had to go to 3 games. Following these two teams through this year, BLG coming off the back of historically dominant splits into a summer where top esports, it feels like they're the ones who are ready to not just be passed the torch, but be really in a position to take it from BLG. They have to do it now in a 3rd and final deciding game. I love the way that BLG have been playing around those Dragon Soul win conditions. They've rolled pretty high given the souls which they've had so far. The Mountain Soul into the Ocean Soul, you can see them being incredibly powerful in those games. But top esports, they will now have to take to the Rift once more against them and see if they can see them off.
Turns out the placement games were just, they were just a warm-up. Now we're in the real groups, we get the real games. This is a banger. And of course, we're going to 3. I wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to jump into a break and we'll find out how this one concludes right after. Welcome back, everybody, to the series of the split. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Nightmare as we head to game number 3 between BLG and Top Esports. And this series has already lived up to every expectation you could possibly have had. Both teams have had a game where they looked near flawless winning it. And I honestly have no idea what to expect coming into the third one, but I am excited for it.
Knight gets himself an MVP on Tristana. This was probably his best ever Tristana game. We've criticized him on ADC play and mid lane, but, you know, sometimes Knight is one of those players which takes a little while to switch on in a split. It's kind of rare that it happens to this kind of degree, though. 7-0 and 9, only his second MVP, but Knight seriously putting some of these skirmishes on his back and just flying away with them.
Out doing some insane damage on that Ezreal as well. And I have to say, like, this game from BLG was a great example of how to snowball through Drakes, right? Being able to just about win out that fight for the third Drake, where Shun's ult managed to keep TN away. And then huge fights just seconds before the Drake spawned, which got them the soul. And then at that point, the game was almost over immediately. These long, drawn-out fights leaning so well into BLG's strengths. Phenomenal stuff from them. And great punishes on some uncharacteristic mistakes from Top Esports.
Yeah, it felt like Top Esports, for once, couldn't keep up with BLG, especially in the form that they've been in. It has been really hard to catch Top Esports sleeping. I think what was so weird is that even though BLG were so focused on Dragons, they mainly ganked top lane, and they just continually just spam ganks top. But then Top Esports tried to do the same, but because BLG was so quick at making play after play after play, and sadly, you know, 369 teleported into his death at 1.2, it felt like Top Esports just couldn't match that pace after a certain while. BLG just showing that while Top Esports are an incredible macro team, I think they're incredibly disciplined, BLG are such a fast-paced team on the other side when you let them get their angles.
Third draft. Let's see what changes. Top Esports have been playing this full scaling comp 2 games in a row. We'll see if they still stick to that strategy. Banning the Gnar this time around, which makes me think perhaps Renekton could be an option for them.
Absolutely, and maybe something like the Cassante as well. Gnar answers both those champions very well. As it stands, what are the big power picks left up? We have Sejuani for Top Esports and also Leona. So you're giving over one of the better engaged tools to Top Esports. I would imagine one of them is the first pick if the other one is banned. Maybe BLG say, all right, after Sejuani, we can get that Leona, but that's the current situation we're in.
Would be an interesting trade to make. Considering how the drafts have gone so far this year, looks like the Corki banned away means both Sejuani and Leona open and available. TN very happy to go for that Sejuani once more. That's what he played in the first game. It was banned in game number 2. It's made it through here in game number 3 once more. As you mentioned, Leona up and available. Ezreal also up. These are the sort of power picks of this series.
I think I'd be pretty happy to see both of them locked into BLG. Very, very big power picks. Great lane in its own right. You can even start bullying lane from the level 1. Leona just leads in with the Zenith play. The Q procs the Sunlight passive. Really good trade for a level 1 duo. So very good S tier picks. Locked in for both sides. TN, the Sejuani has been so powerful. Renekton and Sejuani, also a very powerful duo. You were mentioning this just before we came through. Giving that Renekton without that Gnar on the table means that you're likely having 369 in a bit more of a dominant lane matchup. And considering how far he was dunked down on last time, that might be needed.
I mean, Cream hovered it for a second. I would love to go vintage here. I'd love to see a bit of Akali from Cream. He's so good on the pick. I don't think that'll come through, not this early in the draft, not blind. Especially against an Ezreal. I don't feel like this is a huge Akali angle, to be honest. And it will be the Azir that comes on through. So, full Shurima with the Renekton and the Azir coming on through. And a little bit of Freljord mixed in there. Over to the side of BLG, though. Could go for a solo lane to try and answer one of these. Or maybe go for the jungle.
But that's the problem, is that you haven't picked the same picks on either side. Technically, the Talia is a flex between both of these. Knight is a very, very good Talia player. Shun could also play it as well. So this might be able to solve 2 of those things. And now Top Esports, do they just ban away top laners to allow this Renekton to have really dominant early game with nothing really that can hold its own against it?
You've got to ban Vi, right? I feel like you've got to ban Vi against Shun here because Vi Talia is a terrifying combo. We've already seen a bunch of Vi today. We saw Vi banned in this very series. And it does feel like we're kind of going back to that style of play. I feel like 8 junglers have been somewhat forgotten here. And there we go, the Vi ban does come through.
Right, so I think BLG might also ban out the Misfortune as well, because they're currently looking at a Sejuani. They probably want an engaged support. They could ban away that misfortune. We're not in a situation when we need an AP bot laner like a Ziggs or, well, the Kaiser's half and half in that regards, because you already have that Azir in the mid lane. I think BLG wants to just ban stuff out. That could potentially be problematic there. Could also go for the Senna as well. Jackal Mako being very powerful with that so far. They banned the Braum. It's a little bit awkward. I guess that is very good into the Leona, though, but it does leave open stuff like that Senna. Also, something like a Misfortune lane, which can be very, very powerful.
Misfortune lanes we've seen really crop up in the LPL. I still remain unconvinced on the pick because it really has depended who we see piloting it. However, in the hands of Jackal, I imagine it's pretty terrifying. Over to the side of BLG then, as the Jacks land away from Bin. What does he want to go against this Renekton, or do we see whether or not this Talia is a flex?
Yeah, that's Talia. Probably going towards, well, yes, probably that flex pick. It gives you options. That's the best thing. Now, Bin, what's he want to take towards that top side? You can go towards something like the Cassante if you want to play towards front line. The Cannon is fine as a carry pick into it as well and gives you some supplemental flanking plays and magic damage. He's played this 2 times now in this series. The last game, he was given a lot of help towards that top side. Typically, the Cannon goes to the Liandry's into the Renekton, and unless the Renekton gets significantly far of the Cannon, really struggles in the match.
Oh, do you know what I've just realized is up? Kindred is up for Shun. They need an AD jungler. I wouldn't put it past him to go for another carry here. We'll see if that could be an option. Wukong also something we've seen splatterings of in the LPL. Whether or not Shun's willing to go for that is a different question. It is going to be Senna Azir once again. These scaling picks from the side of Top Esports, still believing that this is the way forwards. And so Ornn will come through for Mako once more.
So this is the difference between the Game 1 and the Game 2 drafts, really, was the fact that the Sejuani, alongside the other engaged threat and secondary tank, was really, really annoying for BLG. Trying to play front to back was a real pain, and now if you are going towards something like a Leona, Talia, Kindred, first kill comp, it's quite hard to do that into the Sejuani and the Ornn. You do need to get a certain amount of gold. Shun's Kindred in Game 3 has been banned away so much. He is one of the best at this champion within the LPL. It does leave Ornn as the like the sole tank and one of the few bits of engage for this team, unless Ben gets himself a good flank. This is going to be a much different composition. You can play front to back here from BLG if you want. You don't have to flank all the time because the Leona stun into shove, into Kindred damage can be so, so potent.
I just want to quickly mention, 2 games so far, they split 24 KDA for Shun on the Kindred.
Nice.
He's got a 5 KDA over the 29 games of his career on the pick. This is very much a signature for Shun. Akin to the Nidalee, but perhaps a little more late game focused and perhaps a little bit more of an outright carry for Shun. We'll see if it's going to be enough against Tien's Sejuani here in the jungle. But once again, Top Esports go for scaling. Once again, I mean, BLG pretty much just go for pure damage across the board.
And is that damage going to be enough? I think the team fights could be more even because of it. They don't just get bluntly outscaled. Now we come down to a final game. It has been back and forth. It has been bloody. It has been mechanically trying on both of these teams. Top Esports have not beaten BLG in 2 years. They would love to take that back in that matchup, and it's really proved that they have stepped above BLG this summer.
Let's find out if they can. If they can shake that monkey off of their back. BLG with a first seed coming out of the spring split. They are the reigning LPL champions. Top Esports would love to challenge that as we head towards this final game of the series. Game 3 on your screens. Let's decide this series once and for all. Jackie Love flashes. Ignite is there as well. I wanted to let the Gyos ring, but Jackie Love will not allow that to happen. Elk now gets knocked up, but he's already flashed into the play. Oh no, it's a disaster. Top Esports flipped the invade back on his head. Oh no, Knight sneaking in towards the enemy jungle. Can he find a way to recall? I think he has. He'll get back to back. No, that's his TP. Now Top Esports
this is disaster.
But that is bad.
Yeah, it means that Knight won't be able to get that first lane reset in the same way. He's going to have to play around cannon waves instead of looking for that teleport back into lane. That potentially could shade things through. Like, yeah, you got to keep yourself afloat somehow. If you don't laugh, maybe you'll cry in this case. Elk dying first. kill goes over to 369. We said that. No, Renekton needs to get significantly far ahead of the cannon. A first blood definitely helps in regards to that. It might not be enough because Cannon is just a really not nice champion to lane against in topside, but BLG get themselves, sadly, into a deficit right at the start before the game's really even begun.
Really nice stuff from Top Esports to answer that invade as well. Seeing it coming and immediately moving everybody over. But the fact that they get Knight's TP off the back of it as well is icing on the cake right there. Elk no flash, but JackeyLove matching that one, so it won't be too big of an advantage down in the bottom side, especially against an Ezreal. To all things considered, minor advantage for Top Esports in that top lane. Let's talk compositions for a second though, because once again, Top Esports kind of going for the same thing again as Elk just gets the level 2 damage down. On the side of BLG though, very different composition with a Talia in the mid lane, with Shun on that Kindred. We gotta talk a little bit about Kindred pathing, about how they play this game out.
Yeah, I mean, particularly when you have a global in your back pocket, your Kindred can play really aggressive. Goes for that level 3, is now skipping over to the other side of the map. Very good at bullying out tank junglers on that side. 369 skips over.
Bin flashed on though by 369, who wants to try and find a kill. Mark comes through from Shun. 369 is not going to survive this one, and they even wait for the mark to come in. I believe Shun just grabbed his first mark of the game.
The portrait changed. He's got his mark. 1 on the board for Shun on his signature Kindred. So, we were talking about just before this, what does it matter in terms of this Kindred? If you get that Kindred now to the point where you get really good advantages, you get yourself a couple of marks as well, you can get to the point where you can really bully out the map. Tien is going to be found out by Shun. Shun doesn't care for the Sidroni, he'd rather take the red buff. Knows he's there. Wolf did go over to it, and now Knight can maybe combo onto him and just make sure he can push him out.
Smite is available. Shun will grab that red buff. Tien still trying to pressure on that top side. The top side crab will be the one with the mark, so Tien very happy to deny that extra mark. On is behind the bot lane of Top Esports, just walks up to them. The root comes on through, the knockup comes on through. On a little controversial play here, perhaps worried they'd recall in the alcove, I don't know.
I don't know about that one. Well, he had himself eclipsed it aftershock, so he is tankier than you potentially expect. And now 369 getting a gank into his lane. His lane state is awful, and sadly when you're against the cannon who's pretty good at chipping away this wave, he's going to hold this wave for a little bit as he wants, and Tien is going to get himself towards topside and try and force Bin into a different spot. But wait, 369 just uses W. You can't be doing that. Tries to clear out that ward, but leaves himself in an awful spot. 369's lane is almost unsalvageable at this point. He doesn't have teleport. If Bin can get himself a crash in with the help of Shun, 369 is going to be in such a bad spot. He's going to have to stay for this wave. Already two levels down.
This is brutal. JackeyLove is even being called up towards this top side. Grub's not up for another minute and a half, so this is an early roam from JackeyLove to try and bail out his top laner. The dive will be called off. Shun not going to be there. 3 players still here. I think Top Esports maybe want to try and make a play onto Bin. He's got a ward ready for this one. I doubt he goes particularly far forwards here. And yet, nothing going to come of this one for Top Esports.
It's really hard to make a play. Your Renekton doesn't have flash. Bin does. How do you get that gap close? It would have to be a mistake from Bin. JackeyLove is here to reduce the volatility of this matchup, but the fact is Top Esports have to call these resources topside. Shun is free to go towards bot side. He'll get himself a second mark off that scuttle. There's no way you're contesting that one. And it's not like Bin isn't still going to be forcing 369 to drop CS at points too. So it's just, that just stops the worst case scenario. It doesn't exactly help.
I think the painful thing as well is Shun grabs a second stack. I just mentioned that. The painful thing is, like, you can send JackeyLove up top, so 369 is your AD carry, and Mako is the solo laner, farming getting solo XP, but, you know, Ornn versus Ezreal isn't exactly an easier matchup than Renekton versus Kennen. Like, he's going to be bullied under tower. He's going to be missing CS as well. Feels really tough across the board for Top Esports here.
And that is still going to be a difficult wave state in topside. You see that Bin is now hitting level 6. He wants to get a recall in at this point, so he's pushing it in, knows that 369 doesn't have his teleport. On's going to come up and help with the wave crash in. If you manage to do that, you can deny some extra minions, push it in as fast as possible, get yourself some damage onto tower as well. On doesn't have the demolish, but will still be here for the extra Q reset. And maybe even now, On can try and go walk beyond the tower. They have to call the teleport because Renekton can't get there.
Mako moves up. I don't know if 369 can get here in time. I think Bin is going to be able to get the damage out. Shun arrives as well. The Mounting Dread does so much damage, and an Ignite from On is enough to finish the job. 369 finally hits level 5. He's still a full level down. In fact, a level and a half down versus Bin, as he misses yet more CS. At least TN can get a Drake on the bottom side, but I mean, this is brutal from BLG.
Now, if you are watching from other regions, which maybe ignore top lane a little bit too much, this is how you win top lane so hard, it wins you your other lanes as well. Mako dies, Mako used that teleport because 369 can't even get to the turret, he's solo XP. Tien now finally makes an entrance towards this top side, but the reason he hasn't been here before is that Sejuani into Kindred early really, really sucks. Maybe when you have some lane advantages and you have level 6, you can engage early enough, but Shun, just wrecking ball across the map, has himself so much power. Like, what can Tien do? As much as we praise this guy, maybe the best jungler in the LPL right now, he is being sat down by Shun.
And one of the crucial things that you just said there, when you get some lane advantages, you can get things done. Well, when your lanes are being put
Where
this
are they?
far behind, how the hell do you ever get anything done? There's a Sejuani in this one. And Elk, in the meantime, happy to go for a 2v1. This bottom side, happy to just clear these waves away. Ezreal's so safe underneath that bot lane tower.
Yeah.
On potentially moving down. Knight has that Weaver's Wall. And maybe just the threat of that is enough to dissuade Top Esports from trying any sort of dive shenanigans.
They spot them on a ward. That's the only thing which saves him there. Of course, you can break the Weaver's Wall with the Ornn charge, but even then, I don't think that gets you out because you don't have that flash. 369, he might be in trouble here, getting stunned up. No, he's okay. It's just fine there. So, BLG, really solid early game yet again. And, you know, another thing that we've been saying about BLG, we have to update our expectations now. On the Ezreal, Elk is playing weak side. He is being very effective. Shun gets himself another stack here, another win for BLG. But the fact that BLG are playing to top side when they are a team which have famously, in this split, really itched around bot side when that's been the case, is such a big change.
Oh, Cream forced to flash there. On doesn't even use the Zenith Blade, just walks up and cues him. And that's a flash out from the Top Esports mid lane. You know the BLG are the kind of team that'll punish that. Elk happily zips away from Mako there. And I think one of the key things there, it's a really great mention that Elk doing well on that weak side, but one of the key things is you're against a Senna lane. It's not that weak of a side in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's not like
Hey, Elk got solo killed by an Ornn earlier.
Well,
don't you be saying
that's
that.
True. This time he's on Ezreal. Harder to get solo killed on this one. Tien on that bottom side as well will be spotted by Elk. Level 6 available for Tien, but Elk has cleansed, so he's not too worried about that one. Just going to try and protect that Gromp, losing a lot of CS to the tower, but so is 369, and I think BLG will be quite happy with that trade.
On's coming down as well, and remember, you still have the Weaver's Wall, and here we go!
From On as Jackal up the target, but no, Tien flicked back. Solo and HP surely goes down. Elk has just walked into the Top Esports ranks. He's pretending to be on the other team, and rails down Mako. Jackal next on the chopping block. Flash forced by Elk, but the root will be enough to dissuade the follow-up.
Yeah, there's an Elk, there's a Ram, there's a Boar. We've got a bit of roadkill down here in the bot side, sadly. And Top Esports, they would have loved to get themselves something back. They can't afford to be losing this hard on both sides of the map now. Elk getting himself kill participation, not really suffering for being on the weak side because he's an Ezreal, really important. That's 2 levels down in top side. 369 can't even take that kill for himself. It's really hard for him to play this out. And Shun still open on the map.
Cream, no flash. That is a nice Empress Divide, though. Pulls him, I was going to say to safety. That doesn't look very safe to me. Shun, no, Knight will finish that kill. But Shun did not have the mark on the Azir, so still only on the 3 stacks. 369, though, takes yet another chunk. His Dominus is on cooldown, has been used that Slicing Maelstrom. But again, just this top lane, it's not getting any easier.
It gets much worse when you build up that Leandries, and that's going to be a sad thing. So Knight gets the combo. Jackal in danger, no summoners.
Oh my god, Knight just solo kills Jackal. He remembers his time on Top Esports, and Jackal, unfortunately, wishes it was still that time.
Okay, so does anyone understand now why we want to see Knight on these camp champions rather than the AD carries? Okay, his Tristana, great in that last game, but his Talia is legendarily good at the same time. Carried so many games at this time, and now 3-0. This is the Knight I want to see all along. A return to form at the most needed moment for BLG. Top Esports, they have looked so far ahead of BLG in summer so far, but it just doesn't seem like it in this series.
Top Esports not really playing the meta of the tournament right now. And I think BLG calling them out on this. They can't just play center every game. 369 caught out on the top side. TP's going to come through from both teams. Suddenly, it's a scrap on the top side as Tien moves in as well. Mako looking to set up onto Bin here. The combo is great. Oh, but there's Shun with the Lamb's Respite to save his top lane. And the flash from Bin. 369 can't get the stun, and he goes down instead. Cream has arrived on scene, and On should die in the back of the alcove, but maybe Mako can be answered. Flashes to the rest of the team as Knight is here. He's corralling them. He's looking for the flick back. Mako caught, and a bonus on Cream as well. Elk here to continue carrying. Shun with a bonus, and Top Esports sent with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, Billy have the L in the name, but Top Esports have the L in the game. Shun, Knight, Elk, and the whole team gets involved, and they've absolutely wiped the floor with Top Esports around this top side, which is already falling into the abyss. Bin on this Kennen is now got that Leandries. Everything is going to go so much worse after that point, and if it didn't get worse enough, you get Mark 4 for Shun off of that kill and 6 grubs. BLG, I don't know what the hell has happened between game 1 and 2 and game 1 and game 2 of this series. They have turned on.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from BLG, and I feel like this proactivity, this aggression, and just making sure that TES don't get to scale for free. They don't get to just sit and work up with an Azir and a Senna every single game. I love how it starts as a 2v1. It turns into a full 5v5.
You know, Shun's looking for the mark. 369 maybe knows they're looking for it. Top notch. Lamb's Respite saves Bin for so long, and it means that he flashes out. And yes, he does still get hit by the Ornn ultimate, but he draws the rest of the team into the play until the second round of cooldowns comes up. Important things to note here. Of course, Knight turns out to play. Elk also fully stacks his Conqueror too. That is so many stats in the early game. He gets so much damage here, even though he's an earlier game Ezreal. And Knight turning up to the plate cleans up house again. Again, this Talia from Knight, so impactful. Love to see him on the pick.
Incredible stuff. 401, 303 for Shun, by the way. On the Kindred, 4 stacks at this point, so has hit that range upgrade. He's already got a Kraken Slayer, well on the way towards a second item as well. This feels like BLG in full force. I'm kind of amazed that that tower is still there in the top side for BLG. Will finally knock it over as Elk tries to steal a big chicken. BLG won't let anything go the way of Top Esports now.
Yeah, I wonder if Top Esports are actually secretly quite happy that tower's gone now, because that's been a lot of their problems. Now they can at least farm it on their side of the map. That might slightly be better for them. It's one of those cases where you just walked up under that tower and just go, oh no, weak side duty again. I guess they're coming to dive me. The 369 finally finds himself in an extended period where he can kind of go towards towers without people going into his lane. Tien is trying to help him play on the strong side. We are getting to a point where BLG are going to just take off into the sky at this point. We have the range increase from Shun, we've noted that already. He has himself a Kraken Slayer, and he'll get himself... I don't even know if he's going towards what his second item will be. He could go towards a Bloodthirster with the Moss Stomper Overshield if he really wants to. They might also go towards mid lane and kill Mako.
Mako gets the charge, has the Bellows Breath as well, and just walks his way out of that one. Didn't even have to use that W in the end, but it will be a tier 1 in the mid lane for BLG. Doing a good job of utilizing their map pressure, their prio elsewhere to move into that mid lane and take themselves a tower. They'll grab the enemy blue buff, they'll grab the enemy Gromp. This is one thing BLG are so good at. Once they get a lead, they continue to steal everything away from their opponents.
And Tien, you know, he has had such a good summer, such a good year, honestly. He's had a couple of tough moments across MSI and maybe the spring finals as well, but he has been so powerful. The fact that BLG can turn up in a game like this and make Tien largely irrelevant is a huge statement. No one else has really been able to do that so far. BLG, I'm so glad to see them back in the conversation. After group stage, I made a power ranking of a lot of the teams, and I said there, I said, look, in good conscience, I can't rate this BLG team higher than 3rd the way that they played in groups, because they are disrespecting people. I don't know what form they could reach, but right now it's not worth it. I'm so glad to see them prove me wrong in regards to what they have shown so far, and I'm glad that they have turned it on. Maybe if I did another power ranking now, especially after this game, you have to re-update that.
I feel like BLG are... They don't really care about power rankings. They're just looking for the real rankings.
Yeah.
This is looking like a first place performance. Obviously, Other teams have played more series than they have, so I don't think they'll be putting themselves quite in first place to start off with, as anyone's Legend are already 3-0 in this BLG's first series. However, in terms of form, they're looking like it. TN not quite in that solar flare, so we'll walk away with this live. Knight hops aboard the Herald, and
yeah, that's not the right
changes
choice.
his mind.
Yeah, we have seen multiple players recently hop into the Herald and realize that the exit point has been well and truly turned into a hot landing zone, and they do die for the attempt. So glad that he doesn't ride that one in. Just a bit of a misclick. Well, miscalculation, a misclick. It's one of the two. And he does end up, at least ends up kind of recovering that situation. As we get through onto the wider map now, important to know that Top Easels have been able to get some side lane turret gold into 369, so he's not as far behind as he was. Cream's also been whacking away on this top tower as well with the National Tooth is it. No grub, sadly, so he can't really take that tower on his own in the same time span that you'd like to, but at least he's getting some side lane farm. The problem is, he's still over 2,000 gold behind Knight, who has second item. That Leandries is going to really, really sting, and it's also harder to kill him because that Seraphs is fully upgraded. Knight on this Talia could control the map very, very easily whenever he's open.
I just can't believe Talia versus Azir is the matchup that's on my screen. What a blessed day. I never thought I'd be excited to see Talia versus Azir, to be honest, but it's not Tristana Corki, and I'll absolutely take that. And especially when Knight's looking like this, I'm okay with watching this every game instead. Jackulov moving up to try and contest, and I don't know how he walked away from that scot-free, to be honest. That shield was invaluable.
Yeah, you see that like little wolf poking his head over the wall, you think, maybe let's not go towards that. Walks in anyway, luckily has that edge of Knight to keep himself safe. We have quite often talked about Jackulov and how he walks on that razor's edge. For the last couple of years, he's been judging that better and better. I think it's quite unfair to judge him in the same way as that 2018-2019 period where he would largely die when he was going aggressive, you know, every once in a while. I think he has been pretty good at walking that razor's edge. It's so hard to do that in this game, though. Trying to get good value out of this Senna is very, very difficult.
369
Hex
takes
gates.
it here. Hex gates to try and find a kill here as Shun. Just straight back into TN's jungle again. He's so far ahead on jungle CS, I assume. That's a
Mark
6 stack as well. He's 1 point away from his next breaking point. And guess what? Drake's coming up in 20 seconds. BLG,
teleport cannon.
Maximum control as the solar flare goes a little bit wide. Double TP behind enemy lines, though. Have been finds two. Immediately eradicates the health bars, and BLG just wiped Top Esports off the face of mid lane.
Top Esports have been pushed out of their own jungle so heavily that they can't spot the teleport coming in. BLG will take another turret. They have 6 grubs. They destroy these like they're made out of paper mache. You have Cream on the top side trying to get some objective bounties. Knight is feeling it so much. It's been a while since he's built this up. You can't build up the Tristana. The Medjai's back. He is an avid reader and absolutely off to the races with 10 stacks on that already.
Shun starts to get damage onto TN as well. Drake up. Surely Top Esports can't actually fight for this one. I mean, the respawns are starting to come through. Mako has TP and is immediately going to channel that one. It looks like Top Esports want to contest the Drake, and actually, BLG are going to respect it. Fair play. Top Esports do manage to muscle their way in.
Yeah, there are less of those ultimates for BLG. No flash, no ult for Bin. Knight doesn't have his ultimate to change the terrain. And of course, no solar flare too for On alongside no flash for him. So yeah, even though they are very far ahead and they have some fantastic items built up to match that, it is difficult to fight when you don't have those teamfight ultimates. So this is good for BLG because I'm glad they don't go just bull rush into a fight that they're not prepared for. Top Esports, they've been pushed out of their own jungle so much they can't see this coming. Double teleport in, so easy. I love how Bin flushes so far beyond the carries that there's no way they could retreat beyond that. There is no escape from that. Great flash from him. Gets 2 kills very, very easily. Now the Baron spawn, next time that happens, it's pretty much series over.
I feel like even though Top Esports are so far behind in this game, the fact that they are doing things like contesting that Drake and grabbing that for themselves is so important. So many teams wouldn't punish BLG there, but Top Esports, they do so. BLG, I think, realize that they're taking a little bit too much damage from that Baron, decide to back away. Again, Top Esports team that are willing and able to punish an overstep. And so BLG giving them full respect today, as they should.
Shun ends up hitting 7 marks somehow through the last minute as well, whether by kill or by steal. Shun now has that second range increase. Picture this, you are 369, you have been dunked on for the last 2 games continually by people running into your lane, and now you have to deal with an extra long range AD carry who's one of your priority targets to try and lock up in the back line. It is basically impossible. Of course, just beyond that as well, you get extra attack speed per mark from the Kindred, your percent HP damage from the W and the XQ from the E also benefit from it. So many extra stats. Shun, very, very powerful. He can be a carry in his own right if he's allowed to free hit.
Even though Top Esports are 5k down, this still feels close. This still feels like Top Esports want to try and find these fights. And don't forget, this is Azir, Senna Ornn. This is still a composition that, if the game doubles in game time, they will be very much online. That's a big ask. That's a lot of time.
Do you reckon we could get to like 4? Do you reckon we could get like 14 Kindred marks? Maybe we can see how long we can get on that. Go for a world record or something.
I mean, double
Senna,
the time, double the man, double the marks.
Yeah, we'll see if like, well, it gets harder to get. Look, we'll see. Shun can do it. I'll believe in you. Shun can do it. Another thing to talk about in terms of marks too is that, you know, we have Jackalov on about the 70 stack mark. Because the game has been so defensive and Jackalov hasn't been able to double hit a lot of people, he's not going to get to that 100 mark in the kind of time which you'd like to see from Top East. It's probably going to be like another 2-3 minutes. He's on, walking forwards. Watch for that Solar Flare. It's going to be a good 3-man True Shot Barrage. Jackalov keeps his spell shield. If that ever gets lost, that's a problem. Here comes the Weaver Swarm.
Elk jumps over to the rest of his team. Mako potentially caught here, but sidesteps the stun. Crane gets hit by the Solar Flare, but Top Esports doing a really good job of contesting enough to make sure BLG don't just get control of everything, but not overstepping, not giving BLG the fights they want.
I think what BLG are getting, though, is, again, a couple of those deep wards, where now if you do contest for that Baron, there's going to be a cannon flanking you very, very heavily. What BLG have given up in regards to slowing this game down and not looking for those big fights is the fact that 369 has been able to push in a lot of these side lanes. He's had a rough series. He's had a lot of pressure put into him. I don't necessarily think it's even necessarily his fault, but the fact that he has been put into so many big deficits does mean that Top Esports have had to play around that top lane just not being very powerful. I think he's done an okay job in this third game to at least get some kind of push. But if he overstays, he is very, very squishy.
Oh, 369. He doesn't know. He lacks critical information. Knight arrives. The stun is there. The follow-up followed up from Knight. Fantastic little pick in the bottom side from both solo lanes. TP's available, so Top Esports can't even make a play towards the Baron. Follow the Forge God, dodged by Elk. And now BLG can continue to pressure in the top side while Bin pushes down bot.
That was a nice teleport from Knight as well, just trying to come out of the fog of war, get an unexpected combo. Doesn't quite catch the jungler, as you rightfully said. Bin's going to start pushing this one and threaten that Thrank teleport. That's where those wards that were placed earlier are going to come in. Top Esports fighting in a 4v5.
So the tower just continues to get sieged upon. Bin has 6 grubs to work with as well, remember, so he makes short work of the tier 2 in the bot side. That's 700 more gold into Bin's inventory. He already has 2.5 items. He's going to finish off a third in 24 minutes.
He is very happy with how this game has gone, and BLG, despite the fact that they haven't been able to get that Baron, they are still getting advantages, and the fact that they are able to walk into the enemy jungle, it gives them more chances to get Kindred marks. They're not going to be able to get this one. I'm pretty sure that Korean will be able to take away those Krogs before he can get anywhere close to it, but it increases that chance. It means that Top East will still losing gold through jungle camps and through minions from the waves they can't defend at the same time, and if they do slip up, we know how punishing BLG can get. They're just waiting for BLG to slip up themselves. They need to be so disciplined. It is so hard to play this, and they're already giving over objectives like this dragon.
Bin is being real cheeky with it. Slicing Maelstrom is available. Okay, he gets spotted, but here comes Knight, and suddenly Cream finds himself alone. Cream thought he was supporting his jungler. Little did he know he was the one out of position. And now 369 gets TP'd on. Dominus immediately comes through, but Bin just kites it out. He just steals the minion wave away.
Jackie's here.
Jackalov is here. Bin immediately pops the Slicing Maelstrom, but not tanky enough on the Kennen. 369 gets a bit of revenge for the laning phase, but On is not going to let that one go unpunished. There goes the spell shield. Here come the stuns. Shun diving into the mix as Elk will finish it off. No, Shun snags another.
It all starts at Top Esports, not realizing that their own jungle isn't theirs anymore. BLG have the writ of ownership for that one, and Top Esports, they're trying to walk up again, but they just can't fight back. They're getting pushed out.
Echo slowed, mounting dread, forced to flash. They won't chase for more as TP comes in. Top esports get a chance to punish. 3-man call on the Forge God. Cream is here with the DPS on the front line, but he's just so damn tanky. They can't quite finish these kills. 369 surviving is out, chased by Cream. The health bar's low, but a disaster for TES. Nobody falls.
But they do manage to stop BLG taking the Baron. They do manage to get themselves a lot of HP bars down as well. I think that went a lot better than it could have done for them. I was expecting someone to die from top esports, but they have given up topside. There is no vision. You're absolutely right. They stopped them the first time. They won't be able to stop them now.
Did they know? I'm not sure they were aware that BLG just immediately run towards the Baron, and now top esports have to try and deny it. True shot barrage dodge, but Jackie knocked back in, and Bin sets up for more. Tien slowed under the tower. Cream tries to move to his jungle's savior, but he just can't get in there. BLG find 3 and go back to the purple worm again.
Oh, top esports, they haven't won versus BLG in 2 years, since the summer of 22, and BLG are determined to keep that record in their favor. Cream has flash, has ult, he is the last hope.
Cream and 369, we've seen Knight and 369 do this before, but can the new top esports mid laner make it happen himself? 369 dives in and just dies immediately. Cream in a 1v5, he dives in, he tries to make magic, but all he finds is the dark arts against him. It's Knight with a double, it's 18 kills to 4 on the scoreboard.
25 Magi stacks for Knight, whereas on the other side, the Azir, the Cream has curdled at this point, has not been able to impact this game in the way that we know Cream has done so many times. We were wondering whether Cream would be the dominant mid laner between him and Knight today, but I love to see the Tristana glow up and then also a return to a bit more of a classic for him in that Talia, really shifting the scales. BLG, they have looked wonderful today, and they're continuing the fight.
Jackie caught once again. The fling back makes it easy as Knight actually gets a solo kill for the second time this game onto Jackie. My goodness, Knight is not willing to go down to his old team, is he? He is here to play.
Yeah, I thought that Knights were only meant to move in Ls rather than hand out Ls in this case. He's learning a little bit from the chess piece in that sense, keeping going forwards. No center makes it harder to mount a team fight. 6 grubs and all that range from Shun makes it so hard to defend anything.
Cream goes for an ultimate, but they're just going to go for a dive in the mid lane. Shun with a Lamb's Respite means nobody goes down on the side of BLG. Tien trying to get into the mix. Shun will go down, but the slicing maelstrom is there behind them from Bin. And it just tears top esports to pieces, electrocuted where they stand. And now the Nexus laid bare by BLG. It was a close game 1, it was a less close game 2, and it was a massacre in game number 3. BLG going from strength to strength, warming up as the series went on and showing why they are the reigning champions and why top esports still haven't beaten them in 2 years.
Billy Gaming are back. If you are here, go tell your friends, go tell their foes, because they're going to start striking that fear into the hearts of all those teams BLG have faced internationally. It feels like they have started to ramp up. We were worried about them disrespecting opponents. We were worried about Knight being off form. Knight looked superb in games 2 and 3. The team looked superb in games 2 and 3. And honestly, game 1, they even gave top esports a run for their money against the scaling composition, which somehow managed to get ahead. Top esports, though, this was meant to be their split. This was meant to be their time, and they felled very early by the current reigning champions of the LPL.
And what a series from BLG. Just what a series. First game looked so good from top esports, but as it went on, BLG looked better and better. And we were talking about it in between the games. You know, game number 1, it was top esports looking stronger, but BLG managing to hold on with a composition that really had no right to be holding on that late in the game. Game number 2, BLG just looked kind of clearly better. It feels like as the series went on, BLG got stronger, and I think clearly were the stronger team today. Top esports as well, running a very similar composition 3 games in a row. You've got to wonder, like, maybe we need to have a little bit more room for flexibility here from top esports.
And I think particularly from Top Esports, not realizing that BLG were playing weak side bot and playing heavily towards top side and being very good at it, I don't think they adapted to that well. I mean, I wasn't expecting BLG to play weak side bot lane and succeed at it against a top team. Because typically we have seen Shun when he paths away from bot, it felt like Elkadon, they are just, again, they are the Elk which runs into the swimming pool over and over. They die to 2v3s. They just try and 2v2 for the life of themselves. They didn't do that today. On was on the roam. Elk really, really strong on that Ezreal as well. I think he was the unsung hero, doing an awful lot of heavy lifting, even when he wasn't the focus of the team for once. BLG built their name through snowballing through bot side, but they do have been in the top side. Putting resources up there means there's so much to this team, and I don't think Top Esports were prepared for that at all, which is really strange considering they have 369, who is another, again, premier top laner. They just couldn't withstand the pressure there.
Honestly, there was some exceptional play from individuals on both sides, but I think that the team play overall from BLG was better. The map play was better, and I feel like they did a really good job of punishing Top Esports. Every minor mistake that Top Esports made, BLG were there in seconds, and especially, I think that was exaggerated even further in this third game or exacerbated, sorry, not exaggerated, by this Talia pick, the fact that they had that global ultimate, and suddenly Knight can be a part of absolutely every single play.
I am so surprised we haven't seen more of that for Knight before. We know, look, he had a great game on Tristana here, but I really just want to see more of that Talia. That Talia was absolutely game-changing. That is the Knight which I know, and you know, I'll put my hands up. I've been criticizing this guy a lot in summer. I'm glad that they're finally going towards some more AP champions for him, which for me, those mages like that Talia are so much more comfortable for him. Look at the damage from him, most damage in the game. Him, Elk, and Bin almost cracking that 1,000 damage per minute each.
It's kind of insane, isn't it? Bin just getting so much out of those team fights and just bullying 369 during the laning phase. Shun, despite being on that carry jungle, didn't get lucky because all three of his laners were just popping off so hard. But Knight, I mean, if that's not an MVP performance, I don't know what is. 10, 0, and 9 brings back the control mages into the mid lane. And I think a lot of LPL teams are going to have been watching this series and going, oh, we can play AD jungles.
Yeah, no, the AP junglers are really good, but it's not the only thing you can play. Once the Tristana and the Corki are out, you definitely should have a second string to your bow. This team fight here, well, okay, this whatever it was which evolved into a team fight, absolutely beautiful, absolute cinema. You know, the teleports responded very quickly too, but this slams Respite by so much time. BLG are one of the best improv teams in the entirety of the LPL. This is probably not the way that they thought the team fight would work out, but they managed to mangle their way through it all the same, realizing the strength of their individual parts, knowing that Elk can get himself the big Conqueror stacking on the Ezreal. You have Knight coming up, the big double shove. BLG, I love watching them improvise like this.
And I love the way that they all try and space out max range during this fight as well and end up in a sort of a concave, forcing Top Esports not just down the lane, but against that wall. So then when Knight comes in, he's got a really easy setup. Great flank from Knight as well as 6-9, the TP from Bin on this top side. I mean, this was the one where they just catch Bin out, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he actually gets anything off of this one, but I guess this was the one positive moment for Top Esports from the game, so they had to put it in the replay package.
Well, On tried to get a flash predict, which is kind of funny. He thinks the flash predict's going to come through, so it looks like it goes wide. I mean, at the end of the day, Jackal, if he flashes, he probably wouldn't have been the right decision anyway. They had to put something in there for Top Esports. They didn't get a grand amount of it in this game, so a lot of this game was just BLG just dunking on Top Esports repeatedly, and Top Esports just not being able to catch up to the pace at which BLG played these last two games.
And I really like that BLG adapted so efficiently, right? When we saw game number 1 was, I mean, it wasn't even that slow of a game, it was just a long game, you know, it was really back and forth. Top Esports managed to get to that point where they were scaling super hard. The pace that BLG brought to the next 2 games was like, okay, you don't get to scale anymore, you do not get to stack drakes, you do not get to contest us in the early game, and just snowballing.
You do not pass go, you do not collect $200.
Exactly. They'd already bought the 2 Browns, they've got hotels on it, so every time they do pass go, that's 250 quid into my pocket.
Well, BLG definitely living rent-free in this in particular head-to-head. Top Esports, they still haven't taken this head-to-head since 2022 summer. It has been a long-ass time. They haven't won this matchup in so long. No, it has, well, I mean, trying to think about it. The last time they would have won this would have been since Knight left. Knight was, maybe just his Knight diff. Maybe it is in this case. I mean, it's been a while since we could say that, which I'm really glad that he has had a much stronger series here today, because it's been a while not seeing him look great. BLG, I think as a team, as you said, the team play was much more on form, and I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff coming out. And now, like, what a day. What a day from him. A player that so far in this split hasn't necessarily looked like he's in great form. The AD carries haven't really been that great for him. But that said, his Tristana game in the previous game looked absolutely fantastic. Now the Talia as well. So not only kind of just looking better in general, but also looking better on a pick that we've criticized him for. So it feels pretty good to be a Knight fan today.
Absolutely. So BLG looking better at playing around weak side bot, looking better at playing through mid lane again. Shun on better form because, you know, I mean, BLG signed Wei, by the way, as a substitute jungler. We didn't have to talk about it today because he wasn't playing.
Shun had a fire under his ass today, didn't he?
So Shun was sat there like, okay, time to earn my spot, and he absolutely did.
He certainly did. What a day Shun has had, bringing out the Kindred for the final game as well. What a pleasure to watch. What an absolute joy to watch Shun's Kindred in action once again. And I mean, across the board, like we had carries in the top lane, we got to see Elk on multiple picks out in the bottom side. Like, if you're a BLG fan, this was just an absolute smorgasbord of great stuff to see. If you're a top esports fan, perhaps a frustrating series because, you know, we saw game number 1, them looking really clean, really, really disciplined, not overstepping at all, like really, really smart play coming out from them across the board. But then no real flexibility throughout the series, and I feel like they really just lent into this one composition that didn't quite work out for them in the long run, and maybe have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and change their read on the meta perhaps for this patch, as Knight will grab himself that MVP. I don't think many people are surprised by that one.
Yeah, he only had 1 MVP of the entirety of groups, and then he goes against top esports, you know, who he assumes to be the best team in the LPL, and gets a double MVP out of the victories. I mean, hell yeah, it ends up adding extra 2 to his 1 on that tally, and it's completely deserved. I think this Talia is such an impressive pick. I'm glad to see it again. We've talked about that enough at this point. And, you know, just to add on to the points you were saying earlier, you know, if you're a fan of Top East and BLG, there are different kind of like takeaways from this. If you are a fan of League of Legends, I hope you enjoyed this because I absolutely did. You know, I've sat here and watched hundreds of games of League this year, and this one has absolutely blown my mind in terms of the expectations I had for it. I love watching these teams, and I hope we get to see these teams match up again in playoffs. They'll only play this one time in the Ascension stage. This was worthy of a top 2 matchup.
Yep, hundreds of games of LPL across the course of this year, but this was 3 of the very best that you're going to see all year long. Fantastic stuff coming out from BLG and Top Esports. And with that, that rounds out our day. So let's take a look at our results as we finish off our first 3 series day for this split. There's going to be 10 of them, 9 to go. LGD 0-2 against JDG to start our day, but then OMG really showing up against EDG, managing to find themselves a win, and then BLG giving us an absolute masterclass to finish out the day 2-1 against Top Esports.
So our games tomorrow, RA versus IG, both coming off of the back of losses. They feel like they have shown some up and up, so that'll definitely be one to watch. WRNG, and then at the end of the day, Weibo take on NIP, who were both partners in that Group D group. They come out of that. We'll see a rematch of the matchup we saw twice through there.
We certainly will. NIP being the winners both times around against Weibo. We'll see if that's going to continue to be the case, because Weibo seemed to suddenly come out of nowhere, and NIP have been kind of struggling since they made it into that upper group. So God only knows how that one is going to go. You never really can predict Weibo, can you? I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Nightmare. It has been our honor to bring you this series and to bring you the first 3 series day of this split. But there are plenty more where that came from. Make sure you're watching tomorrow. Plenty more games. And that last one, again, Weibo versus NIP is going to be a banger. Make sure you're there. We will see you in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Thank you.